Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. 1.1. The shower/the smell/the handprint. I rent a pretty normal place in Columbus, Ohio. 3rd floor, beige carpet, popcorn ceiling. The kind of apartment you forget the moment you move out of it. Most nights look the same. I get home too late from the office. Drop my keys on the little IKEA table by the door. Kick off my shoes in the same spot. I always tell myself I'll stop tripping over. Microwave something that came out of a freezer box. Let Netflix ask me if I'm still watching. Pretend I don't see the stack of unopened mail on the counter. It's the sort of life people mean when they say stable, usually in a tone that means boring. That night wasn't special, at least not at the start. Early spring. Cold enough that when I stepped out of my car in the parking lot, I could see my breath puffing in front of me under the orange sodium lights. The hallway smelled like it always does: curry from 3B, weed from 3D, something fried and unidentifiable from somewhere below. My apartment smelled like nothing at all, which is an improvement over how it used to smell when the previous tenant smoked inside. I threw my laptop bag on the couch, checked my phone, ignored the email count, and walked straight to the bathroom. I remember thinking, if I stand under hot water for 20 minutes, maybe today will finally stop clinging to me. I turned the shower on and waited for it to heat up, watching the steam rise in lazy curls behind the Walmart curtain with its faded gray stripes. The mirror over the sink started to fog at the edges, swallowing my reflection in from the sides. I undressed mechanically, mind somewhere between replaying a meeting and wondering if it was too late to order pizza. When I stepped in, the first hit of hot water on the back of my neck made me groan out loud. Not dramatic, just that quiet sound you make when your muscles finally unclench. The water pounded on my shoulders. The cheap plastic shower head rattled in its bracket every time I shifted. The ventilation fan hummed like a tired engine. I closed my eyes and let my forehead rest against the cool tile. For a while, it was just normal. Water, heat, steam. The faint artificial citrus of the 2-in-1 body wash I keep telling myself I'll upgrade when I'm less broke and more grown up. Then the smell changed. It was small at first, just a ripple underneath the soapy, steamy bathroom air. A flat, chemical note, like plastic left too close to a space heater. I wrinkled my nose and sniffed again, trying to pin it down. Great, I muttered. Neighbors trying to burn the place down. I told myself it was probably someone cooking something next door, or maybe the building's ancient heating system coughing up dust. I reached for the shampoo and squeezed too much into my palm, watching the thick white goop coil into my hand, like something that didn't really want to be touched. By the time I'd worked it into my hair, the smell was stronger, less like cooking, more like melted, burned. There was a chemical edge to it that made the back of my throat prickle. The water hissed louder against the tub, or maybe that was just in my head. I turned my face into the spray and tried to ignore it, tried to focus on the physical details like any therapist would tell you, to the weight of the water, the warmth on my skin, the slickness of shampoo on my scalp, except the warmth was tipping toward hot, uncomfortably hot. I frowned and cracked one eye open, glancing down at the faucet. I hadn't touched the handle since I got in, but the water biting into the top of my shoulders now felt like it had jumped several degrees. I reached out and nudged the knob toward cold. The metal squealed under my fingers, the pipes in the wall giving a protesting clank that vibrated through the tile. Instead of easing, the heat seemed to crawl over me, settling over my back like a heavy, invisible blanket. My skin started to prickle, not like a soft flush, but sharp and insistent, like when you stand too close to a bonfire and you know if you stay there, you'll blister. "Okay," I said under my breath, suddenly aware of how loud the water sounded in the small room, how the fan's hum had turned into a low, steady drone. "Okay, that's too hot." I twisted the knob further. It squealed again, metal on metal, a scraping, grinding sound. The water didn't feel cooler. It felt like it was crawling. I pulled back from the spray, heart starting to tap faster against my ribs. And that was when I caught it, just for a second, in the corner of my eye, through the steam. My forearm didn't look like my arm, in the fogged air. Under the harsh bathroom light, it looked blackened, not just tanned or shadowed, blackened, cracked in 1,000 tiny fissures, like the surface of meat left too long on a grill. In between the cracks, something glistened, a sick, wet red. I stared. The steam curled and shifted. My stomach lurched. I jerked my arm closer to my face, blinking hard, swiping at the moisture in my eyes with the back of my other hand. My skin was just skin again, pale, damp, goosebumps stippling the surface where the hot water had been hitting a moment ago. For a heartbeat. The bathroom went completely silent. No fan, no water, no cars on the street outside. Just this hollow, pressurized quiet. Then something inside the wall clanged. A sharp, metallic bang that sounded way too close, like someone had swung a wrench on the other side of the tile. Right behind my spine, I jumped, slipping a little on the slick tub. My hand shot out to steady myself on the wall, palms smacking against cold ceramic. My breathing was too loud, too fast. "All right," I whispered, though there was no one to hear me. My voice sounded thin and wrong in the steamy room. "Enough. Enough. I killed the water." The hiss cut off mid-breath. The pipes groaned once more, a low, resentful rumble that faded into the fan's whine. For a few seconds, I just stood there, dripping, listening to my pulse thudding in my ears. The smell still clung to the back of my throat, plastic, chemical, and underneath it, a darker note I recognized in a place I try not to think about. I stepped out of the tub, nearly tripping on the ragged bath mat. The air outside the shower felt cooler, but there was heat in my face, a flush that had more to do with adrenaline than temperature. The mirror was completely fogged over now, nothing but a gray blur where my face should be. Water ran in thin little rivers down the glass, carving temporary paths. I wrapped a towel around my waist, another over my shoulders, and reached for the doorknob. When I opened the bathroom door, the smell rolled out with me, a faint exhale of that same chemical burn. The hallway was dim, just the little lamp I keep on in the living room, casting a rectangle of soft yellow across the carpet. And halfway down the short stretch of wall between the bathroom and the bedroom, at about chest height, there was something that hadn't been there when I went in. A handprint. Not crisp. Not like someone had dipped their hand in paint and slapped the wall. It was more of a stain. A broad, brownish shape roughly the size of a human hand. Fingers spread wide. The edges were blurred, feathered into the off-white paint, as if whatever made it had sunk in deep years ago and was only now working its way back to the surface. I stopped in the bathroom doorway, water dripping off my hair onto the tile. For a long moment, my brain did that thing it does where it throws a bunch of explanations at the wall to see what sticks: leak, mold, old stain I never noticed. Except, I've lived in this apartment for over a year. I've walked past that exact spot every morning on my way to work. Every night half asleep on my way to bed. I know what my walls look like. That mark was new. I swallowed, throat dry despite the humidity, on autopilot. I lifted my hand and held it up in front of the stain, not quite touching the wall. My fingers aligned with it almost. It was bigger than mine, the palm wider, the fingers longer by half an inch, maybe more. The spacing was wrong too, the middle and ring finger a little closer together, like whoever had left it had spent a lifetime gripping something heavy. The paint around it looked warped, just a little, like it had bubbled once under heat and then cooled again, leaving a subtle ripple in the smooth surface. The towel around my shoulders suddenly felt too thin. The cool air on my damp skin wasn't actually cool at all. It was just another layer between me and a heat I couldn't quite locate. I didn't scream. I didn't run. There was no movie moment where I dropped to my knees or grabbed my head in both hands. What I felt instead was a kind of hollowing out. A numb dread that started somewhere in my spine and spread inward, making everything inside me feel a little too light and a little too loose. I stood there, looking at that too big handprint seared into the wall of my safe, forgettable little apartment. And I knew two things with the kind of certainty that doesn't leave room for denial. First, this wasn't the first time I smelled that burning. And second, I think it was the first time something from back then finally followed me all the way here. I'm going to explain what I mean by back then. I'm going to tell you about a town in Pennsylvania and a fenced-off strip of forest and an old army depot where the fire was supposed to have gone out 80 years ago. If you want to understand why a handprint appeared on my wall in Columbus, Ohio, on an ordinary weeknight, we're going to have to rewind to when I was 17. 1.2. The assignment and the town. Back when this started, I was 17 and thought the worst thing that could happen to me in that town was not getting into a decent college. I grew up in a part of Pennsylvania people joke about when they say the middle of nowhere. One main road ran through the whole place, lined with the same things you see in 100 other American towns if you drive long enough, a Walmart squatting at one end like a blue and gray temple, a strip mall with a Dollar Tree and a nail salon, a Dairy Queen that did half its business in blizzards and the other half in gossip. On Friday nights, the high school football field lit up the sky like an alien landing. On Sundays, church parking lots overflowed with pickup trucks and minivans. If you wanted excitement, you drove 45 minutes to the nearest mall or pretended hanging out in the Walmart parking lot was a personality trait. Our house was a one-story, three-bedroom place with aluminum siding that rattled in the wind and a yard my dad mowed every Saturday like it was part of his job description. Inside, it always smelled faintly like laundry detergent and coffee. My parents are good people, average in the way that makes them invisible to everyone except the few people who matter. My dad worked shifts at a distribution warehouse off the highway, steel-toed boots, safety vest, the kind of job that wears down your joints a little more every year. He'd leave before sunrise most days, thermos of coffee in one hand, lunchbox in the other. The truck's engine coughing awake in the dark. My mom was either on her feet at the grocery store or at the nursing home, depending on who was hiring at the time. Her work shoes were always near the front door, soles flattened, laces gray from salt in winter. She wasn't the type to talk about spirits or energies or any of that. Her world was sore feet, long shifts, and making sure the bills stayed paid. Their philosophy was simple: keep your head down, do your work, don't make trouble. Not in a harsh way, just in that tired, practical tone of people who know the world doesn't have a lot of patience for drama. If you'd asked either of them if they believed in ghosts back then, my dad would have snorted and my mom would have said, "I believe in taxes and late fees. That's enough." I was supposed to be the one who got out, the kid with decent grades and potential. I wasn't a saint, but compared to some of the kids I grew up with, I was boring. No drugs, no serious fights, no police visits to the house. My rebellion was sneaking an extra hour of video games or staying up too late scrolling my phone. The first domino in this whole mess was a history assignment. It was September, the kind of dry, bright day where the light coming through the classroom windows makes the dust floating in the air look almost pretty. Mr. Carson, our U.S. history teacher, was at the front of the room, leaning against his desk with one hip like he'd seen in some movie about inspiring educators. "Local history project," he said, slapping a stack of assignment sheets on the desk. "You're all going to pick a historic site within 20 miles of town. Research it. Go there if you can. Take pictures, and put together a presentation. 2 weeks." The whole class groaned like it was physically painful. He started rattling off examples. The old Methodist church on Maple, the Civil War memorial at the square, the town museum, the old rail bridge. Use your imagination. There's history all around you. You're just too busy staring at your phones to see it. Sheets went down the rows. I took one, glanced at the heading's location, historical significance, primary sources, and sighed. Next to me, Mike leaned over and whispered, "If I put Walmart on here, you think he'll let me document the history of everyday low prices?" Mike was my best friend because I didn't have it in me to be best friends with more than one person at a time. And he took up enough space for 2 or 3 anyway. He had that kind of energy that fills a room. Loud laugh, messy hair, t-shirt with some meme from 6 months ago printed on it. He was always eating something. Chips, gummy worms, those bright orange crackers with fake cheese sandwiched in the middle, where I tended to overthink everything. Mike treated life like a video game where you could always hit reset if you screwed up badly enough. Mr. Carson did the thing where he pretends he doesn't hear you, but definitely hears you. "No retail," he said, "not looking in our direction. Old stuff, historic stuff, preferably something your grandparents might recognize. Around us, people were already claiming the low-hanging fruit. I call the church. We already did the museum in 8th grade. I'm not doing that again. I'm doing the old cemetery, lots of dates. Easy A." I was mentally scrolling through a list of safe options: the town hall, the Civil War marker in front of the post office, maybe one of the older houses near the square that had a little plaque out front. Then I felt Mike tap his pen on my desk. He had that look he gets when he's about to suggest something that's either going to be fun or get us grounded, or both. "What about the depot?" he murmured. For a second, I pretended not to know what he meant, even though of course I did. The words pulled up a mental picture so fast, it was like someone had flashed an image on the wall of my skull. Rusted fences, dark tree line, concrete mounds half buried in the earth. "The old army place," I whispered back. "Out in the state forest," he nodded, eyes bright. "Yeah, the ammo bunkers. Think about it, real history, super dramatic. No one else is gonna do it. We get pictures, we make it spooky. Maybe we even creep Carson out. Easy A, man. Plus he waggled his eyebrows. We finally get to see inside. I looked down at the assignment sheet, then at the back of Mr. Carson's balding head. Every kid in town knew about the depot. It wasn't some unknown secret we had just discovered. It was one of those background things everyone references but no one fully explains. Like local slang, older people just assume you understand. If you drove far enough out of town, past the last subdivision and the last billboard, you'd reach the edge of the state forest, and somewhere beyond the trees and the tangle of old logging roads, there was a stretch of land that used to be a munitions storage site. The story changed depending who told it. Some said it was from World War II. Others said it went back further. Army property. Off limits. Fenced off. You couldn't see it from the main road, but you heard about it from older brothers and cousins. Kids who'd snuck in to drink beer and smoke and then brag about it at lunch. It was the kind of place that existed more as a dare than a location. And the stories that clung to it, well, there was the one about the guy who got blown up there, and all they found were his boots. Different people told it different ways. Sometimes he was a soldier, sometimes a contractor, sometimes a dumb teenager who found an old shell and decided to hit it with a rock. The only constants were the boots, and the idea that the rest of him was scattered across the trees in pieces too small to collect. There was the one about the homeless vet who went out there and never came back, and how kids on quad bikes found a rope dangling inside one of the bunkers weeks later, swaying on its own in still air. There was the one about the cops. Ask any group of kids at the cafeteria table and you'd hear it. They don't go out there at night. They'll go out for hunters, for lost hikers, but not for that place, too. They wait until morning. Every rumor had at least 3 versions. There was never a name, never a date, never anything you could actually look up. The adults never confirmed or denied. They just covered it all in a layer of warning. That old place, dangerous out there. Nothing worth seeing but trouble. At our dinner table, when the depot came up, my dad would grunt and say something like, "Full of old crap and idiots. You go messing around with government property. You'll regret it." My mom would shake her head and tell me not to listen to bored teenage boys with no sense of self-preservation. Maybe because the adults never gave real details. The empty spaces in the stories filled up with worse things. The way people talked about the depot. It wasn't just dangerous. It was wrong. I didn't think about ghosts. Exactly. I thought about accidents, explosions, rusted metal and weird chemicals leaking into the soil. The kind of danger you can't see until your skin starts itching or your lungs feel too tight. But there was another piece to the folklore that always bothered me. Even before Amushem, everything else happened. People who claimed they'd been out there at night sometimes talked about the sounds. Not the normal forest stuff. Not wind in the branches or owls or coyotes yipping at each other. This was different, like thunder. One guy in the cafeteria once said, "When I was a freshman and trying not to look like I was listening, only there were no clouds, just these booms, far away, but not too far. Like something big was slamming into the ground, over and over. Another kid had sworn there was a kind of echoing knock that came from nowhere and everywhere at once, like somebody banging on a metal door way down underground," he'd said. Picking Dorito dust from under his nails. Carries through the trees. You feel it in your teeth more than you hear it. Back then. I'd rolled my eyes and told myself it was just one more spooky detail tossed in for flavor. Maybe there were hunters. Maybe there was old machinery out there that still groaned when the temperature dropped. Sound does weird things in forests. It bounces. It tricks you. 17-year-old me believed in logic and Wikipedia and the comforting safety of thinking everything had an explanation, whether I knew it yet or not. "Come on," Mike said beside me in that sunlit classroom, tapping the corner of my paper with his pen. "You know it'd be badass. We can ride out, take some pictures, be back before dinner. Your parents don't need to know where exactly we went. Depot's perfect. Man, real history." I looked at him, then down at the empty location line on my assignment sheet. My gut did a small, uncertain flip. It would have been so easy to write Old Methodist Church and be done with it. Instead, I found my hand moving almost on its own. The pen scratched across the paper. "Army Munitions Depot," I wrote. "State Forest. Bunkers." Even now, sitting hundreds of miles and more than a decade away, I can hear the faint echo of that decision, the way you sometimes hear distant thunder before you realize a storm's headed your way. Back then, it was just a line on a piece of paper. I had no idea I was also, in a way I wouldn't understand for years, writing my name on the door of a room where something had never really stopped burning. 1.3. First glimpse of the woods. Once Mike and I wrote Army Depot on our assignment sheets. It didn't take long for that idea to turn into a plan. We picked a Saturday, because that's what you do in a town where weekdays all blur together and the weekends are just wider stretches of the same color. A couple of days after Carson handed out the project, Mike showed up at my locker with a grin and a folded piece of notebook paper. "The weather's supposed to be good," he said, like he'd personally negotiated it with God. "We go this weekend. Recon mission." "Recon," I repeated, stuffing a textbook into my backpack. "You going to bring face paint and MREs too?" He ignored the sarcasm. "We've got bikes. We go far enough out that your parents' paranoia radar doesn't ping." Then we cut toward the forest. We check it out, take a couple pictures on my phone, figure out how deep we want to go next time. "Easy. Next time," I said. But I didn't argue. Some part of me had already committed the moment I wrote those words on the assignment sheet. Lying to my parents was easier than it should have been. Friday night at dinner, between my dad complaining about a pallet jack breaking down and my mom talking about a coworker who'd quit mid-shift, I cleared my throat. "Hey," I said, tomorrow I'm going to the mall with Mike. We're gonna work on that history project. Maybe hit the food court." Mom nodded without looking up from her plate. "Be back before dark." Dad just said, "Don't spend money you don't have." And that was that. I told myself it technically wasn't a lie. There was a mall in the vague direction we were heading. We just weren't planning on going inside it. Saturday morning. The sky was an empty, high blue, the kind that makes the edges of buildings and trees look too sharp. The air had that crisp, early fall bite. I strapped my cheap digital camera across my chest, stuffed some granola bars and a bottle of water into my backpack, and wheeled my bike out to the curb. Mike rolled up a few minutes later, one hand on his handlebars, the other wrapped around a gas station coffee that smelled like burnt beans and sugar. He had a backpack slung over one shoulder, bulging with snacks and God knew what else. "You ready?" "Private," he said. "Mock serious. Let's just not get shot for trespassing," I replied. We set off down the street, chains clicking, tires humming against cracked asphalt. The town thinned out quickly. Houses gave way to stretches of scrubby fields, then to clusters of trees and small creeks cutting under the road. Pickup trucks rumbled past every so often, some slowing just enough that I could feel the driver's eyes on us, measuring whether we were up to anything. Around here, two teenagers on bikes could be heading anywhere from the public park to a drug deal. The line was thin and entirely in the observer's head. We made our ritual stop at the convenience store on the edge of town, a squat brick building with sun-faded posters in the windows and a flickering, open sign that always looked like it was barely hanging on. Inside, the hum of the refrigerators was loud and constant. The place smelled like coffee, fryer grease, and that indefinable sweetness of too many kinds of candy stored in the same air. We bought gas station food, a couple of plastic-wrapped sandwiches that looked like they'd survived the Cold War, a bag of chips, energy drinks with neon labels that promised more than they'd deliver. The woman at the register barely glanced at us, fingers flying over the buttons, nails clicking against plastic, back outside. The road narrowed to 2 lanes with no shoulder. We rode single file, staying as far to the right as we could without ending up in the ditch. The further we got from town, the thinner the traffic became. The world stretched out into fields and trees, a tractor in the distance, slow and patient, a lone billboard advertising a lawyer who wanted to help you if you'd been injured at work. The air tasted cleaner. The lingering smells of town faded behind us. After a while, we turned off onto a smaller road, more potholes, less paint, and then onto an even smaller one, barely more than a lane. The kind of road Google Maps would pretend didn't exist. "Forest is up this way," Mike said between breaths, standing on his pedals to get more power. "My cousin used to come out here to hunt. Swears there's a cut-through near some logging trails." My legs burned, but in that teenager way, where pain just meant you were doing something that wasn't sitting indoors. Gravel crunched under our tires as the pavement devolved into packed dirt with scattered stones. The sounds changed gradually, though I didn't notice until later. The low, constant rush of highway noise faded into nothing. The distant bark of someone's dog, a radio playing in an open garage as we passed earlier. The clatter of shopping carts, all of that dropped away behind us like someone turning down the volume on the world. What replaced it was thinner, older, wind moving through leaves, the rustle of underbrush we couldn't see, the occasional caw of a crow. We left the bikes just off the road, hidden behind a tangle of bushes, locking them more out of habit than necessity. There wasn't anyone else around who'd want them. From there, we walked. The path wasn't marked, but there were signs people had come this way before. A crushed beer can half buried in dirt, the blackened circle of an old fire ring, a length of duct tape hanging forgotten from a low branch like shedding skin. "So," Mike said after a few minutes, "on a scale from 1 to Blair Witch, how creeped out are you right now?" "Blair Witch was fake," I said. "This is just trees. Trees and illegal military leftovers," he corrected cheerfully. "Don't undersell it." We pushed deeper. The ground under our sneakers turned softer, more pine needles and old leaves, less gravel. The air cooled, not because the temperature dropped so much as because the sunlight had to work harder to reach us. The canopy overhead thickened, patches of sky breaking through like torn cloth rather than a wide-open ceiling. Eventually, through the lattice of trunks and branches, we saw it. At first, it was just a hint of geometry where there should have been only natural shapes, a straight line, a repeating pattern. Then we stepped around a large maple, and the trees opened up just enough to give us a clear view. An old chain-link fence ran across a shallow dip in the land, stretching left and right until it was swallowed by the forest again. The metal was dull with weather, patches of orange-brown rust blooming around the joins. Here and there, tall grass and saplings pushed right up against it, some threads of vine already beginning to braid themselves through the links. In the center of the visible stretch, hanging slightly crooked from a pair of twisted wire ties, was a sign. The background was once white, but now the color of dirty dishwater. The black lettering had peeled in places, but you could still make out the words: U.S. Army, property, no trespassing. The last two words were underlined in a red that had faded to a sickly pink. There was a breeze that day, just enough to set the sign moving. It rocked gently back and forth, bumping against the fence with a repetitive, hollow clack, clack, clack. The metal-on-metal sound carried further than it should have, like a small noise in a big, empty room. We stopped a few feet short of the fence. I don't know what I expected. Guards, maybe. Cameras. At least some sense of being watched. There was nothing. No movement beyond the trees. No hum of vehicles. No distant generators. No drones overhead. Just that sign clicking against the fence and the faint whisper of wind. "Well," Mike said softly, "that's not ominous at all." We stepped closer, careful to keep our hands off the fence. I peered through the diamond-shaped gaps in the chain link. On the other side, the forest continued for a short distance, then thinned out into a more open area. The ground there looked oddly uniform, smoother than the tangled undergrowth near us. And in the middle of that open space, half swallowed by earth and moss and time, was a shape. It rose from the ground in a low, squat hump concrete, not stone. Grass crawled up the sides, clinging to the rough surface like fingers. The front of it was cut into the slope, a dark rectangle suggesting an opening. From this distance, I couldn't see details, but the overall outline was all wrong for anything natural. "Is that?" I started. "First bunker," Mike said quietly. Somehow his joking tone had faded without either of us noticing. "Has to be." Something about seeing it made the whole thing real. Up until then, the depot had been stories and rumors and lines on a history assignment. A ghost structure. Now there it was, under a pale blue sky, solid and ugly and waiting. I opened my mouth to say something, what? I don't know, and realized what was off. The birds had stopped. A minute before, we'd heard the intermittent chirp and chatter you get in any patch of woods. Now, as we stood there in front of the fence, the world seemed to have taken a breath and forgotten how to let it out. The wind died down. The signs clacking slowed and then stilled. My own breathing sounded suddenly too loud. I could hear the air dragging in and out of my nose, the faint rasp in my throat. Mike must have felt it too, because he leaned forward, squinting through the fence, and whispered. "You feel that?" Feel what I whispered back, though I already knew, like it's waiting. We stood there a while, staring through the chain link at a concrete hump in a clearing, the kind of thing that would be boring in any other context. Then, just as the silence stretched from uncomfortable to something almost physical, it broke. A sound rolled out from somewhere beyond the trees. It wasn't loud. If we'd been talking, we might have missed it. But we weren't. So we didn't. A low, muffled boom. So distant it sounded like it came through layers of earth before reaching us. Not the crack of a gunshot, not the sharp snap of a tree falling. It was heavier than that, rounder, a sound with weight. It lasted a second, maybe two, enough for my brain to register thunder. Except when I glanced up, the sky above the branches was clear. No clouds gathering on the horizon, no chill wind sweeping in. Just that same empty blue dome. I looked left and right along the tree line, half expecting to see a quarry truck or construction equipment, something to make the sound ordinary. Nothing. Just the fence, the sign, the bunker mound half in shadow. Beside me, Mike snorted, the sound too loud in the quiet. "Guess they're still doing ghost artillery practice," he said, trying for a joke and almost landing it. "Gotta keep the dead sharp. Can't have 'em getting rusty." I laughed. I did. It came out thin and brittle, but it was a laugh. That's what you do when you're 17 and standing at the edge of something that brushes against the part of you still young enough to be afraid of the dark. You make jokes and pretend your chest didn't tighten at the sound, because mine did. Just a little. A small knot right beneath my sternum. The kind of feeling you get when someone says your name in a crowd, but you can't quite locate where it came from. We didn't go in that day. We told ourselves we weren't prepared, that we needed better flashlights, maybe a printout of some old map, more time before the sun went down. Recon, Mike reminded me. This was just recon. We stayed maybe another 5 minutes, memorizing the lay of the land, counting the fence posts, spotting where the metal sagged. Then the wind picked up again. The sign started its soft clacking, and somewhere off to our right, a bird finally chose to break the silence with a single, tentative chirp. The spell, if that's what you want to call it, broke. We turned away from the fence, walked back through the trees, found our bikes where we'd left them. The ride home felt shorter. The town, when it came back into view with its ugly water tower and low buildings, looked both more comforting and more fragile than it had that morning. By the time I rolled my bike up our driveway and let the screen door slam behind me, the boom in the woods had already started to feel like something I could file under weird but explainable. Old machinery, distant hunters, sound playing tricks. That's the thing about these moments. You never recognize the edges of them until you're on the other side. Back here, now, in this little apartment with its beige carpet and humming fridge, I can see that Saturday as clearly as if I were still standing at that fence. I can still hear that distant boom, feel the quiet press in around us, and I can tell you this. After the shower the other night, the one where the water felt too hot, and my skin didn't look like skin for a second after I saw the handprint on my hallway wall and stood there staring at it until my towel went cold. I went to bed because I didn't know what else to do. I woke up around 3:30 in the morning, throat dry, head foggy. The apartment was dark except for the soft orange glow from the parking lot lights bleeding around the edges of the blinds. On my way to the kitchen for a glass of water, I passed the spot on the wall where the handprint had been. I stopped, put my fingers out to touch it, just to prove it was still there. They came away dusty. Under the dim light from the living room lamp, I'd left it on without realizing I could see a faint line of dark powder on my fingertips, like soot or ash. The outline on the wall looked a little less defined, as if it had spread. The edges smudged further into the paint. I wiped my fingers on my pajama pants and pretended it was nothing. Just dirt. Just some weird reaction with the paint. But walking back to bed, I couldn't shake the feeling I'd had at that fence all those years ago. That something on the other side of a boundary steel. Concrete. Time. Whatever you want to call it, had shifted its weight, and that it had finally decided to move. 2.1. Preparing for the adventure. If you'd watched us that week at school, you would have thought we were planning something stupid but harmless, and you'd be half right. A couple days after our recon mission, the depot went from weird idea to full-blown obsession for Mike. In English, while Mrs. Hart droned on about symbolism in The Great Gatsby, he slid a folded piece of notebook paper onto my desk like we were in some kind of spy movie. I opened it under the cover of my book. He'd drawn a map, not a good one. It was basically a bunch of lines and X's and little scribbled trees. But he'd labeled things road, bikes here, fence, first bunker. There was a dotted line with an arrow going through where he thought the fence sagged more, and a question mark near the spot where we'd heard the boom. On the back, he'd written Operation Easy A in block letters. I glanced over at him. He raised his eyebrows, grinning, pen poised like he was ready to add Phase 2 the second I approved. During chem, we whispered over our worksheets. If we find an actual skeleton, Mike murmured, "That's automatic A, right? Maybe even extra credit. I don't think looting a crime scene is on the rubric," I said, watching the teacher's back as he wrote on the board. "And it'd probably be a deer or something anyway." Mike shrugged. "We'll squint and say it's a soldier. Carson can't prove it isn't." We weren't the only ones not paying attention. The whole class had that end-of-afternoon glaze, eyes heavy, pens moving just enough to look busy. Outside, the sky was the flat, relentless blue of early fall, the kind that makes you wish you were anywhere but inside under fluorescent lights. At lunch, Mike spread the map out on our table between a greasy slice of pizza and an open bag of Cheetos, jabbing at it with a cheese-coated finger. "Look," he said around a mouthful. "We go further this time. We've got the fence, we've got the bunker, we go in, we document, we get sick pictures of old army stuff. Maybe we bring back a souvenir. Done." "What kind of souvenir?" I asked. He thought about it. Shell casing, old sign, maybe a cursed gas mask. "We can put it in your room. Great for the vibes. My mom will throw it out the second she sees it," I said. "And also, I'm not trying to get lymphoma from whatever chemicals are in there." "Relax," he said. "If the government was going to let kids die from old bomb fumes, they'd at least put up a newer fence." I rolled my eyes. But the truth was, part of me liked how sure he sounded. Like this was just another dumb teenage adventure. No more dangerous than sneaking into the community pool after hours. After school, the hallways smelled like sweat, floor cleaner, and the faint metallic tang of the soda machines by the gym. Kids clustered around them, feeding in crumpled dollar bills in exchange for cold cans that hissed and clunked down into metal slots. Mike and I grabbed cheap pizza slices from the corner place next to the school, a joint with sticky floors and red plastic booths that somehow always smelled like oregano and fryer oil, no matter what time you went in. We ate on the walk home, folding the slices in half to keep the orange grease from dripping on our shoes. My neighborhood was pure suburban compromise, small houses, patchy lawns, cars parked half on the curb because the driveways were too short. You could tell which families had money from the paint jobs and the landscaping. Ours fell somewhere comfortably in the middle siding, a little faded. Lawn mostly grass with just enough dandelions to look normal. My room was at the back of the house, the smaller of the two bedrooms because my parents had given the larger to future guests who almost never materialized. My walls were a collage of mismatched posters bands, a couple of movie posters, a torn-out magazine photo of a mountain range I'd never see in person. The carpet near my desk chair was worn down to a smoother texture from years of shuffling my feet while I did homework or scrolled online. The desk itself was a cheap, laminated thing my dad had picked up at a yard sale. The surface was covered in little crescent-shaped scratches from where I used to spin my pencil and drag it absent-mindedly as a kid. My game console sat under the TV. Controllers tangled in a way that made me silently promise I'd organize them tomorrow, every time I saw them. That evening, my homework was getting ready to break into Army property. I opened the closet and hunted for the old backpack my dad had used when he went through his brief hiking on weekends phase. It was an Army surplus thing he'd bought online, faded green canvas. Too many pockets, straps like it was built to carry actual equipment instead of snack food. It smelled faintly of dust and old leather. I piled it on my bed and started loading it up. First, flashlights. We had a couple of small ones in the kitchen junk drawer for when the power went out in storms. But they barely lit up the inside of a cupboard. I knew we'd need something stronger. I'd managed to talk my dad into buying a mag light a year ago after a storm knocked out the power, and he spent 20 minutes cursing in the dark. It was one of those heavy metal ones you could probably use as a weapon if you had to. I found it in the hall closet. Batteries still good. Beam bright when I clicked it on. I tossed it in the bag along with a smaller plastic flashlight from under the sink, just in case. Next, a camera. This was before everyone had decent cameras in their pockets. My phone at the time could technically take pictures, but they all looked like they'd been shot through a dirty aquarium. I dug out my little digital camera from my desk drawer. It was a hand-me-down from an older cousin. Chunky and silver with a screen that scratched easily. The resolution wasn't great, but it was better than nothing. I checked the batteries, slipped in an extra memory card, and added it to the growing pile. Food was the easiest part. I raided the pantry for non-perishables, a couple of granola bars, a bag of Cheetos, a small pack of beef jerky. From the fridge, I snagged 2 bottles of water and a can of Mountain Dew I'd been saving. In a moment of what I thought was brilliance, I added a Ziploc bag in case we needed to collect samples. As I was zipping the bag up, my phone buzzed on the desk. It was a text from Mike. Got the recording thing. We're ghost hunters now. I typed back, what recording thing? His reply came a second later. Dad's old tape recorder. Still works. We get creepy sounds equals instant extra points. A mental image flickered through my head, an old cassette recorder, buttons clicking, tape wheels turning. The last time I'd seen one in person was in elementary school, when a substitute teacher played us a story on one that squealed every time she fast-forwarded. I sent back a thumbs-up emoji and dropped my phone on the bed. That night, I tried to do actual homework for a while. The history textbook open in front of me, notes scattered, but the words on the page blurred into each other. My eyes sliding off dates and names. My mind kept drifting to that sagging fence, the faded sign, the concrete hump in the clearing. By the time I crawled into bed, the house was quiet in that special way it gets after midnight. The TV in the living room was off. My parents' door was closed, a sliver of light under it gone dark hours ago, outside. The streetlight painted a pale rectangle on my ceiling through the blinds. I rolled onto my side, facing the wall where my posters were. A band I barely listened to anymore stared back at me, mid-jump on stage, frozen in neon lights. I told myself I should sleep. Big adventure tomorrow. Long bike ride. Breaking and entering. Needed to be rested for that. At some point, thoughts dissolved into dream. I was standing in a room I didn't recognize. The walls were concrete, but they weren't cold. The whole space was suffused with a deep, pulsing orange light, like the inside of an oven. The air shimmered. The ceiling felt too low. Something crackled around me. Not leaves, not static. A louder, harsher crackling, like fat hitting a hot pan, multiplied 100 times. I couldn't see the source. The edges of my vision were too bright, blown out. Everything smeared by the glare. The heat pressed against my skin in a way that felt almost intimate, like hands. I tried to move, but my boots felt glued to the floor. I remember looking down and thinking, absently, boots. I didn't own boots like that. Heavy, scuffed leather with dark laces, not mine. The crackling swelled, layered with something else, a low roar, like a distant freight train. My chest tightened. The air tasted like metal and smoke. I woke up with my heart hammering and my t-shirt stuck to my back. The room was dark. The only light, that faint orange rectangle on the ceiling from the street lamp outside. For a second, the dream and the present overlapped, and I could almost believe the glow was coming from somewhere closer. Something burning just beyond my door. I sniffed the air. There was a smell, faint. But there, not the usual mix of detergent and whatever my mom had cooked for dinner. Something sharper, smoky. I sat up, listening. The house was quiet. No crackling, no popping, no alarm, no distant sirens. Just the hum of the refrigerator down the hall and the occasional tick of the baseboard heater cooling. Neighbor's fireplace. I whispered to myself. It was the simplest explanation. Some people in the neighborhood still had working chimneys. Someone could have thrown a few logs on late. I lay back down, staring at the ceiling, waiting for my pulse to slow. Eventually, sleep took me again. But it was lighter this time, full of half-formed images of trees and concrete and signs banging in the wind. Over the next few days, as the plan solidified, something else started happening. Little sounds. I'd be at my locker between classes, spinning the combination dial, when I'd hear a faint tap, tap, tap that didn't quite fit with the usual hallway noise. Not someone slamming a door or dropping a book, more precise. Rhythmic, like knuckles on metal. I'd pause, look around, but everything would be normal. People laughing, locker doors banging, sneakers squeaking on linoleum. During math, I'd be half listening to the teacher drone about equations when a soft, hollow clink would echo from the air ducts above, as if something small and metallic had just moved inside them. The sound would die before anyone else seemed to notice. In the cafeteria, between the roar of hundreds of voices and the clatter of trays, I'd catch a stray sound that didn't belong, a short, distant boom. So low it was more a feeling than a noise, rattling in my chest for a heartbeat before vanishing. I laughed it off when I thought about it. Told myself I was just keyed up because we were doing something we weren't supposed to. Brain on overdrive, looking for patterns where there weren't any. That's what brains do. They find faces in clouds, monsters in shadows, significance in coincidence. Back then, I figured the tapping, the clinking, the phantom booms were just that, nerves, primed by our stupid little plan. Anxious ears picking details out of the noise. It never crossed my mind that something might already be picking me out of the noise too. 2.2. Deeper into the forest. The second trip didn't feel like recon. It felt like crossing a line. Saturday showed up exactly how Mike had promised: clear sky, cool air, Just enough warmth in the sun to make you think summer isn't quite done with us yet. I woke up before my alarm, heart already going like I'd had 3 cups of coffee instead of none. At breakfast, my mom was standing at the counter, putting peanut butter on toast for herself and flipping through a coupon booklet. The TV in the living room murmured something about the weather. "You and Mike still going to the mall?" she asked without looking up. "Yeah," I said, buttering my own toast with more force than necessary. "Gotta work on that history thing. We'll probably hit the food court after. Text if you're gonna be late," she said. "Don't make me call his mother." My dad came in from the hallway, buttoning the cuff of his flannel shirt. He poured coffee, took a sip, made a face like it was too hot, and swallowed anyway. "Roads'll be busy later," he said. "Y'all be careful on those bikes. People don't look for you. You're just speed bumps to them. Nice visual." "Thanks," I said. He smirked. "Gets the point across. They weren't suspicious. Why would they be? I was the dependable one. The kid who did his homework and didn't get detention. If I'd told them we were going to an old munitions depot in the woods, they would have shut it down in 2 seconds flat. That's the thing about being trusted once you start lying. It works really well for a while." I left the house with my backpack slung over one shoulder, the weight of the flashlights and water bottles and camera thumping lightly against my spine. The morning air had that damp chill that climbs up your sleeves and nestles at the back of your neck. Mike rolled up to my driveway right on time. As usual, somehow managing to look like he'd woken up 5 minutes ago and yet had plenty of energy. He had his own backpack, the bottom bulging with something metal that clinked when he dropped the kickstand. "You bring the big light?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, patting the bag. "You bring your recording equipment or whatever." He grinned and unzipped his pack just enough to show me the edge of a small, battered tape recorder with actual physical buttons and a little plastic window where the reels would spin. It was even uglier than I'd imagined. "Vintage," he said. "Ghosts love analog." We set off. The first part of the ride was the same as before: houses, mailboxes, the old guy on the corner raking leaves into messy piles he'd inevitably have to redo. We passed a couple walking a tiny dog in a sweater, the animal's nails clicking on the sidewalk, its breath puffing little clouds when it barked at us. "Morning," the man said. "Hey," I called back, forcing a smile, like we were just 2 kids going to get pizza and loiter somewhere. We rode out past the school, its parking lot mostly empty on weekends except for a few teacher cars and one lonely minivan. The building looked different without students, more like a warehouse than a place people were supposed to learn things. The farther we got from town, the more the scenery stretched out. We crossed the small bridge over the creek, water glinting below like a strip of torn foil. The last gas station loomed ahead, its sign blinking the price per gallon, as if that number mattered in the grand scheme of things. An old man in a truck filled up his tank, staring at the pump like he hated it personally. We could have stopped for snacks, but this time we didn't. We already had what we needed. It felt weirdly like we were on a schedule, even though no one had told us when to be anywhere. The road narrowed. Cracks split the asphalt into crooked spider webs. A crow watched us from a telephone line as we passed, head cocked, black eyes beady and unbothered. Then, gradually, the man-made sounds thinned out. No more whine of tires on pavement behind us. No more distant bass thumping from someone's car stereo at a red light. The hum of the highway that had been a low, constant presence in the background faded until I realized I couldn't hear it at all. What took its place was a quieter kind of noise, the rub of our bike tires against the road, the rhythmic click of chains, the faint huff of our breaths. A chorus of insects chirped somewhere off to the sides, rising and falling like a static-filled radio station. Every now and then, the raw caw of a crow tore across the sky. The air smelled different too, less exhaust, more dirt and leaves. We turned off where the asphalt gave way to something like a country lane, packed earth with gravel scattered on top. The ride got bumpier. My handlebars vibrated in my hands, a low, steady buzz. After a while, the shape of the forest began to gather itself ahead, a thick line of darker green rising up on the horizon, swallowing the road between trunks and shadows. "Here," Mike said, slowing down. We veered off the track into the grass, bikes bouncing over uneven ground until we reached a stand of scrubby trees thick enough to hide them. We laid the bikes down gently, helmets dangling from the handlebars. "Hope no one jacks these," Mike said. "Yeah, because there's tons of traffic out here," I replied. We pushed through the undergrowth on foot, the memory of our last visit acting like a compass. The ground sloped gently downward, the trees knitting closer together as we approached the perimeter we'd found days before. Soon, the dull gleam of metal appeared between the trunks. The fence. It looked smaller somehow now that we knew it was there. Or maybe that was just the effect of seeing it twice, familiarity shaving off some of the awe. But when we stepped into the little clearing in front of it, facing the sagging chain link and the tired army sign, something in my throat still tightened. The sign moved in the breeze again, tapping against the fence with a monotonous clack, clack, clack. The sound was softer than I remembered, but maybe that's because now I was listening for everything. "Entrance is down this way," Mike said, pointing to the left. We walked along the fence, fingers brushing leaves, boots crunching over twigs and old pine needles. I kept expecting to see fresh tire tracks, footprints, beer cans, signs that someone had been here recently. There was nothing. About 20 yards down, the fence dipped. At some point, maybe long before we were born, someone had cut through the chain link near the bottom and bent it back. The opening was wide enough for a person to slip through if they ducked. The cut edges were curled and jagged. The metal turned a dull orange where it had rusted. "After you," Mike said with a flourish. "Generous," I said, but I knelt down anyway. As I pushed on the bent section, the whole thing shuddered. The links rubbed against each other and against the metal posts with a harsh, rattling jerk, like a handful of loose chains being dragged across a floor. The sound seemed too loud in the hush of the trees, echoing off trunks and vanishing into the undergrowth. I hesitated, one knee in the dirt, hands gripping the cool, rough steel. On the other side of the fence, the ground looked exactly the same, brown and green and uneven. The trees were just trees, but there was this impression, like the air a few feet in front of me was thicker, not colder, not warmer, just heavier. My ears popped softly, the way they do in an elevator when you go up too fast. It was such a small sensation that if I'd been moving, I might have ignored it. But kneeling there, frozen for a second, I registered it clearly, a tiny pressure change, as if I were ducking my head under the surface of a pool. I could have backed out, told Mike I'd changed my mind, that it was too stupid, that I didn't want to risk a trespassing charge or stepping on an old landmine or whatever my overactive brain could conjure. Instead, I took a breath, ducked my head, and pushed through. For half a heartbeat, the fence scraped against my backpack with a metallic shriek, and my shirt snagged on a sharp edge, tugging at my skin. Then I was on the other side, the ground solid under my sneakers, the world looking almost exactly the same and somehow very different. I straightened up and turned around as Mike squeezed through behind me. "See," he said, letting the fence spring back into place with another rattle. "No lasers, no snipers, just nature and neglect. Don't jinx it," I muttered. We stood there for a moment, listening. The difference was subtle, but it was there. The insect chorus seemed a little more distant, like the sound was coming through a layer of glass. The wind didn't feel as free. It moved through the trees in slower, heavier gusts, pushing branches instead of flicking them. We found what must have once been a service road. It cut through the trees in a faint, straight line, the only straight thing in a landscape of organic angles. The ground there was more compacted, flecked with old gravel half swallowed by dirt. Here and there, the ghost of tire tracks pressed into the surface, softened and blurred by years of rain and fallen leaves. We followed it. The trees on either side were different from the ones we'd passed outside the fence, less random. They stood in near rows, roughly evenly spaced, as if someone had planted them deliberately years ago and then forgotten about them. Their trunks were thinner than the older trees, their branches weaving together to make a ceiling of interlocking shadows. The light changed. It wasn't dark, not really, but it wasn't open either. Sunlight filtered down in narrow beams that painted knives of brightness across the road and left everything else in a soft, muted gray-green. Every sound we made seemed to land harder. Twigs snapped under our shoes with crisp little cracks. When Mike kicked an old rusted can that had been hidden in the leaves, it rolled into a shallow ditch and hit something metal with a hollow tang that bounced back at us in a weird, lingering echo. We started passing old signs, not on posts anymore. Those were mostly gone, but lying half-buried in leaf litter, edges corroded. I nudged one with my toe and flipped it over. The yellow paint was mottled and peeling, the black stencil letters warped, but I could still make out the words. Caution. Explosives storage area. Another lay a few yards away, mostly covered in dirt. I brushed some of it aside and saw a red border and the faint outline of a skull and crossbones. The kind you'd see in a cartoon, except this didn't feel funny at all. "Cheery," Mike said. "Really sets the mood. Maybe we should have brought some, like, hazmat suits," I said, only half joking. "We've got Cheetos," he said. "They'll protect us. Nuclear orange." We walked on. At one point, we both stopped at the same time. It wasn't planned. Our feet just halted. I'd been listening to our footsteps, the twin rhythm of crunch and crack. Then, layered underneath, I thought I heard a third set, lighter, a fraction out of sync. The kind of thing you don't notice until it stops exactly when you do. My spine prickled. "Did you hear I started?" "Yeah," Mike said quietly. We turned together. The road behind us was empty. The trees stood there in their arranged rows, branches moving slightly in the slow breath of the forest. Shadows stretched and pooled. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Not really. Not without breaking the illusion by moving. Probably an animal, Mike said after a second, but his voice lacked its usual bounce. "Yeah," I said. "Deer. Squirrel. Bigfoot." We stood there a little longer. waiting for some obvious thing to reveal itself and make us feel stupid. Nothing did. Eventually, Mike shrugged it off with an exaggerated roll of his shoulders. Come on, man. It's just quiet. You're letting it get in your head. Maybe I was. But as we turned back and started walking deeper into the depot, each step carrying us further from the fence and the world where we could still pretend this was just a dumb school project. I couldn't shake the sense that something out there had paused when we did, like it was matching our rhythm, listening. 2.3. The first bunkers. The service road bent slightly to the right, and then the trees thinned just enough for us to see it properly. The first bunker looked like somebody had tried to bury a shipping container and gotten bored halfway through. It rose out of the slope in a low, squat mound of concrete, the top and sides swallowed by dirt and moss and the creeping ambitions of plant life. Roots clung to the cracks like pale fingers. One corner had sunk a little over the years, giving the whole thing a slightly tilted, listing look, like it was slowly being pulled back down into the ground. At the front, where the earth had been cut away, a steel door squatted in a rectangular frame. It had once been painted some dark, serious color. Now it was mostly flaking rust and patches of exposed metal. The hinges had sagged under its weight, so it hung a few inches off, true. There was just enough of a gap at the top and bottom to see a suggestion of darkness behind it. Hell yes. Mike breathed. Level 1 unlocked. We approached slowly, the way you do when you're not sure if something is dead or just sleeping. Up close, the door's surface was pitted and rough, peppered with little scars of corrosion. Someone had spray painted a crude smiley face on it at some point, but the weather had smeared the features into a dripping, distorted expression that didn't look happy at all. I put my hand on the edge and pushed. The door moved with a reluctant groan, metal complaining against metal. It swung inward a foot or so before sticking, grinding against something on the floor. That was enough. A wedge of dim light spilled inside, cutting into stale darkness. After you, Mike said again. But this time there was a note of genuine eagerness instead of just teasing. I clicked on the mag light, the beam slicing through the gloom in a clean, white cone. Inside. The air hit me like an old memory, damp and cool, with the earthy tang of mold and something older. It was the smell of basements that hadn't been opened in a long time, of wet cardboard and forgotten boxes. The light caught bare concrete walls, their surfaces rough and stained. The bunker wasn't huge, maybe 20 feet deep and 10 across. A long rectangular room with a low ceiling that seemed to press down just enough to encourage a slight hunch in your shoulders. We stepped over the threshold. Our footsteps echoed more than they should have. Each scuff of rubber on concrete bounced back at us a fraction of a second later, warped and hollow, as if there was another pair of feet half a step behind ours, mimicking us imperfectly. Spooky, Mike said, his voice dropping to a stage whisper that just made the echo worse. The sound ricocheted off the walls, layers of spooky overlapping in a ghostly chorus. Don't do that, I said, but couldn't help a small, nervous laugh. The beam of the flashlight skimmed along the walls, catching patches of graffiti sprayed and scratched into the concrete over the years. Teenagers had been here. Definitely. Names: Payeta 92. Matt was here. R.I.P. Tyler. Crude drawings, anatomically ambitious dicks, stick figures with X's for eyes, a couple of pentagrams done with varying degrees of effort. One particularly elaborate piece depicted what I think was supposed to be a skull, wearing night vision goggles. Near the entrance, someone had written Class of '89 in big black letters. The paint had run in places, giving the numbers dripping tails. "See," Mike said, tapping the air just short of the wall. "Tradition. We're just following in the footsteps of degenerates past." He pulled out his phone, which had a camera slightly better than mine, and started taking pictures. The click of the shutter sounded unnaturally loud in the enclosed space. I snapped a few photos with my digital camera too, the door from inside, the graffiti, the way the light fell in a rectangle near the entrance and left the far end of the room in shadow. The deeper corners held little but debris, a rusty, bent folding chair, a length of chain coiled in a corner like a sleeping snake, an old beer can so faded it was almost just silver again. "This one's lame," Mike decided after a few minutes. "No skeletons. 0 out of 10. It's literally an empty concrete box," I said. "What were you expecting? A treasure chest?" He sighed dramatically. "Onward to glory." We stepped back out into the daylight, blinking as our eyes adjusted. The forest seemed brighter after the bunker's gray interior. The colors too sharp for a moment, greens and browns, and the washed-out blue of the sky between branches. We found the second bunker not far away, hidden just enough that you could walk right by if you weren't looking for the shape of human geometry in the chaos of trees. This one was bigger. The mound of earth and concrete rose higher, and more of its front was exposed. The slope cut back further. The doorframe yawned wider, and the door itself was missing entirely. Just a pair of rusted hinges hanging like broken arms on either side. Stepping inside felt different. For one thing, it was darker. The light from the entrance only reached halfway back, leaving the rear of the room drowned in deeper shadow. For another, the smell changed. It still had that damp basement odor, but underneath it was a faint, sour note. A chemical tang that reminded me of cleaning products or the storage closet at school where they kept the industrial-strength solvents. It prickled faintly at the back of my nose. The beam from my flashlight found more debris here. Broken wooden pallets leaned in a shattered stack against one wall, nails sticking out at odd angles like teeth. Discarded lengths of plastic sheeting lay crumpled and stiff in a corner. Edges curled, a few small. Cylindrical shapes gleamed dully near the back. "Dude," Mike breathed, already moving towards them. "Is that careful?" I said, more sharply than I intended. He slowed down, but didn't stop. I followed, angling the light so we could see better. On the floor, scattered like someone had dropped them carelessly decades ago, were a handful of old shell casings, empty, dull brass gone almost brown with oxidation, but unmistakable in shape. Some were dented. One was bent nearly in half. "Now we're talking," Mike said, crouching down. He picked one up between thumb and forefinger, turning it so it caught the light. "It's spent." "Relax, still," I said, scanning the room, half expecting a siren to start blaring from nowhere. Maybe they left some live ones. I don't know. He turned the casing toward me so I could see the empty, dark hole. See no bang, just history. He dropped it into his backpack with a small metallic clink. Above us, on the ceiling, the flashlight beam passed over a broad, irregular patch of darkness that made my hand pause. The concrete there was stained a much deeper gray, almost black in places. The edges of the patch were fuzzy, feathered, like smoke had once rolled along the surface in thick waves, clinging before finally giving up and drifting away. It reminded me of the marks you see above stoves that have been used too long without a vent, or the ceiling above a fireplace that someone never bothered to repaint. Except there was no chimney here, no hearth, just flat concrete and ghosts of something burned a long time ago. "You see that?" I asked quietly. Mike followed my gaze. For once, he didn't have a quip ready. He stared up at the stain for a moment, lips pressed together. "Guess they did more than just store stuff in here," he said. "Maybe some idiot smoked near the wrong crate." The chemical smell seemed to spike as he said it. I inhaled reflexively and immediately regretted it. It was faint, but it was there, a sharpness that sat high in my sinuses, like the warning prickle before you cough. I swallowed, suddenly aware of how dry my mouth was. "Let's not hang out in this one too long," I said. "I don't know what kind of crap is in the walls." Yeah, he said. "One more pic." He raised his phone, snapping a photo of the ceiling stain, then panned down to get a shot of the pallet graveyard and the scattering of shell casings for our research. The little shutter sound played again, that artificial click echoing softly off concrete. We headed back toward the entrance, our footsteps echoing behind us and ahead of us, overlapping in odd ways that made it hard to tell exactly where we were in the room by sound alone. As we stepped out into the trees, a sudden bang cracked through the forest. It was sharp and immediate, not the distant boom we'd heard by the fence days before. This was closer, more metallic, like a heavy steel door slamming shut somewhere beyond the wall of trees. I flinched so hard the flashlight beam veered wildly, slicing across trunks and splash-lighting a swath of leaves. Mike spun around, eyes wide for a second, before he caught himself and forced a grin. "Okay," he said, raising his voice just enough to carry. "We come in peace, don't shoot." His words bounced off the bunker wall and vanished into the woods. The forest answered with silence. Then, very softly, from somewhere ahead of us, not from the bunkers we'd already seen, but deeper in, came a sound. Tap, pause, tap, tap. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even clear at first whether it was really there or just my imagination connecting random noises, but it had a rhythm to it that made the hairs along my arms stand up. Woodpecker Mike suggested, but without much conviction. "On metal," I said. The tapping continued for a few more beats, slow and deliberate, like someone drumming fingers on a tabletop while they thought about what to do next. Then it stopped. We stood there listening to the absence of it. "Well," Mike said finally, too brightly, "if that's not where the good stuff is, I don't know what is." "You think that's a good sign?" I asked. "Obviously," he said. "Creepy noises. That's how you know you're on the right path. You want a boring project? We can go take pictures of the post office instead." I hesitated, looking in the direction the sound had come from. The trees grew thicker that way, shadows deeper, the path less obvious. Part of me wanted to suggest we call it here. We had photos, notes, real evidence we'd been to historical sites. We could make a decent presentation out of what we already had. But there was another part, the same one that had written Army Depot on the assignment sheet and crawled under the fence that leaned toward the unknown like a plant toward light. "Fine," I said. "Let's go see your good stuff." We started walking again, leaving bunker number 2 behind. As we moved away, I glanced over my shoulder. Just once. The interior of the bunker was a rectangle of shadow behind the empty doorway, its edges too clean, too straight. For a split second, as the flashlight beam swung past, I thought I saw something in that dark, just a slightly darker shape within the black. A vertical sliver beside the doorway, like someone standing just inside, watching us leave. I blinked, stiffened, and the shape was gone. The light showed only empty space and the outline of the far wall. "See something?" Mike asked when he noticed I'd lagged half a step. "Nothing," I said quickly. "Just thought I did." Later, much later, back in my bedroom, the house quiet and my parents asleep, I'd scroll through the photos on my camera and on Mike's phone, building the story we were supposed to tell for school. And in one of the shots of bunker number 2 taken from just outside the entrance, zoomed all the way in, the resolution breaking into blocky pixels, there would be a shadow by the doorway that didn't quite match the geometry of the walls. Too tall, too narrow, the outline of a shoulder. Maybe a head tilted slightly. Mike would say it was a trick of angles, the way the light hit the rough concrete. He'd laugh it off. But sitting cross-legged on my bed, the glow of the screen on my face and the quiet of the house pressing in on all sides, I'd stare at that darker patch and feel the same tightening in my chest I'd felt by the fence and in the woods, and years later, in a shower hundreds of miles away, back in the forest. Though, all I did was turn away and keep walking, following the faint sound of tapping and the promise of whatever waited further in. San 1. The strange bunker. If the first 2 bunkers felt like empty shells, abandoned rooms, where time had mostly just settled and gone to sleep, what we found next felt different from the moment we saw it. We picked up the rails by accident. Past bunker number 2, the overgrown service road thinned until it was more suggestion than path. Just a slightly less chaotic line through the trees. We were about to turn back and cut across open ground when Mike spotted a strip of bare metal half hidden under a carpet of dead leaves. "Dude," he said, nudging it with the toe of his sneaker. "Check it out." I brushed some of the debris away with the side of my shoe. 2 narrow, parallel rails ran off into the trees, half swallowed by dirt and roots. They were old. No question the metal was rusted to a deep, reddish brown. Flakes of it peeling if you looked too hard. Bits of rotted wood from the ties poked through the soil like bones. "Guess they moved stuff around down here." Mike said, "Ammo, explosives, all the fun stuff they didn't want near people." "We are people," I pointed out. "Yeah, but we're the fun kind," he said, already stepping onto one of the rails like it was a balance beam. We followed the tracks. Walking on them felt like cheating on the forest, like we were using some secret, unnatural shortcut that had been carved into the earth and then left to rot. The trees closed in tighter on either side, branches knitting into each other overhead. Every so often, I'd pause and stand with one foot on each rail, just for a second. If I held absolutely still, breath shallow, muscles locked, I could swear I felt something under my soles. Not movement exactly, but a suggestion of it. A tiny vibration in the metal. Like a hum too low to hear, but strong enough to touch. The kind of thing you feel more in your bones than in your ears. "Do you feel that?" I asked once, balancing there with my arms slightly out. "Feel what Mike said." A few steps ahead, he looked back, one eyebrow raised. "Nothing," I said, stepping off. Probably just my imagination. We walked deeper. The rails curved slightly, disappearing into a denser pocket of trees. Beyond, the forest dropped away more sharply. The ground sloped down, and for a while we picked our way along a shallow incline, the tracks digging a thin line through the earth like a scar. Then the trees parted. We stepped out onto the lip of a clearing and saw bunker number 3. The first word that came to mind was bigger. Bigger than the others we'd seen. Wider front, taller mound. It sat in the earth like something that had been forced there, shoved into a wound and left to fester. Most of its body was buried, the hill around it swallowing the upper portion entirely, so only the front face and the top edge of the roof were visible. The entrance was different too. Instead of a door right at ground level, the bunker was cut into the base of the slope. A short, straight flight of concrete steps led down from where we stood, disappearing into shadow. At the bottom of the steps, set back into the earth like the mouth of a cave, yawned the opening. There was no door, or if there had been one, it was gone now, leaving only the metal brackets jutting from the concrete frame like broken teeth. The space beyond was a rectangle of darkness that swallowed the light around it in a way that made my eyes ache if I stared too long. The concrete around the entrance was discolored, where the other bunkers had stains and moss and the generic grime of neglect. This one bore something harsher. The walls on either side of the steps were streaked with irregular patches of deep gray and black, as if smoke had once poured out of that opening and crawled up the surfaces, coating them from the ground up. The marks were thicker near the door, feathering out the higher they climbed. Even from where we stood, several yards back, I could see how the scorched areas seemed to sink into the concrete, not just sit on top of it. Like the heat had bitten down deep enough to change the material itself. The air around us felt wrong. The forest, which had been full of rustle and birdsong and the occasional insect buzz, went oddly quiet. Not completely silent, there was still the faint sound of leaves moving somewhere high above, but everything seemed muffled, like cotton had been stuffed into the world's ears. At the same time, the wind picked up. Not a strong gust, just a steady push of air that slid through the trees and across my face. It should have felt cool. Instead, it carried a subtle warmth. The kind of warmth you feel near a big piece of machinery that's been running a long time. Not hot enough to burn you, but unmistakably coming from something that generates heat. I licked my lips. They were dry. Feel that I asked before I could stop myself. Mike squinted down the steps at the doorway. His hair stirred in the breeze. Feels like a basement, he said. You know that heavy air? I didn't. Our basement at home was always cool. The kind of place you went to in summer to escape the heat. This was the opposite. This felt like a room that had once been too hot and still remembered. Underneath everything, the wind, our own breathing. The faint creak of a branch somewhere, there was another sound. So low I thought at first it was just blood in my ears. A soft, steady hum. Not electrical exactly. More like the distant throb of a generator heard through walls and earth. It didn't change pitch. It didn't get louder or quieter. It just was. You hear that? I asked. Mike cocked his head. Like a fridge, like something running. I said. He shrugged. Place probably had all kinds of shit hooked up. Maybe there's an underground bunker within the bunker. Supervillain lair. We'll find it. Put it in our presentation. Local history and the secret Bond villain base. He nudged my shoulder with his. Come on, Professor. Go get your research. I looked at the steps. They were narrow and steep, the edges worn and slightly crumbly, Moss grew in the cracks, clinging in little tufts of darker green. The shadow from the entrance pooled down them, so the bottom third of the staircase was swallowed in gloom. "You first," I said, which I knew was pointless even as I said it. "Nah," Mike said, grinning. "You're the honor student, the future of America. You gotta document this properly. My job is to provide color commentary. That's not how group projects work," I muttered. "Consider it my gift," he said. "You get to be first person in the spooky murder bunker. Think of the story. Chicks love that stuff. They love guys with felony trespassing records." I said, "Only if they get caught," he replied. Then, in a sing-song voice, "Come on, scaredy cat." I wasn't terrified. Not yet. Uneasy. Sure. Aware that my heart was beating a little too fast. That my palms felt the tiniest bit damp on the flashlight. But the part of me that hated being called scared, being thought of as the cautious one. The boring one flared up just enough to push me forward. "Fine," I said. "Give me the recorder." He pulled the tape recorder from his backpack and handed it over. It was heavier than it looked, with a plastic casing the color of old smoke. When I pressed the record button, there was a soft click and the faint whir of the tape reels starting to turn. "If I die," I said, tucking it into my jacket pocket. "You have to explain this to my parents. If you die." I'm deleting the tape and pretending we studied at the library like good boys. He shot back, "Now go, before I start charging admission." I swallowed once, hard, and stepped to the top of the stairs, up close. The hum felt stronger. It wasn't an actual vibration in the concrete, but my body insisted on feeling it anyway. In my knees, in the base of my skull. The darkness at the bottom of the steps looked thicker from this angle, like a solid thing. I raised the maglite and pointed it downward. The beam carved a path through the shadow, highlighting each step in harsh relief. Dust motes drifted in the narrow column of light, twisting lazily. The concrete walls on either side were close enough that if I stretched my arms out, I could have touched both. I took my first step down. The sole of my sneaker met the concrete with a small, hollow sound that the stairs grabbed and tossed into the space below, sending it back to me as something slightly bigger, slightly less like my own footstep, and more like someone else hiding their weight behind mine. I didn't look back at Mike. I didn't want to see his face. Didn't want an audience for how careful I was being. Second step, third. The air grew thicker with each foot of descent, not just warmer, but denser, like walking into a room where too many people had been breathing for too long. My own breathing sounded loud in my ears, a soft rush in and out. By the time I reached the bottom of the stairs, the beam of the flashlight had begun to reveal the bunker itself, a long, rectangular chamber stretching away from the doorway, walls bare and unadorned. I took one more step, crossing the invisible line between the last bit of outside light and the bunker proper. The smell hit me so hard, it was like walking into a physical object. It wasn't just one smell, it was layers. The bass note was rot, not fresh garbage, not the sour stink of a forgotten lunchbox, but something heavier and older, the kind of decay that sinks into fabric and lingers on air for years. Mixed with it was the unmistakable stench of melted plastic. Anyone who's ever left something on a hot stovetop too long knows that reek, acrid, chemical, with a sharpness that seems to reach up and claw at the back of your sinuses. And woven through those, tying them together in a way that made my stomach clench, was another smell I recognized without wanting to. Burnt hair. If you've never smelled hair burning, it's hard to explain. It's distinct in a way nothing else is. A sickly sweet, oily stink that latches onto your memory and waits there. I'd singed eyebrows and arm hair before lighting grills and candles. Felt that little curl of scent rise up. This was that, multiplied and gone rancid with time. All three smells together hit the back of my throat like a fist. My tongue recoiled in my mouth. My eyes watered. It was strong enough that I could taste it. A bitter, greasy film coating my tongue and the roof of my mouth. It felt like it was seeping into my lungs with every breath, painting the inside of me with something foul. I gagged without meaning to. Bending slightly at the waist, the tape recorder in my pocket picked up the sound, I'm sure, preserving my very dignified first impression of the place. "You good?" Mike called from the top of the steps. His voice sounded weird from down here, far away and thin, like it was coming through a long cardboard tube. "Smells like shit." I managed between shallow breaths. "Of course it does," he said. "It's old. Take some deep breaths. Man, you'll get used to it." I didn't want to get used to it. I tried to cough the taste out of my throat. The sound burst out of me, bouncing off the concrete in front of me, slamming into the far wall, and then coming back a half second later, changed, lower, rougher, like someone else was standing further down the chamber, coughing back at me. For a moment, the echo and the original overlapped, and it sounded like two people in here struggling for the same breath. I straightened slowly, the flashlight trembling just enough to make the shadows dance on the walls. "Yeah," I whispered, more to myself than to Mike. "Real funny. Mike. Real historic. Whatever this bunker was, it wasn't just another empty room. Something had happened here, and the air thick, warm, and foul felt like it was still in the process of remembering it." 3.2 Bones and the handprint. For a second, standing there just inside the doorway, with that smell clawing at my insides, I seriously considered turning around and walking right back up the stairs. But then the beam of the flashlight cut across the floor and showed me just enough to make me move forward instead. The chamber stretched out longer than I'd thought from the entrance. My light reached maybe 2/3 of the way before being eaten by darkness, leaving the far end hazy and undefined. The walls on either side were bare concrete, pitted and stained by years of moisture and whatever else had been done in here. Dark splotches marked the floor in irregular patches. Some were old water stains, the kind that spread in spiderweb patterns where leaks had dripped for decades. Others were different, rounder, with edges too sharp or too blurred, as if something had splashed and then seeped in. It was impossible to tell what they'd been, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know. The flashlight beam picked up tiny motes of dust swirling in the air, twisting lazily through the light like little pale insects. As I stepped deeper, they seemed to move in odd ways, quick flurries where there shouldn't have been drafts, drifting aside like something unseen had just exhaled. Behind me, the stairwell framed Mike in a small, distant rectangle of gray. He hadn't come down yet, hovering at the threshold like he wasn't sure if this was the moment to follow or bail. "How's it look?" he called down. "Any treasure?" His voice bounced off the walls, getting thinner as it traveled, until it didn't sound like him anymore, more like a recording of him being played from the wrong end of a tunnel. "Just smells," I said, my own words sounding thick in my mouth. Hang on. I moved the light slowly along the left wall, then the right, trying to take in as much as I could without letting my eyes linger anywhere they might find something worse than stains. For a minute, there was nothing, just concrete and grime and those scattered dark patches that broke up the monotony in a way that made my brain keep trying to assign them meaning faces, figures, shapes that weren't really there if you looked straight at them. Then the beam swung across the far right corner and hit something pale. I froze. At first, all I registered were shapes, a jumble of light-colored pieces piled haphazardly against the wall, half sunk into a smear of blackened residue. They looked like rocks or chunks of concrete that had fallen from the ceiling irregular, broken, jostled into a messy heap. But I knew they weren't rocks. My body knew before my brain caught up. The hair on my arms lifted. A tight, hollow feeling opened in my chest, like the space just behind my ribs had been scooped out and was waiting for something to fill it. I walked toward the pile as if pulled. Each step sounded too loud. The rubber soles of my sneakers slapping against the floor was with dull thuds that rolled forward down the room, bounced off the far end, and came back at me thicker and out of time with my actual movements. My breathing, louder now, layered over the smell, making it worse somehow, my own exhale carrying that foulness back into my nose. When I was close enough, I stopped and lowered the flashlight beam. The light settled on the heap and stripped away the last of the plausible deniability. Bones. They were bones. Pieces of them, at least. Some long, some small. Some shattered into jagged fragments. The color they'd once been a solid, dry ivory had been corrupted. Parts were still pale, but most of the surfaces had been kissed by flame or smoke, darkened into a patchy mixture of gray, brown, and black. They were tangled with ash and something more solid, a congealed layer of soot and other stuff baked into the concrete beneath. Here and there, the remains fused together, where whatever heat had touched them had been intense enough to half melt and rebind them. My light traced along a curve and stopped. A skull lay tilted in the mess, turned partly toward the room as if listening. The left side was mostly intact, if blackened. The right had collapsed in on itself, the bone fractured and cracked, chunks missing where something had struck or blasted through it. One eye socket was an empty, dark oval. The other was misshapen, edges jagged, the opening narrower, clogged with a mass of darkened residue. The nasal cavity was a dark triangle between them. The teeth, what was left of them, were visible in a crooked line where the jaw hadn't completely disintegrated. Some were black, others a sickly, smoke-stained yellow. A couple near the back were missing. Gaps that looked like missing keys in a piano. For a heartbeat, I couldn't move. Every instinct I had screamed two opposite things at once: get closer and get away. Part of me wanted to lean in until my face was inches away, to catalog every detail, to confirm to myself this was real. Another part wanted to bolt, to put as much distance as possible between me and that corner and this room and the world that had allowed any of this to exist. My knees bent. Before I was conscious of choosing to do it, I found myself crouching down, one hand braced on the floor, the other holding the flashlight steady. The light picked out tiny details I didn't want but couldn't stop seeing. Hair. There were a few clumps of something caught in the char and ash. Not much. Just a couple of wiry strands fused to bone, curling strangely where heat had tortured them. Something dropped from above, a tiny bead of water falling from the ceiling. It hit the floor a foot from my shoe with a soft plip, sending a little explosion of black dust outward. In the quiet of the bunker, even that tiny sound seemed loud. I realized I could hear others, now that I was listening, somewhere toward the back of the room. Water was dripping at irregular intervals. Not a steady faucet-like leak, but a slow, reluctant series of drops, each one separated by a few seconds of silence. Drip, drip, drip. Between those, there was another sound, faint, hard to place, a tiny ticking, like hot metal cooling in the open air. It came and went in irregular bursts, always just at the edge of perception. I could have sworn it was inside the walls, or under the floor, or maybe even somewhere inside my own head. Under all of it, louder than anything else, was my heartbeat. It thudded against my ribs in a stuttering rhythm, too fast, each pulse sending a small shudder through my chest that I could feel in my throat, in my fingers, in the center of my tongue. The bunker seemed to grab the sound and throw it back at me, reshaped. It felt for a moment like I was hearing someone else's heart layered over mine, slightly out of sync. I don't know how long I knelt there, staring at the skull. Long enough for my legs to start complaining. Long enough for the smell to saturate me so completely I was sure it would cling to my clothes forever. Yo. Mike's voice floated down the stairs. You fall in a hole or something? What do you see? I tried to answer, but my throat tightened around the words. The taste in my mouth was thick and bitter, like I'd been chewing on tinfoil. Instead of speaking, I pushed slowly back to my feet. The joints in my knees popped, the sound sharp in the thick air. The beam of the flashlight slid off the bones as I stood, moving across the floor, catching other dark stains, more scattered fragments I hadn't noticed before. There was no sense of order to it, no neat arrangement, just evidence of something violent and final. I turned away from the corner, breathing shallow and fast now, and the light swept across the opposite wall. That's when I saw the handprint. It was about halfway up the concrete, the height where an adult might brace a hand if they staggered or tried to catch themselves. At first, in the beam's sharp white circle, it registered as just another stain in a room full of them. But then my brain caught up and separated it from the rest. 5 distinct fingers, a palm, the rough outline of a thumb set lower and slightly apart. It wasn't crisp, not like ink or paint would have been. Time had blurred its edges, letting them feather into the surrounding concrete. But the core of it, where the center of the palm would have pressed hardest, was darker, dense. The color was a deep, dried brown mottled with black, as if whatever had made it had charred on contact. From the fingertips, faint streaks trailed downward, thin, irregular lines like something thick and wet had once clung there and then run, dragged by gravity before finally drying in place. The trails didn't go all the way to the floor. They stopped partway, like they'd been cut off or absorbed. I found myself stepping toward it. Every inch closer made the smell worse. It was as if the mark had its own radius of concentrated stench, stronger even than the pile of bones in the corner. My gorge rose, but I swallowed it back, forcing my legs to keep moving until I was almost within arm's reach, up close. I could see that the handprint wasn't sitting on top of the concrete so much as sunk into it. The surface around it was slightly rougher. Tiny pits and ridges radiated out from the center, as if extreme heat had spattered the wall with something that had then hardened. eaten a fraction of an inch into the material. The concrete itself bore hairline cracks around the mark, spidering outward in a subtle web. I raised my free hand without meaning to, holding it up next to the print. My fingers hovered a few inches away from the wall, skin prickling with the need to pull back and the compulsion to get just a little closer. The size difference was obvious. The hand on the wall was slightly larger than mine. The palm was broader, the fingers longer and thicker. The middle and ring fingers sat a bit closer together than mine did, giving the whole outline a certain familiarity I couldn't place at first. Then it hit me, it looked like the hand of someone who worked with them. Someone who lifted heavy things often enough that their grip had reshaped their fingers over years. My dad's hands were like that. So were some of the men I'd seen coming off shift from the warehouse. Heavy, solid, with thick joints and calloused palms. This print could have been any of theirs. A guy who clocked in, did his hours, trusted the building around him to hold. Only this wasn't the mark of someone clocking in or out. The thought slid into my head like a knife between ribs. Quiet and precise, whoever left this was still alive when they did it. They'd been hot enough, on fire enough, covered in something awful enough that when they reached out and slammed their hand against the wall, maybe to steady themselves, maybe to try and get away, maybe just because pain does strange things, they branded themselves into the concrete. And then, whatever happened next. The room had been left to cool down around their absence. My fingers trembled in the air. I didn't want to touch it. The idea of my skin making contact with that old, burned-in mark flooded me with a sudden wave of nausea. But at the same time, something deeper pulled at me. A weird, morbid magnetism. Part of me wanted to line my hand up perfectly, see just how much bigger theirs had been, feel if there was any trace of heat left after all this time. I inched closer. The gap between my palm and the wall shrank, down to a breath, down to inches, down to what felt like nothing at all. The smell swelled, rising in my nose and throat, a sickening crest of rot and plastic and burnt hair. Right as the tips of my fingers hovered a hair's breadth from the dark center of that handprint. The bunker exploded with sound. From behind me, near the entrance up where the stair railing met the doorway, came a sharp, metallic clang. It was sudden and absolute, like someone had taken a sledgehammer to a steel beam. The impact shivered through the air, rattling in my teeth, ricocheting down the length of the room and back again. I jerked my hand away from the wall like I'd been burned. For a split second, my brain was absolutely certain of one thing. Something else was in here with me. 3.3. The room wakes up. The clang hit the bunker like a physical blow. I spun around so fast, the beam of the flashlight carved a wild arc across the concrete, slicing over the pile of bones, the stained floor, the empty air, making everything jump in and out of existence in jagged, stuttering flashes. For a moment, I had no idea where the entrance was. The room, which had been a simple rectangle a few seconds earlier, now felt twisted, stretched, like the shadows had rearranged the geometry when I wasn't looking. Every corner seemed deeper. Every flat surface looked like it was hiding something just barely out of sight. The beam jerked from wall to wall, catching shapes that looked like movement, a curve that might have been a shoulder, a darker patch that might have been someone hunched in the corner. Each time I tried to lock onto them, they dissolved into smears of grime and uneven concrete. "Mike," I called, louder than I meant to. My voice shot out of me and slammed into the walls, bouncing back in pieces. "Ike KK." It didn't sound like me. Not exactly. The echo had a different timbre, a fraction of a second delay that made it feel like someone else was calling his name from further outside the bunker. The hairs on my arms prickled. "Mike," I tried again. Throat tight. This time the repetition came back thinner, stretched, as if it had traveled through thicker air. I couldn't hear anything from the stairs themselves. No answering call. No shuffle of sneakers on concrete. Just my own voice, warped and returned by something that didn't quite understand how to copy it. The temperature in the room was wrong. I noticed it gradually, then all at once. The warm heaviness I'd clocked when I first stepped in intensified, turning from a background discomfort into something more aggressive. It felt like someone had turned on a giant heat lamp just above my head. Sweat broke out along my hairline, trickled down my spine under my shirt. My palms grew slick around the handle of the flashlight. Each breath I dragged in felt thick and hot, like inhaling through a car's heater on full blast. The smell, impossibly, got worse. It crawled up my nose and set my sinuses on fire. The rot dug deeper, the chemical sting sharpened, and the burnt hair note rose to the front, coiling around the others until it was all I could taste. It was like standing in a room where something had just caught fire, where plastic was starting to soften and drip and flesh was starting to char. My eyes watered. Tears blurred the edges of the beam. I tried to swallow, but my throat refused, muscles locking for a moment around the hot air. I coughed, a raw, ripping sound that made my chest ache. The echo that came back was jagged, overlapping with something else like another cough, lower and more desperate, tangled with my own. Behind me, something breathed. It wasn't the ambient sound of air moving. It was specific, a stuttering inhale, a wet, ragged exhale, right at the edge of hearing and yet unmistakably close, right behind my left shoulder. Every muscle in my back seized. The skin at the nape of my neck went ice cold even as the heat in the room climbed. For a split second, there was weight there, a pressure just at the base of my skull. Like someone was standing close enough to me that their chest brushed my back with every labored breath. I felt warmth against my neck, not the generalized heat of the air, a focused, damp warmth. The way someone's breath feels when they lean in to whisper in your ear. I jerked forward, spinning on instinct, flashlight whipping around. The beam cut across empty space. No one stood behind me. No one hunched near the bones. No one clustered in the corners. Just stains and shadows and the pale gleam of scattered fragments on the floor. My hand shook. The flashlight trembled in my grip, making the light shiver as it passed back over the wall where the handprint was, for a heartbeat. The dark mark didn't look old. It looked wet. The center gleamed in the light, a slick sheen like oil on water. The streaks running down from the fingertips seemed thicker, newer, like they hadn't finished their slow descent. The edges of the print pulsed faintly, not really moving, but giving the impression of movement, as if the wall itself were breathing through that brand. I blinked hard and swiped at my burning eyes with the back of my wrist. When I looked again, the gloss was gone. The handprint was back to what it had been dried, sunk in, static, but the impression had burrowed in too deep to shake. Something had pressed that mark into the concrete while it was still burning. And in that moment, it was like the bunker remembered it vividly. The low hum I'd noticed earlier grew louder. It wasn't a sound I could point to, not like the echo or the drip or the faint ticking. It was more like the way your body registers the presence of a large engine somewhere nearby through your bones, your teeth, the base of your skull. A vibration without a clear source. It rose in pitch, slowly, the way a generator might when a heavier load is thrown onto it. My breath came shorter now, not just because of the heat and the smell, but because something inside me had shifted from unease to full-on panic. My chest squeezed, a band tightening around my ribs. There was a sharp awareness of how deep underground I felt, how far from the open air. Mike. I tried again, but the word barely made it past my dry throat. Before the warped echo had even finished peeling off the walls, the bunker answered with something else entirely. Krong. The sound detonated directly above us. It wasn't a clap of thunder. It wasn't a dropped object. It was a massive, metallic impact, a heavy, resonant strike that made the entire ceiling vibrate. For a blind, disorienting moment, I was sure the roof had been hit by something from outside, a giant unseen hammer slamming down. Dust rained from the seams in the concrete overhead in a fine, choking cascade. Tiny grains pattered against my hair and the bridge of my nose, glittering in the beam of the flashlight as they fell. The light flickered, just once, but enough. The beam spasmed, stuttered, went dim and then flared back to life. That single stutter twisted the room in my perception, making everything jump by an inch, the bones, the walls, the handprint like reality had skipped a frame. The smell surged in that instant, all at once. It was inescapable. It flooded my head, my lungs, my mouth. It felt like I'd stuck my face directly into the exhaust of an industrial oven where something organic was being incinerated. My eyes burned, tears spilling over and tracking down my cheeks in hot lines. I couldn't get a full breath. The air was there, but every inhale drew more of that burning stink deep into me, like dragging barbed wire down my throat. My chest spasmed. For a fraction of a second, I thought, I'm going to suffocate in here. We were stupid enough to come in here, and I'm going to die because the air itself doesn't want me. Instinct took over. I turned toward where I thought the entrance was, legs already coiling to run. One hand reaching out blindly as if I could grab the doorframe and haul myself toward it. I took a step, and then the world went white. Not a soft, foggy white. Not the dim, diffused glow you get when you walk out of a dark theater into daylight. This was sharp and all-consuming. A blast of light that obliterated edges and colors and depth. For an instant, which could have been a second or an hour, I couldn't see anything but that whiteness. The bunker, the walls, the bones. My own hands all gone. There was no sense of up or down, no floor under my feet, no weight in my limbs. Somewhere in that blankness, the sound changed. The muffled hum snapped into something else. It became a roar, a huge, swallowing roar that filled every space inside my skull, vibrating behind my eyes. It wasn't like a freight train anymore. It was closer, angrier, a wave of noise on top of a wave of something. The smell transformed right along with it. It was no longer the lingering stink of long-cooled damage. It was immediate, scalding. The smoke was no longer a memory clinging to the walls. It was thick in the air around me, fresh and aggressive, shoving into my mouth and nose, and then layered into the roar. I heard them. Voices. They weren't clear enough to make out words. Not yet. Just shapes of sound, shouts cut off mid-syllable. A high, sharp cry. A deeper bellow. The overlapping tones of several men yelling at once, distorted by panic and heat, and the acoustics of concrete walls not built to handle this kind of chaos. The blinding white light broke like glass. It shattered into fragments of images, each one too quick and too bright, but somehow sticking in my mind anyway. Crates, stacked along the walls in neat rows, stenciled with numbers and warnings. A man in coveralls, mouth open in a sound I couldn't hear over the blast, his arm thrown up to shield his face. A sudden bloom of orange and red at the far end of the room, a flower of fire punching outward, shredding the air. Concrete walls shedding dust in sheets as the force hit them, something metallic twisting in the heat, warping like plastic. Another man's silhouette, outlined in light so intense it turned him into a black cutout, arms flung wide. Some part of me knew none of this should have been possible. That I had been standing in a cold, abandoned bunker in the present, not in the middle of whatever nightmare had unfolded here decades before. But my body didn't know that. My skin screamed with the impact of heat. My lungs clawed for air and found only burning. My ears were full of the explosion that had already happened and yet was happening now, wrapped around my senses like barbed wire. It was like the room had decided to wake up and drag me back into the worst moment it had ever held. Later, I would try to break it down, analyze it, tell myself it was some kind of panic attack, that my brain had stitched together everything I'd read and heard into a hallucinatory replay. But in that instant, blinded, deafened, choking on the taste of someone else's last breath, all I knew was this: the bunker wasn't just haunted. It was replaying something. And for reasons I couldn't begin to understand, it had decided I was going to feel it. 3.3. The room wakes up. The clang hit the bunker like a physical blow. I spun around so fast, the beam of the flashlight carved a wild arc across the concrete, slicing over the pile of bones, the stained floor, the empty air, making everything jump in and out of existence in jagged, stuttering flashes. For a moment, I had no idea where the entrance was. The room, which had been a simple rectangle a few seconds earlier, now felt twisted, stretched, like the shadows had rearranged the geometry when I wasn't looking. Every corner seemed deeper. Every flat surface looked like it was hiding something just barely out of sight. The beam jerked from wall to wall, catching shapes that looked like movement, a curve that might have been a shoulder, a darker patch that might have been someone hunched in the corner. Each time I tried to lock onto them, they dissolved into smears of grime and uneven concrete. "Mike," I called, louder than I meant to. My voice shot out of me and slammed into the walls, bouncing back in pieces. Ike KK. It didn't sound like me. Not exactly. The echo had a different timbre, a fraction of a second delay that made it feel like someone else was calling his name from further inside the bunker. The hairs on my arms prickled. "Mike," I tried again, throat tight. This time the repetition came back thinner, stretched, as if it had traveled through thicker air. I couldn't hear anything from the stairs themselves, no answering call, no shuffle of sneakers on concrete, just my own voice, warped and returned by something that didn't quite understand how to copy it. The temperature in the room was wrong. I noticed it gradually, then all at once. The warm heaviness I'd clocked when I first stepped in intensified, turning from a background discomfort into something more aggressive. It felt like someone had turned on a giant heat lamp just above my head. Sweat broke out along my hairline, trickled down my spine under my shirt. My palms grew slick around the handle of the flashlight. Each breath I dragged in felt thick and hot, like inhaling through a car's heater on full blast. The smell, impossibly, got worse. It crawled up my nose and set my sinuses on fire. The rot dug deeper. The chemical sting sharpened, and the burnt hair note rose to the front, coiling around the others until it was all I could taste. It was like standing in a room where something had just caught fire, where plastic was starting to soften and drip and flesh was starting to char. My eyes watered. Tears blurred the edges of the beam. I tried to swallow, but my throat refused. Muscles locking for a moment around the hot air. I coughed. A raw, ripping sound that made my chest ache. The echo that came back was jagged, overlapping with something else like another cough, lower and more desperate, tangled with my own. Behind me, something breathed. It wasn't the ambient sound of air moving. It was specific. A stuttering inhale, a wet, ragged exhale. Right at the edge of hearing and yet unmistakably close. Right behind my left shoulder. Every muscle in my back seized. The skin at the nape of my neck went ice cold even as the heat in the room climbed. For a split second, there was weight there, a pressure just at the base of my skull, like someone was standing close enough to me that their chest brushed my back with every labored breath. I felt warmth against my neck, not the generalized heat of the air, a focused, damp warmth, the way someone's breath feels when they lean in to whisper in your ear. I jerked forward, spinning on instinct, flashlight whipping around. The beam cut across empty space. No one stood behind me. No one hunched near the bones. No one clustered in the corners. Just stains and shadows and the pale gleam of scattered fragments on the floor. My hand shook. The flashlight trembled in my grip, making the light shiver as it passed back over the wall where the handprint was. For a heartbeat. The dark mark didn't look old. It looked wet. The center gleamed in the light, a slick sheen like oil on water. The streaks running down from the fingertips seemed thicker, newer, like they hadn't finished their slow descent. The edges of the print pulsed faintly, not really moving, but giving the impression of movement, as if the wall itself were breathing through that brand. I blinked hard and swiped at my burning eyes with the back of my wrist. When I looked again, the gloss was gone. The handprint was back to what it had been dried, sunk in, static. But the impression had burrowed in too deep to shake. Something had pressed that mark into the concrete while it was still burning. And in that moment, it was like the bunker remembered it vividly. The low hum I'd noticed earlier grew louder. It wasn't a sound I could point to, not like the echo or the drip or the faint ticking. It was more like the way your body registers the presence of a large engine somewhere nearby through your bones, your teeth, the base of your skull. A vibration without a clear source. It rose in pitch, slowly, the way a generator might when a heavier load is thrown onto it. My breath came shorter now, not just because of the heat and the smell, but because something inside me had shifted from unease to full-on panic. My chest squeezed, a band tightening around my ribs. There was a sharp awareness of how deep underground I felt, how far from the open air. Mike. I tried again, but the word barely made it past my dry throat. Before the warped echo had even finished peeling off the walls, the bunker answered with something else entirely. Krong. The sound detonated directly above us. It wasn't a clap of thunder. It wasn't a dropped object. It was a massive, metallic impact, a heavy, resonant strike that made the entire ceiling vibrate. For a blind, disorienting moment, I was sure the roof had been hit by something from outside. A giant, unseen hammer slamming down. Dust rained from the seams in the concrete overhead in a fine, choking cascade. Tiny grains pattered against my hair and the bridge of my nose, glittering in the beam of the flashlight as they fell. The light flickered, just once, but enough. The beam spasmed, stuttered, went dim, and then flared back to life. That single stutter twisted the room in my perception, making everything jump by an inch: the bones, the walls, the handprint, like reality had skipped a frame. The smell surged in that instant. All at once, it was inescapable. It flooded my head, my lungs, my mouth. It felt like I'd stuck my face directly into the exhaust of an industrial oven where something organic was being incinerated. My eyes burned, tears spilling over and tracking down my cheeks in hot lines. I couldn't get a full breath. The air was there, but every inhale drew more of that burning stink deep into me, like dragging barbed wire down my throat. My chest spasmed. For a fraction of a second, I thought, I'm going to suffocate in here. We were stupid enough to come in here, and I'm going to die because the air itself doesn't want me. Instinct took over. I turned toward where I thought the entrance was, legs already coiling to run. One hand reaching out blindly, as if I could grab the doorframe and haul myself toward it. I took a step, and then the world went white. Not a soft, foggy white. Not the dim, diffused glow you get when you walk out of a dark theater into daylight. This was sharp and all-consuming, a blast of light that obliterated edges and colors and depth. For an instant, which could have been a second or an hour, I couldn't see anything but that whiteness. The bunker, the walls, the bones, my own hands all gone. There was no sense of up or down, no floor under my feet, no weight in my limbs. Somewhere in that blankness, the sound changed. The muffled hum snapped into something else. It became a roar. A huge, swallowing roar that filled every space inside my skull, vibrating behind my eyes. It wasn't like a freight train anymore. It was closer, angrier. A wave of noise on top of a wave of something. The smell transformed right along with it. It was no longer the lingering stink of long-cooled damage. It was immediate. Scalding. The smoke was no longer a memory clinging to the walls. It was thick in the air around me, fresh and aggressive, shoving into my mouth and nose and then layered into the roar. I heard them. Voices. They weren't clear enough to make out words. Not yet. Just shapes of sound, shouts cut off mid-syllable. A high, sharp cry. A deeper bellow. The overlapping tones of several men yelling at once, distorted by panic and heat, and the acoustics of concrete walls not built to handle this kind of chaos. The blinding white light broke like glass. It shattered into fragments of images, each one too quick and too bright, but somehow sticking in my mind anyway. Crates, stacked along the walls in neat rows, stenciled with numbers and warnings. A man in coveralls, mouth open in a sound I couldn't hear over the blast, his arm thrown up to shield his face. A sudden bloom of orange and red at the far end of the room, a flower of fire punching outward, shredding the air. Concrete walls shedding dust in sheets as the force hit them. Something metallic twisting in the heat, warping like plastic. Another man's silhouette, outlined in light so intense it turned him into a black cutout. Arms flung wide. Some part of me knew none of this should have been possible. That I was standing had been standing in a cold, abandoned bunker in the present, not in the middle of whatever nightmare had unfolded here decades before. But my body didn't know that. My skin screamed with the impact of heat. My lungs clawed for air and found only burning. My ears were full of the explosion that had already happened and yet was happening now, wrapped around my senses like barbed wire. It was like the room had decided to wake up and drag me back into the worst moment it had ever held. Later, I would try to break it down, analyze it, tell myself it was some kind of panic attack, that my brain had stitched together everything I'd read and heard into a hallucinatory replay, but in that instant, blinded, deafened, choking on the taste of someone else's last breath, all I knew was this: the bunker wasn't just haunted. It was replaying something. And for reasons I couldn't begin to understand, it had decided I was going to feel it. 4.1. The flashover. For a while, there was nothing but the white. It wasn't just in front of my eyes. It was behind my eyelids, inside my skull, stamped into the backs of my retinas. I could have closed my eyes, turned my head, spun in a circle. There was nowhere to go that wasn't that blinding, searing blank. Somewhere in there, something inside me, split. I don't know how else to describe it. One part of me was still me, 17 years old, jeans and a hoodie, sneakers slipping on dusty concrete, the weight of the mag light in my right hand, the cheap tape recorder in my pocket, pressing into my hip. But layered over that, like someone had dropped a second transparency on top of my life, there was another version. He was heavier, older. His clothes weren't a hoodie and t-shirt, they were thick, scratchy fabric that clung in all the wrong places. Coveralls, maybe, stiff with use and sweat and something else. Instead of sneakers, boots wrapped his feet, laces tight across his ankles. There was a sensation of weight on his belt metal, tools, something clinking when he moved. I could feel both at once, my own heartbeat trying to punch through my ribs, and his slower, deeper, used to physical work. My own skin, prickling and sweat slick, and his skin, already worn in rough patches on palms and knuckles. Two sets of lungs trying to occupy the same space in my chest. The white light cracked. Not much, just a hairline fracture, like a pane of glass starting to fail. Through that crack, the world on the other side forced its way in. The far wall of the bunker was lined with crates. They stacked almost to the ceiling, neat rows of dull wood marked with numbers and symbols stenciled in black. Some of the markings I didn't recognize, codes and abbreviations, but even without understanding them, I knew what they were. Ammunition, explosives, boxes full of things designed to blow apart other things far away. I saw a hand, that other hand, broad and calloused, resting for a second on the edge of one crate as he turned to say something to someone behind him. I saw my own fingers curled around the flashlight, the plastic biting into my grip. Then the world detonated. It started as a point of impossible brightness at the far end of the room, a pinprick of orange in the white, and then it expanded, all at once. Light became matter. Fire bloomed out of one of the crates, bursting through wood like it was paper, shards of it becoming shrapnel as they flew. The crate next to it lit up a fraction of a second later, and the one next to that, until the entire stacked wall was a chain reaction. The air turned to pressure. I didn't see the wave of force hit so much as feel it, like the atmosphere itself had decided to move sideways in one violent shove. It punched into my chest, compressing everything inside me, stopping my heart mid-beat. The impact drove the air from my lungs in a soundless grunt. Sound lagged behind, and then arrived all at once. The roar of the blast was beyond loud. It didn't just hurt my ears, it bypassed them completely and vibrated in my bones, rattling my teeth in my jaw. A high, piercing ringing lanced through my head, so sharp it felt like it was drilling straight into the center of my brain. For a second, all other noise disappeared under that shrill, insistent tone. Then the other sounds broke through. Men screaming. Not movie screams. Not the clean, edited yells you hear on TV. These were raw, torn throat sounds, ripped out of people who thought they were just doing their job 5 seconds ago. Somewhere to my left, too close. A voice bellowed right in my ear. Move! Move! It hit with the weight of command, of habit. My body, his body tried to respond. Legs already coiling to run. Hands reaching for balance on a world that had just shifted 3 inches to the side. Time fractured. Everything slowed down. But not in a way that helped. It was like watching a disaster frame by frame, but feeling each frame in real time. I saw a chunk of wood, half a crate lid, spin lazily through the air, edges blackening even as it tumbled. A shard of metal sheet peeled away from a wall, curling like a strip of aluminum foil in a campfire. The fire itself moved in terrifying detail. It rolled across the ceiling in a fast-moving sheet, a flashover, sucking up all the oxygen as it went. The orange and yellow at its edges were almost beautiful, the way sunsets are beautiful when you're not under them. The center was white-hot, brighter than anything I'd ever seen before or since. The heat had weight. It didn't just wash over me, it slammed into me. A physical mass pressing against my front, flattening the fabric of whatever I was wearing against my skin. For a heartbeat. There was almost no distinction between the air and my body. Everything was just heat. My eyelashes curled in on themselves. I felt it small, curling twists at the edges of my vision. My eyebrows shriveled. The skin of my face tightened. A dry, too tight feeling, like it was a size too small all of a sudden. My lips cracked. Every bit of moisture on them fled in an instant, leaving behind a thin, splitting pain that traced itself in lines across the surface. When I tried to suck in a breath, the air that came in was so hot it felt like knives. I could feel my sweat turn to steam. It happened in a blink. 1 second my skin was slick. The next there was this horrible, prickling sensation as the wetness flashed into something else, lifting away from me too fast. It left behind a new kind of dryness, deeper and more desperate, as if my body were being hollowed out from the surface in. My lungs rebelled. They tried to pull air in, instinct overriding sense, but all they got was heat and smoke. It tore down my throat and into my chest like I was inhaling fire directly. My body tried to cough and couldn't. There was no reflex strong enough to eject what was killing me. In the middle of all of that, I looked down. Maybe it was panic. Maybe it was morbid curiosity. Maybe some part of me needed proof that this was actually happening, that this wasn't just a sensory overload produced by a terrified brain. What I saw did not make sense. There were my arms, 17-year-old arms, pale skin, hoodie sleeves pushed up to mid-forearm, the elastic cuff on one wrist, the faint white line of an old scar from when I'd cut myself on a can opening ravioli, the beam of the mag light in my hand, wild and useless in all this brightness. And there were his arms. They were superimposed over mine, slightly offset, as if I were a transparent overlay on someone else's body. His forearms were thicker, roped with muscle earned from lifting, moving, carrying. The skin on them was no longer just skin. It was blistering. I watched, in frozen horror, as tiny clear bubbles pushed up through the surface, forming along the tops of the arms where the heat hit hardest. They swelled and wobbled, some popping, leaving raw, wet patches underneath. The hair on our arms was curling into little black question marks, then vanishing completely as the follicles surrendered. The color changed. Pale skin flushed red, then a darker, angrier hue in places. It was already turning a leathery brown, edges crinkling like overcooked meat. Cracks formed, fine at first, then wider, exposing glimpses of something redder and slicker beneath. I saw both versions at once, if I focused. I could bring one into sharper detail: the hoodie, the unburned skin, or the coverall's sleeve burned away at the elbow. The char, the blistering. But my brain refused to choose. It gave me both, overlaid, so that my teenage hand holding the flashlight was also his burned hand reaching for something that wasn't there anymore. The smell was everywhere now, not just in the air, but in me. Burnt cloth, burnt plastic, burnt. Other things filled my nose, mouth, lungs. It was coming from the walls, from the crates, from the bodies in the room, and from right under my eyes, from my own arms. The scream tore out of me without permission. It started as mine, a high, panicked sound forced through a raw throat, but as it expanded, as it stretched to fill the space inside the bunker, another voice folded into it, deeper, rougher, older. Our screams layered together, one pitched higher, one lower, both climbing, both carrying the same note of animal terror. They twisted around each other in the air, impossible to separate. The sound ping-ponged off the walls, doubled back, wrapped around my head like a physical thing. If you'd been standing outside that bunker, listening, you might have heard one boy screaming, or you might have sworn you heard a man dying in a room full of fire. Inside, with my vision full of crates exploding and my skin trying to crawl off my bones. It felt like both of us were burning at once. 4.2, burning without fire. The white shattered, not slowly, not like fog thinning. 1 second there was nothing but light and heat and noise. The next, everything snapped back into the bunker. The concrete walls, the stained floor, the bones in the corner, the handprint on the wall. No fire, no crates, no men in coveralls, no sheets of flame crawling along the ceiling. It was the same dead bunker I'd walked into, gray, dim, dust hanging in the flashlight beam. But my body didn't get the memo. The heat didn't go away. If anything, it spiked harder now that there was nothing to distract from it. My skin screamed. Every inch of me felt like it had been scraped raw and then held too close to a grill. I gasped, sucking in air that should have been cool and stale. It still tasted like smoke. It still burned all the way down. I looked down at myself for a heartbeat. I saw my hoodie and jeans, worn denim, the frayed spot at my left knee where I'd caught it on a desk, the faded logo on my chest. Normal. Mine. Then the illusion peeled back. The fabric on my arms looked wrong. It was bubbling. Little blisters of cloth swelled up on the sleeves, ballooning like boiling water trapped under a skin. The logo on my chest distorted, letters warping as the material underneath them seemed to soften and melt. Threads snapped in slow, cruel lines, exposing glimpses of what lay under the cloth. It wasn't my usual pale skin. Where the fabric split, I saw red, raw, glistening patches where the outer layer of skin looked like it had been peeled away. In some places, the tissue underneath was an angry, wet pink. In others, darker, almost black, edges curling like burnt paper. I choked on a sound that was half moan, half breath. Without thinking, I dropped the flashlight to free up my hands. It hit the floor hard enough to pop the back panel loose. The batteries stayed in by some miracle, and the light didn't go out, but it spun. The metal casing rolled in a fast, crazy circle, the beam whipping around the room like a spotlight gone berserk. It carved wild arcs along the walls, across the ceiling, over the bone pile, over the handprint, turning everything into a dizzy kaleidoscope of light and shadow. My hands flew to my chest. I clawed at the front of my hoodie, trying to peel it away. The fabric felt wrong under my fingers. It stuck. It clung to me as if someone had soaked it in glue. When I pulled, I didn't feel the easy give of cloth tearing. I felt my own flesh tear. A jagged bolt of pain lanced through my chest, so sharp it made my vision stutter. It was like the fabric had fused to the skin underneath, welded there by heat, and my fingers were ripping at the seam where the two had become one. I screamed. The sound bounced back at me, multiplied and distorted. It didn't sound like a simple shout anymore. It was longer, stretched, with too many textures, my hoarse teenage wail, and under it, a deeper note, as if that other man's throat was tearing open right along with mine. In the spinning chaos of the flashlight beam, shadows danced like panicked animals. I let go of my chest and stumbled backward, then sideways, feet tangling. The bunker tipped for a moment, like the floor had tilted. My shoulder slammed into the wall hard enough to send a shock up my neck and down my arm. The smell was everywhere: burned cloth, burned plastic, burned meat. It filled my head so completely, I was half convinced it was coming from me, that the smoke was rising off my own body in invisible waves. Pain crawled over my limbs in jagged paths. My arms felt like someone had taken sandpaper to them and kept rubbing long after the skin came off. Every movement sent grit grinding into what felt like open wounds, the dust on the air, the dirt on the wall, the sweat sliding through imagined splits. If you've ever scraped your knee on asphalt and then had to run, you know that raw, sticky sting where every step pulls at the scab. Multiply that by 100, spread it across your entire body, and add heat that doesn't let you forget for even a fraction of a second. Get out! Someone yelled. For a second, I thought it was inside my head. Then I realized it was coming from above, from the direction of the stairs. It was Mike, his voice high and cracked in a way I hadn't heard before. But it sounded wrong, like it was traveling through water, thick and slow. The syllables stretched as they came down, muffled and blurred, as if something in the bunker was swallowing parts of the sound before it could reach me. Out, out, et out, out. I could hear other voices layered over his, even though I knew they weren't really there. A woman shrieking, high and sharp, the kind of sound people make when they watch something they can't stop. Someone barking orders in a clipped, military cadence. Words chopped into pieces by the roar, down, get down. We gotta move, move, hit the valves underneath. In short, brutal bursts, came the staccato pop of smaller explosions, ammunition cooking off in the heat, rounds going off one at a time in a deadly popcorn rhythm. Pop, 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 pop. My legs gave out. I didn't decide to drop. My body just folded. Knees hit first, slamming into the concrete hard enough to send pain blooming up my thighs. The impact jolted my teeth, my spine, my already screaming nerves. I didn't stop there. Some primitive part of my brain had latched onto a single idea: put it out. Put out the fire. So I threw myself sideways, rolling. The floor met my shoulder like a fist. Grit bit into the skin through my clothes, each tiny speck feeling like a shard of glass. I rolled again, onto my back, then my other side. My elbows cracked against the concrete, nerves flaring white-hot all the way to my fingertips. Every scrape brought a new wave of agony. Dirty dust and old ash ground into my palms, forearms, the side of my face. In my mind, it wasn't just dust. It was debris from the explosion. It was bits of crate, bits of wall, bits of things I didn't want to name. It was pushing into open burns, embedding itself in raw flesh. I sobbed. The sound ripped out of me between gasps. It wasn't dignified. It wasn't cinematic. It was ugly crying snot, and tears, and spit, and noise. All of it wet, and hot, and desperate. Each breath came in a little hitch, then a ragged pull, then a cough that felt like claws down my trachea. The flashlight, still spinning from where I'd dropped it, finally came to rest, the beam pointing at an angle across the far end of the bunker. The light shook slightly, either because the flashlight hadn't settled completely, or because my vision had begun to vibrate with my pulse. But for a few seconds, the beam held steady enough to paint a strip of illumination along the back wall. Something moved into it. At first, I thought it was just dust swirling thickly, clumping into a vague shape. Then the shape resolved. A figure. It was human only in the vaguest sense, roughly the right height, roughly the right outline: head, shoulders, arms, torso, legs. But everything else was wrong. Flames clung to it without casting much light, like they were trapped inside the form instead of burning on the outside. The edges of the figure shimmered, wavering like heat mirage. The face god. The face looked like a mask someone had left too close to a campfire. Features melted and sagging, the nose half gone, the cheeks fallen inward. The skin had pulled back from the mouth, exposing teeth in a rictus that wasn't quite a grin, wasn't quite a scream. The eye sockets were dark holes. Not empty, you get a sense when something is empty. These had a depth, like if you stared too long, you'd fall in. Its mouth was open. No sound came out that I could separate from the roaring in my ears. But I knew, with the same awful certainty you sometimes get in nightmares, that it was screaming, had been screaming for a long time. The figure stumbled forward a step. Its gait was jerky, uncoordinated, like it no longer remembered how joints were supposed to work. Its arms were held slightly away from its sides, elbows bent, fingers crooked into claws. Each movement left behind a faint smear in the air, as if it were dragging trails of itself wherever it went. My brain tried to split the difference again. Part of me was seeing it there, in that moment, half caught in the trembling flashlight beam. Part of me was seeing him then. During the explosion, running blind and burning, flesh sloughing from bone, trying to find a way out that didn't exist. "Get out," Mike's voice screamed again from somewhere above. Far away. Too slow. Out. Out. Get out. I tried to move. Tried to drag myself toward the stairs, toward that thin rectangle of not quite light at the far end of my blurred vision. My arms protested, muscles shaking. My palms slid in dust and God knew what, leaving streaks on the floor. My knees scraped as I pushed, pain flaring with every inch. I couldn't look away from the figure. It staggered again, its movements weirdly synchronized with the echo of my own attempts to roll and crawl. For a horrible moment, I felt our motions overlapping his panic, my panic, his failing muscles spliced over mine, its head turned slightly, as if it sensed me. The melted ruin of its face seemed to angle in my direction. Those dark sockets found me, pinned me. There was no expression left there, not in any human sense, but I felt something like recognition. My heart seized. The smell hit a new peak, fresh, burnt, like hair and skin. Shan and Fabrice were catching fire all over again, right under my nose. It was so strong my body tried to retch, but there was nothing in my stomach to bring up. Just dry heaves and bile and the taste of smoke. Then the beam of the flashlight flickered, just a small shudder of light. The figure stuttered with it, jumping in place, blurred for a second into 3 or 4 overlapping shapes. When the beam steadied a fraction of a second later, it was gone. No burning man, no staggering silhouette, just the far wall, stained and cracked. Just the floor, dark patches and scattered bone. Only the smell remained, clinging to the air like a living thing, and the echo of movement that had no sound, just that sense of something massive having passed through a space you were standing in a heartbeat too late. "Hey." The word finally punched through the distortion enough for me to understand it. "Hey, answer me." That was Mike, unmistakably now, closer, panicked. I sucked in a breath that scorched all the way down and forced my raw throat to form a word. I coughed, the syllable breaking in half. "Here." The room didn't move. The bones stayed in their corner. The handprint loomed on the wall, dark and patient. The dust hung in the air. The fire was gone, but my skin still believed it was burning. 4, 3, crawling out. I don't know how long I lay there on the floor, half curled in the dust, waiting to burn to death in a room with no fire. What finally cracked through whatever had its hands on my brain wasn't logic or willpower. It was Mike. "Get out." His voice dropped down the stairwell like a stone, heavier this time, edged with a kind of fear I'd never heard from him before. "Get the hell out of there." The words sliced through the roar in my head, through the faint echoes of men yelling things that didn't apply to me anymore. For a second, the screaming in the bunker belonged to me again, just me, not anyone else. I dragged in a breath. It hurt. It felt like I was inhaling broken glass. But it was air. And it was mine. My right hand slid across the floor, fingers clawing for purchase in the gritty dust. They closed around something rough and pitted the uneven edge where the concrete met the wall. I hauled myself an inch forward. The pain moved with me. Every scrape of my palm, every shift of my knees and elbows screamed a message to my brain. "You're ripping yourself open. You're tearing skin off bone." Logically, I knew I wasn't some thin, distant part of me remembered that there was no fire, that my clothes hadn't actually fused to my body, but logic was just a voice at the back of a crowd. My body believed something else. Another inch. My left knee slammed forward, hitting a patch of floor where something small and hard embedded itself right under the kneecap. Bright pain flared up my thigh. I swore without breath, a hoarse little exhale that still managed to echo. "Move!" Mike shouted again. "Come on, man! Get up!" His voice sounded closer now, but warped, like it had to swim through thick water before it reached me. The syllables stretched and wobbled, pieces falling off and bouncing around the bunker. "Move ove v up, up." I got my left hand under me and pushed. The instant my palm pressed down, flame shot up my arm. Not real flame. There was still no visible fire. The room remained stubbornly gray and dim except where the flashlight's beam danced. But my nerves didn't care. They fired anyway, sending signals of flash-fry agony up to my brain for a heartbeat. I saw two versions of my hand again, mine and his, the older man's. Skin split and blistered, fingers blackening at the nails. I yanked my focus away, fixed my eyes on the doorway, a faint rectangle of not quite dark at the far end of my blurred vision, and crawled. Hand, hand, knee, knee. The floor scraped skin. I felt it. The friction rasped across the thin flesh over my kneecaps, ground dirt into the raw patches on my elbows. Each contact sent a stabbing ache up the bone. The air didn't get cooler as I moved. If anything, the heat seemed to follow, pressing at my back, licking at the sides of my neck. My hoodie clung damply to me. Every time fabric shifted, I braced for the agony of pulling melted cloth away from raw flesh. My breath came in short. Dirty pulls. Each inhale shivered, catching halfway down, threatened to turn into another useless cough at some point. My fingers hit the first step. The sharp edge bit into my knuckles. I grabbed it like it was a lifeline, my nails scraping against the concrete riser. The roughness under my skin felt different, cooler. There was a faint relief there, like touching a tile floor barefoot after standing on hot asphalt. That patch of cold against my fingers shocked something in me awake. Up. I wheezed to myself. Up. I got my right foot under me and pushed, leg trembling, the muscle in my thigh jumping as if it might give up at any second. My knee screamed as it took weight. I didn't care. The first stair was a mountain. The second felt worse. My hands groped along the walls, fingers leaving streaks in the dust and grime. In my head, I saw burned palms sliding against concrete, leaving smears of something dark and wet. In reality, when I dared a glance back later, it would be just pale handprints in dust and a couple smudges where my skin had actually broken. At the time, it didn't matter. The pain in my palms felt like it went down to bone. "Come on!" Mike yelled. And now he was right there, a silhouette at the top of the stairs, blocking some of the light. Move, move, move. There was something in his tone that echoed what I'd heard in the flash. Another voice, another man yelling the same word for a totally different reason. My brain layered them together without asking permission. I lurched forward, half crawling, half staggering, shoulders banging against the walls on either side. Each impact sent a bolt of fresh hurt through me. My left hip clipped the wall. Pain flared down my leg. I stumbled and caught myself with both hands, palms slamming into the edge of a step. The jolt made white pop at the edges of my vision. "Don't stop." Mike shouted, "Come on, dude, almost there." He reached down with one hand, fingers stretching. I grabbed for him. His skin was so cold, compared to the air in the bunker, compared to the lava-hot hallucination my nerves were dragging me through. Mike's hand might as well have been plunged in ice. When our fingers locked, a sharp, jolting chill bolted up my arm, cutting through the burning pain for just a heartbeat. He yanked. I stumbled up the last few stairs on adrenaline and pure, stupid survival instinct. The edge of the doorway bit into my shoulder as I slammed into it. Then the world tilted, and I was out. Daylight hit me in the face like a slap, even under the trees, even filtered through branches and leaves. It felt obscene, too bright, too clean. The colors of the forest screamed at my eyes, greens and browns, and the washed-out blue of the sky beyond. All turned up to an impossible saturation after so long in concrete gray. The air outside was cooler, but it didn't feel that way. The first gust of wind that hit my sweat-slick skin was like rubbing salt on a raw wound. It carried the sharp, clean smell of leaves and dirt, and underneath that, a ghost of the bunker's stink clinging to me. The contrast made my nerves flare. I staggered 2 steps away from the entrance. Then my knees gave out for real. I dropped. The ground was softer than the bunker floor, but not by much. Roots and stones jabbed into my ribs and hips as I hit the forest floor. My hands scraped through dead leaves and small twigs, picking up flecks of bark and dirt that embedded themselves in the torn skin on my palms. "Put it out," I was yelling before I even knew the words were coming. "Put it out. Put it out." I slapped at my arms, my chest, my shoulders. My fingers clawed at the fabric of my hoodie, tearing at it like there were tongues of flame licking up the sleeves. Every time I hit myself, pain flared. It felt like I was punching burns. I rolled, trying to smother something that wasn't there. Leaves crunched under me. A small branch snapped under my weight, digging into my saddle. My elbow hit a rock and exploded with a numb, bone-deep ache that blackened the edges of my vision for a second. "Dude, stop, hey, stop!" Mike's hands were on my shoulders, trying to pin me, trying not to hurt me more. His voice broke. "You're fine. You're not on fire. You're not." I couldn't hear him. Not properly. His words came through warped, like someone was playing them on a tape that had been left too long in the sun. Underneath his voice, the bunker was still making its own noise, pops and roars and distant shouts that didn't belong to us. I think I kept yelling. I remember my throat burning in a new way, my voice tearing itself into hoarse, broken sounds. My lungs scraped raw with every breath. Later, weeks later, when we could talk about it without me shaking, Mike would tell me what it looked like from his side. He said one moment he was at the top of the stairs, yelling down into the bunker, getting nothing but his own echo. The next, he heard me scream in a way that made him cold all the way to his marrow. Then there was a flash, not like the huge one I'd felt, just a brief, flickering burst of brighter light from inside, and I came stumbling up the stairs. He swears there was smoke, not thick, not billowing, but a thin, wavering veil of it curling out of the doorway around me as I fought my way up. He insists he smelled something, an awful, greasy stink like meat dropped onto hot coals and forgotten. It lasted 10, maybe 15 seconds, just long enough to punch a memory-shaped hole in his brain. I don't remember the smell outside the bunker. To me, everything still reeked of that room. What he saw, he says, was his best friend flailing as if he were engulfed in flames that weren't visible. I was slapping at my clothes, rolling on the ground, clawing at my own skin, screaming, "Put it out! Put it out," like I thought I was actually on fire. And yet no flame, no visible sparks, no blackening cloth, no smoke he could point to. Just me, and a stink that didn't belong in the woods. Eventually, my body ran out of adrenaline. The rolling slowed. My arms felt like dead weight. Each movement a slog through mud made of pain. My fingers curled in on themselves. No strength left to claw. I lay on my side, curled around nothing, breath hitching in ragged, ugly sobs. The forest floor was damp and smelled like earth and old leaves. The dirt stuck to the sweat on my face, making gritty streaks when I swiped at my eyes. My cheeks felt hot and tight. Skin flushed from the effort and from whatever my nerves had decided was happening. My throat was shredded. Every inhale rasped. Every exhale came out as a shaky little gasp. "Hey," Mike said quietly, all the sharp edges gone from his voice. "Hey, you with me?" He was kneeling beside me. I could feel the ground move slightly under his weight. One of his hands hovered near my shoulder, not quite touching, like he wasn't sure if contact would help or hurt. I forced my eyes open. The trees loomed overhead, branches whispering in the breeze like nothing had happened. Sunlight dappled the ground, painting shifting patterns across my arm. A bug crawled over a dead leaf near my nose. Oblivious. I tried to say. My voice came out as a wrecked croak. I swallowed, winced. "Am I burned, dude?" He sounded like he wanted to laugh and throw up at the same time. No, you're not. You look like shit, but you're not burned. I lifted my hands into view. They shook. My palms were scraped and dirty, little specks of blood welling up where the skin had torn on the concrete. Small cuts seared along my fingers. My forearms were reddened from friction, but not blistered. No blackened patches, no exposed flesh. They looked normal. Pain still crawled over them, though in waves of phantom heat. As I watched, my brain cheerfully supplied an overlay his burned arms over mine, blisters swelling and popping, skin cracking. I could almost see it if I let my eyes unfocus. I wrapped my arms around myself, hugging my chest. My hoodie was intact, no charred holes, no bubbling patches, just dust, dirt, and a new tear near the hem I must have made when I slammed into the doorway. Inside, my nerves kept screaming. "We gotta go," I whispered. "We gotta get out of here." "Yeah," Mike said immediately. "Yeah, no argument." We scrambled through the motions of getting our stuff the way people do after a car accident, clumsy, dazed. Bodies moving on autopilot while minds lag behind. Mike hauled me to my feet. My legs wobbled, knees threatening to fold again. But they held. The world swayed for a moment, trees leaning in, then straightened. "You're light," he said, glancing toward the bunker entrance. "Leave it." I croaked. He didn't argue. We grabbed his backpack, mine was still on my shoulders. I couldn't even remember if I'd ever taken it off and stumbled away from the entrance, back toward the faint line of the service road and the promise of the fence beyond. As we walked, the forest slowly remembered how to be a forest. Birdsong returned, hesitant at first, then in full. Twigs cracked under our feet with prosaic little snaps. A breeze moved through the branches overhead with a long, rustling sigh. The normalcy felt obscene. It was like the woods were mocking us. Look, nothing's wrong. Just trees and birds and boys taking a hike. Whatever happened back there doesn't matter. The farther we got, the more the heat around me faded. Cooling in tiny increments I barely noticed until my sweat turned clammy on my skin. The phantom fire backed off, retreating to a dull, angry throb along my arms and chest. We didn't talk much. When we did, it was short and sharp. "You okay, No?" "Yeah," at some point. As we moved through a patch of thinner trees, I heard it. Tap. I stopped dead. My heart, which had just begun to slow, jolted back into a sprint. "Did you?" I started. "Don't." Mike snapped. "Don't start. I don't want to hear any more creepy tap." Tap. It came from behind us. Faint, but distinct. Knuckles on metal, not frantic. Slow, measured. Tap. The cadence slotted perfectly over my heartbeat. For a few seconds, the two sounds matched: thump, tap, thump, tap, as if the bunker had reached out a little tendril of itself and was walking along with us. Keeping time, I turned. The trees stretched back the way we'd come, a corridor of trunks and undergrowth. The shape of the mound that hid bunker number 3 was just barely visible through the gaps, a darker hump against the lighter earth. For a heartbeat, just one, I thought I saw someone standing there, at the entrance, too far to make out details, just a vertical shape in the gloom, like a man leaning against the doorway, one hand pressed to the concrete wall beside him, exactly where the handprint was inside. The figure didn't move, didn't wave, didn't step forward, just existed. Blink. My eyes watered. I blinked again, hard, rubbing at them with the heel of my hand. The shape was gone. Just the hill, just trees, just the blank, dark hole of an open bunker mouth. "Come on," Mike said quietly, without turning around. His voice trembled just enough that I caught it. "Please." I stood there 1 second longer, listening. The tapping continued for 2 more beats, then faded away, like whoever or whatever had been making it had decided it had made its point. Thump. Tap. Nothing. I turned back to the path and followed Mike toward the fence, the bikes, and the thin little strip of normal life waiting beyond the trees. But with every step I took, I could still feel that imagined hand on the wall, burning, pressed into concrete, and somewhere, deep inside my own skin, something that had woken up in that room refused to lie back down. 5.1. ER and the rational explanation. I don't remember much of the bike ride back. Just pieces. The sound of the tires on gravel, then asphalt. The blur of trees giving way to houses. The way my hands shook so hard on the handlebars, I thought I was going to crash every 30 seconds. I do remember the smell, even outside, even miles from the depot. I swear I could still smell it. It clung to the back of my throat, a ghost of burning plastic and meat that refused to leave. Every time the wind shifted, every time a car passed us, My brain insisted it was smoke. By the time we rolled into my neighborhood, my legs were jelly. I nearly wiped out pulling into the driveway, catching myself at the last second with one foot on the concrete. The sudden jolt made every scraped patch on my knees and palms flare with pain. Mike had to grab my handlebars to steady me. "Dude," he said, out of breath, voice thin. "You look like you're gonna pass out." "I'm fine," I tried to say. What came out was a ragged whisper. The world felt too bright. The sky over the houses seemed closer than it should have been, pressing down. The edges of things were two sharp mailboxes, car mirrors, the lines of siding on the houses. It all looked like a set, like someone had built my street out of cardboard and forgotten to blur it. My chest was tight. Every breath felt like it had to fight its way in. "We should go to the hospital," Mike said. I laughed, or tried to. It came out like a choking sound. "I'm not burned," I croaked. I held out my hands as if that proved something. "I'm not hurt." "Your face is white as paper," he said. "You've been shaking for, like, an hour. You screamed your lungs out in a nuclear death bunker. This isn't normal." He glanced toward my front door, jaw tightening. "If you walk in like this, your mom's gonna call 911 anyway. Might as well get ahead of it." The thought of going inside my house, pretending I'd just had a regular day, made my stomach twist. I couldn't imagine sitting at our kitchen table, eating dinner, pretending I didn't still feel fire licking under my skin. "Okay," I heard myself say. "Okay." We walked our bikes the few blocks to his place instead. The front yard looked the way it always did, overgrown grass. A basketball hoop leaning a little too far to one side. His mom's minivan was in the driveway. He didn't bother with a story. We didn't have the energy for one. "He needs a doctor," I heard him say when we stepped inside and his mom appeared from the hallway, eyebrows already climbing. I think he had some kind of attack." Her eyes went straight to me. I must have looked bad, because the scolding I expected didn't come. Her expression shifted from irritation to something closer to fear in less than a second. "Honey," she said, stepping forward, "sit down before you fall down." The next 15 minutes blurred together. Phone calls, voices layered over each other. Someone asking if they should call an ambulance. Someone else saying it would be faster to drive. Mike's mom's hand on my shoulder, hot through my hoodie, steering me to the car. The seatbelt digging into my collarbone. The drive to the hospital was a series of snapshot stoplights. The green road sign with the white H, the low brick facade of the ERR entrance. The automatic doors exhaled cold air as we stepped inside, smelling like antiseptic and stale coffee. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The floor was scuffed and shiny in patches, reflecting distorted versions of everybody's shoes. The waiting room was half full, an old man holding a bloody rag to his forehead, a toddler with a cast on her arm, a woman hunched over, clutching her stomach. A TV in the corner played some daytime talk show at low volume. The host's laughter canned and distant. Mike's mom talked to the receptionist. I caught fragments. "He looks like he's going to faint. No burns. He says he was in some building." Breathing fast, shaky. I ended up in a wheelchair even though my legs technically worked. The cool vinyl stuck to the back of my thighs through my jeans. As they rolled me down the hallway, the wheels squeaked on every revolution, one louder than the other. A tiny rhythmic protest. Beeping monitors provided a tinny soundtrack, steady tones. Occasional warning chirps, the rise and fall of someone's oxygen machine. They parked me in a curtained-off bay. A nurse in blue scrubs with cartoon band-aids printed on them wrapped a cuff around my arm, pumped it up until my fingers tingled, then let it hiss down. She clipped a plastic sensor on my finger, its red light ticking another piece of data onto a nearby screen. "What happened to you?" Han, she asked, voice bright and practiced. I tried to explain. I swallowed. My throat still felt flayed. Old Army depot. In the woods. Bunker. Her eyebrows lifted a fraction. And there was. I faltered, hearing how it was going to sound before I said it. I smelled something. Saw. The words jammed up. I thought I was on fire. Her expression didn't change much, but I saw the flicker. "Any drugs today?" she asked matter-of-factly. "Weed, pills, anything like that?" "No," I said, too quickly. "No. Alcohol. It's 11 in the morning." I rasped. She shrugged, unfazed. "You'd be surprised." Another nurse came in, then a doctor. He was in his 50s, white coat, glasses slipping down his nose. He glanced at the monitor, then at my chart on the clipboard. "Pulse is elevated," he said. "Blood pressure's up. How you feeling now?" "Like I got hit by a truck," I muttered. He checked my eyes with a penlight, the sudden brightness stabbing deep into my skull. He had me breathe in and out while he listened to my chest with a stethoscope that felt icy on my skin under my hoodie. "Any burns?" he asked the nurse. "None visible," she said. "Just superficial abrasions on the hands and knees." He peeled back my sleeve, examined my forearms, then gently prodded along the back of my neck, my jaw, like he expected to find blistering that wasn't there. "You said you felt like you were on fire," he said. "Did you actually see any flames on your clothing?" I opened my mouth, in my head. The answer was yes. Yes. The fabric bubbled. Yes. My skin split. Yes. I watched my arms blacken right in front of me. But even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't strictly true. There had been no visible flames on me. Not in this reality. Just the feeling, the smell, the impossible overlay. The word stuck. I don't know. I thought I did. It felt like it. He made a small note on the chart. "Hallucinations," he said softly, almost to himself. "We weren't doing drugs," I said again, desperately now. "We were just exploring. For school, there were bones in there, actual bones, a skull, and a handprint on the wall and probably animal remains," he said without missing a beat. "Forest has lots of those, in poor lighting. Your mind can fill in details. I know what a human skull looks like." I snapped, more force in my voice than I'd meant. My heart monitor beeped faster, tattling on my spike of adrenaline. He gave me the kind of soothing half-smile adults use when they think you're being dramatic, but don't want to say it out loud. "You'd be surprised how good the brain is at misinterpretation," he said, "especially under stress. You go somewhere you're not supposed to be. You're already nervous. You smell something strange. It's very easy for that to spiral into a panic attack." Behind him, the curtain rattled. My parents appeared a few minutes later, their faces a mix of anger and worry that didn't know which one to commit to yet. My mom's eyes were wide, taking in every wire, every monitor beep, every scuff on my hands. My dad's jaw was clenched so tight, a muscle jumped in his cheek. "What happened?" my mom demanded. "What did you do?" "He had some kind of panic episode," the doctor said. Before I could answer, "No visible injuries. Vitals are elevated, but stable. I'd like to keep him for observation for a couple of hours." "Panic," my dad repeated, the word tasting sour in his mouth. From what I tried to explain again, the depot, the bunker, the smell, the feeling of burning, the bones in the corner, the skull's collapsed eye socket, the handprint on the wall that looked like it had been pressed there by someone on fire. The more I talked, the crazier it sounded even to me. My mom shook her head slowly. "Bones," she said. "In some old building out in the woods, honey. That was probably deer, or, I don't know, raccoon. You scared yourself. They were human." I insisted. There was a skull, Mom, teeth, and a hand on the wall. My dad cut in, voice sharp. "What the hell were you doing out there in the first place? That place is off limits for a reason." "History project," I said weakly. "We had to document not there," he snapped. "You got the whole town full of old buildings, and you pick the one place people tell you to stay away from, beside them." Mike hovered near the curtain, shoulders hunched, hands shoved deep in his pockets. He'd been pacing earlier. I could tell from the way his sneakers squeaked on the floor every time he shifted his weight. "Tell them," I said, turning my head toward him. "Tell them what you saw. Tell them about the smoke, the smell. You said..." He met my eyes, and something in his expression made my stomach drop. "I saw him freak out," he said, choosing his words carefully. "He went down in the bunker, and then he started screaming and rolling around. I smelled something weird. I guess, like old fire or something. But I didn't see any bones. Not like he's saying. It was dark. Could have been junk." I stared at him. "You saw the pile," I said. My voice sounded thin. "In the corner. You saw the I was at the door," he said, not quite looking at me now. "I didn't go all the way in. I told you I didn't like it down there. It's creepy. Sure, but..." He shrugged. Weak. He scared himself. That's all. On some level, I understood what he was doing. He was in self-preservation mode. The more he corroborated my story, the more trouble we both got in. Trespassing on federal property, breaking into an abandoned military site. If they believed the bones part, that opened up a whole other can of worms. But understanding didn't make it hurt less. The doctor latched onto his version immediately. "Very typical," he said, nodding. "One person in a heightened state interprets something as dangerous, and the brain responds with fight or flight. Adrenaline dumps, breathing speeds up, heart rate spikes. The sensations can be intense enough to feel like you're dying. I felt like I was burning." I said, "It wasn't just nerves. Panic attacks can mimic many physical sensations," he replied smoothly. "Chest pain, shortness of breath, dizziness, pins and needles. Sometimes people report feeling like their skin is crawling. or like they're separated from their own body. That can be very frightening, especially for someone your age. He scribbled something on a pad. I'd recommend following up with your primary care doctor. Maybe talk to a counselor about anxiety. Were you under any particular stress recently? Grades, college plans, I almost laughed. Sure, stress, college applications, growing up in a dying town, the usual. Not burning alive in someone else's body. Stress, though. They gave me a little white cup with something to swallow, an anti-anxiety pill that made my eyelids feel heavy and my thoughts fuzzier at the edges. They put an oxygen cannula under my nose for a while. The cool rush of air feeling almost indecently good against the lingering phantom heat in my lungs. Every time a metal cart rolled past in the hallway, its wheels squeaked in a patterned squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound snagged in my brain. Underneath the beeping monitors, the shuffling feet, the murmur of voices, there was another sound, faint. Easy to miss if you didn't know it. Tap, pause, tap, tap. Knuckles on metal. My heart rate monitor ticked the rhythm out on a little digital display by my bed, 112, 108, 105. And for a moment, the tapping matched it. A quiet, insistent counterpoint to the official sounds of the ER. I looked up at the ceiling tiles, at the fluorescent bars buzzing overhead. If I listened hard enough, I could almost convince myself the tapping wasn't coming from outside at all, that it was inside something, inside a pipe, inside a wall, inside me, somewhere, way back in the woods, in a bunker under a hill. A handprint sat on a concrete wall, burned so deep into the surface it had become part of it. I lay there under hospital lights, my parents arguing softly with the doctor about overreacting and better safe than sorry, and tried to tell myself the explanation on the chart panic attack with possible hallucinations was right, that my brain had short-circuited in a stressful situation, that the smell, the burning, the visions were just my mind playing a cruel joke on my body. But every time the metal cart rolled past, and the tapping in my head lined up with the squeak of its wheels, I could feel that other version of the story breathing right alongside the one everyone else preferred. And I knew, even then, that whatever I'd stepped into in that bunker hadn't stayed there. 5.2. Therapy. Silence. And growing obsession. The hospital didn't keep me overnight. By late afternoon, my vitals had calmed down enough that the doctor was satisfied I wasn't about to drop dead in the waiting room. He gave my parents a brochure about adolescent anxiety, a short speech about stress responses and panic manifestations, and a recommendation to follow up with a counselor just to be safe. On the ride home, nobody talked much. My mom kept glancing back at me in the rearview mirror, like she expected me to start screaming again any second. My dad gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles went white. The radio stayed off. The world outside the windows went by in the washed-out colors of late-afternoon houses. Traffic lights. The Walmart sign looming on the horizon like nothing in the universe had changed. Inside my chest, something had. A week later, I was sitting in a small beige office with a poster on the wall that said something like, "Feelings are valid," in pastel letters. The school counselor, Ms. Robbins, was younger than most of my teachers, late 20s, maybe. She had kind eyes and a stack of file folders on her desk, one of which had my name on the tab. "So," she said, folding her hands on top of it, "your parents and the ER doctor said you had a strong reaction out in the woods. Panic attack." I said, The words tasted flat and artificial. Something like that. She agreed. Can you tell me, in your own words, what that was like? I could have told her everything. About the bunker, the smell, the bones in the corner, the skull with its crushed eye socket, the handprint on the wall that felt like it still had heat in it, the white flash, the older man's body layered over mine, his skin blistering on my arms, his scream braided with mine. Instead, I heard myself say, it felt like I couldn't breathe. She nodded, jotting something down. That's very common. When we feel trapped or threatened, our bodies can go into fight or flight. Your heart races, your breathing speeds up, and sometimes that sensation alone can make you feel like you're suffocating, which makes the panic worse. It's a feedback loop. I stared at the corner of her desk, where a small cactus in a white pot sat, needles catching the fluorescent light. Are you under a lot of pressure? She asked gently. School, home, friends. I know junior year can be a lot. Not really. I lied automatically. I mean, it's normal. She probed a few more times: grades, college plans, social stuff. Whether my parents fought a lot, they didn't. Whether anyone was bullying me, they weren't. I gave her the safest versions of my answers. Enough to sound cooperative, not enough to make her dig deeper. When she circled back to the actual incident, her questions were all the same shape. What were you thinking right before it happened? How did your body feel? Did your thoughts race? Did you feel like you were going to die? I didn't tell her about the burning. Not really, I said. It felt like my skin was too tight. I said. I thought I was going to pass out. I said. It felt real. I didn't say. I know what it feels like when your sweat turns to steam on your skin. I didn't say. I know what burning hair smells like when it belongs to you. The longer I sat in that bland, safe little room, the more ridiculous the truth sounded in my own head. If I told her everything, I knew exactly what would happen. Extra notes in my file, more appointments, maybe a diagnosis with a capital letter. My parents would start looking at me not just like I'd scared them once, but like I might scare them again at any moment. So I let her talk about anxiety, about coping mechanisms, about grounding techniques. Notice 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 you can smell, 1 you can taste. I didn't tell her the one thing I could taste most days now was smoke. After a few sessions, she pronounced herself encouraged. You seem very insightful, she said, smiling. I think you just had a very intense experience in a stressful environment. It's understandable. Try to avoid places that trigger you for a while. Focus on school. Use the breathing exercises if you feel panicky again. That was it. Case closed. Problem categorized. Filed under teenage stress. Outside of her office, the story took on a life of its own. High school is a machine that runs on gossip. By the end of the first week, I could feel people's eyes on me in the hallways, curious, amused, pitying. I heard the whispers in fragments as I walked past. He freaked out in the woods. Seriously, like full-on meltdown. Mike had to drag him out. I heard he did shrooms. Nah, it was acid. My cousin said he was screaming about his skin melting off. Maybe he found a body or something. Every time. The details were slightly different. Sometimes the story had more drugs, sometimes more ghosts, in all versions. Though, I was the punchline. Mike and I didn't stop hanging out, but something between us shifted. At first, he tried. He came by with video games and junk food, flopping onto my bedroom floor like nothing had changed. He'd cue up a horror movie and say, "See, this is how you're supposed to hallucinate, with good lighting and special effects." And I'd laugh more than I actually felt like laughing. But when the conversation drifted anywhere near the depot, his jokes got brittle. The color drained from his face in tiny, almost invisible ways. "Remember when you were screaming, 'Put it out,' like a maniac," he'd say, and I'd nod, waiting for him to mention the smell he swore he'd noticed too. He never did. Not around my parents, not around his, and eventually not around me. It slid out of his version of the story like a piece of furniture edged out of a room quietly, gradually, until it was just gone. When other kids asked him about it at lunch, he'd shrug. "Place is creepy." He freaked himself out. That's it. He didn't look at me when he said it. We still sat at the same table, still played the same games, but there was a new carefulness in the way he talked to me. Like part of him had filed me away in a slightly different category friend, but also the guy who might start screaming again if the lights flickered. I tried not to think about the bunker. I failed. The smell came back in small, stupid ways. In the school cafeteria, when someone microwaved leftover spaghetti too long, and the plastic container started to melt at the edges. The sharp, synthetic edge of it in the air made my stomach twist. Passing by the boiler room behind the gym, where a thin stream of hot air wafted out from a vent, carrying the scent of metal and heat and dust. Just the faintest hint of it was enough to make my pulse jump. One afternoon, my mom burned a pork chop, just a little enough to blacken one side, fill the kitchen with a smoked, greasy haze. I had to excuse myself and go upstairs. I shut the bathroom door, turned on the fan, and leaned on the sink until my knees stopped shaking. Each time it happened, there was a sound in my head, a sharp, metallic ping. Not loud, just there, like a small object striking metal somewhere far away. A shell casing hitting the floor, a valve being knocked, a ring on steel. The more I tried to shove it all down, the more it leaked out in dreams. I'd wake up in the middle of the night with my heart jackhammering, the smell of burning in my nose, convinced for a second that my bed was on fire. My hands would fly to my chest, clawing for damage that wasn't there. It got to the point where avoiding it wasn't working, so I did the opposite. I started digging. It began with a half-baked idea for the history project I technically still agreed to do. Mr. Carson had given me an extension after the incident, his face torn between concern and a subtle frustration that his assignment had apparently sent a kid to the ER. "You can pick something else," he'd said. "Town hall, old mill, whatever you're comfortable with. I'll stick with the depot," I told him. His eyebrows had shot up. "You sure?" "Yeah," I said. "But I'll focus more on the history, less on, field trips?" He'd sighed, but nodded. "Use the library. There's more in the papers than on the internet about local stuff." So that's what I did. The town library was a squat brick building that smelled like old paper and floor polish. I'd been there 100 times as a kid for school projects and summer reading programs, but I'd never gone past the glossy, new bookshelves into the deeper stacks. The reference section was quieter, the air thicker somehow. An older librarian sat at the central desk there, a woman in her 60s with silver hair twisted into a bun and glasses on a chain. Her name tag said Marlene. "I need old newspapers," I said, feeling dumb the second the words left my mouth. From, like, the 40s, about the depot, ammunition storage, explosions. Her eyes flicked up to my face, sharp behind the lenses. "Researching the war years," she asked. Something like that. She studied me for a moment longer than was comfortable, then nodded. "Back wall," she said. "Microfilm cabinets. The reader's a bit temperamental, but she still works. You know how to use it." "No," I admitted. She got up slowly, with a little hitch in her hip, and walked me over. The machine looked like something from a science fiction movie made in the 70s, a big gray box with a glass screen, knobs and levers, and a tray where you fed in reels of film. Marlene showed me how to thread the microfilm, how to focus, how to scroll. Local paper only went back so far. She said, "Anything classified never made it in. Of course. But if something big enough happened, it usually left a shadow. A shadow." I repeated. She gave me a thin, knowing smile and left me to it. Hours blurred by in a flicker of headlines and smudged photos. I spun through births, deaths, bake sales, wartime ration reminders, grainy images of boys not much older than me in uniforms, smiling uncertainly at cameras before shipping out, ads for victory bonds, for ladies' stockings, for canned ham, every so often. I'd stop when something mentioned ordnance plant or munitions depot. Usually it was boring production quotas, workforce expansions, praise for patriotism. Then, on one reel, in the middle of a week's worth of 1940-something, I found it. The headline wasn't huge, not front page, not above the fold. More like the paper had wanted to acknowledge it without really looking at it too hard. "Accident at storage site outside town. 5 dead. Several injured." My fingers tightened on the knob. The article below was only a few paragraphs long, a few inches of text to cover something that had taken over my entire life in a few minutes. "An accidental ignition occurred yesterday afternoon in one of the ammunition storage bunkers at the Army Ordnance Facility west of town." It said, "An unspecified quantity of munitions detonated, resulting in multiple fatalities and injuries. Army officials report that the situation is under control and there is no danger to nearby residents." It mentioned 5 dead. It did not list their names. "Identification has been made difficult," the article said, "due to the nature of the incident." That was it. No details, no descriptions, just accidental ignition, multiple fatalities. Identification difficult. Like the paper and the people feeding it information were trying to flatten the whole thing into something polite and distant. An unfortunate mishap. A brief disruption in production. Nothing for anyone to dwell on, sitting there in the dim light of the reader, my eyes burning from hours of tiny print. I could still feel the heat of that room on my skin. I could still see the crates, the men, the fire. I could still smell burned hair. I leaned back, the chair creaking softly under me, and stared at the grainy headline. The rational explanation said I'd had a panic attack in an old, creepy bunker, scared myself half to death, and imagined the rest. The paper in front of me said that bunker had once actually been hell. The tapping in my head soft, insistent, lined up with the rattling of the microfilm spools. For the first time since it happened, I let myself think the thing I'd been trying not to. Maybe I hadn't just imagined what it felt like to burn. 5.3 Faces from the Past. Once I found that first article, the rest came easier. It was like prying up a loose corner of linoleum and realizing the whole floor was barely glued down. I started running searches on dates around the explosion, scrolling through week after week of the local paper, looking for anything that even brushed the ordnance site. Sometimes it was just a sentence in a bigger piece: funeral services will be private for the family of a local man killed in the recent incident at the Army storage facility, with no details. No mention of what incident meant. Other times, it was a short paragraph buried on page 5, like the editors hoped most people wouldn't read that far. One article, a couple of weeks after the explosion, hit closer. 8 workers lost in depot accident. The headline said. The print was tiny. The ink faded, but my fingers tightened on the knob as I zoomed in. Army officials have confirmed that 8 civilian workers were killed in last month's accident at the ammunition depot west of town. It read, several additional workers suffered burns and other injuries. Their conditions are described as serious but stable. Burns. The word seemed too small to cover what I'd felt in that room. Due to the nature of the explosion, the article continued. Recovery of the deceased has been complicated. Some remains were unrecoverable. Others were intermingled with materials at the site. Identification in these cases has been difficult and, in some instances, impossible. Intermingled with materials, I thought of the pile in the corner of the bunker. Fibers of wood and cloth and other things, fused together with bone and ash. The dark smear on the floor under it, etched into the concrete like someone had taken a blowtorch to it. The smoke stain crawling up the wall. I thought of the skull, the collapsed eye socket, the teeth blackened like they'd been held over a grill for too long. My stomach clenched. I had to look away from the screen for a second, covering my mouth with the back of my hand, like that might stop the smell from clawing its way back out of memory. When I could make myself look again, the text stared back at me in its bland, clipped formality. No details about those burns. No acknowledgement of what it meant to have your body described as intermingled with materials. Someone had written that sentence and moved on with their day. I printed the article. The machine whirred, coughing out a sheet of paper with the headline and the column of text distorted slightly by the lens. I folded it carefully, slipped it into my backpack between a history textbook and a spiral notebook. Like contraband, I did the same with the first article I'd found, and a couple of shorter notices that mentioned memorial services for depot workers lost in the recent tragedy. Each one went into a growing stack in the back of my drawer at home, under socks and old receipts, a paper graveyard. It wasn't just morbid curiosity. Well, it was that, too. I won't pretend it wasn't. But there was something else underneath. A low, nagging sense that I owed those people something. I had walked into their tomb. I had stepped into a room where at least some of them had died. Felt the echo of their last minutes on my own skin. Screamed with their voices braided into mine. And then I'd walked out. Leaves in my hair. Dirt on my jeans. Lungs still working. They hadn't. The least I could do was learn their names. Find whatever fragments the town had bothered to record before trying to forget them. It took me a while to find a picture. It was buried in a Sunday edition, tucked beside a bland article about local industry aiding war effort. The photo quality was awful grainy. High contrast black and white, but I knew what I was looking at as soon as it flickered onto the screen. A group of men stood in front of what was clearly one of the depot bunkers. You could tell by the shape of the mound behind them, the lip of concrete visible at the base, the faint outline of a door. It wasn't my bunker, not exactly. But the family resemblance was there, the same human-made geometry sunk into a natural hill. There were maybe 12 men in the shot. They wore a mix of uniforms and coveralls, some with caps. A couple in shirt sleeves, despite what the caption called a chill in the morning air. They squinted into the camera, faces set in that awkward, not quite smile people had in old photos when they weren't used to being frozen in time. The caption wasn't helpful. Depot staff pose outside storage facility. No names. No date beyond the year printed at the top of the page. I leaned closer, squinting at the screen. They were just shapes at first, but the longer I stared, the more details my brain teased out. A scar along a jawline, a crooked nose, a man in the back row whose eyes didn't quite look in the same direction. My gaze kept drifting to one guy near the front. He stood slightly to the left of center, angled toward the camera. Late 20s, maybe early 30s, if I had to guess. Dark hair slicked back, a shadow of stubble on his jaw like he hadn't shaved that morning. His expression was serious, but not unhappy. He looked like someone who took his job seriously, who didn't much care whether someone was pointing a camera at him. It wasn't his face that grabbed me. It was his hands. He held them in that relaxed, loose way men do when they've spent their lives using them. Fingers slightly curled, palms facing the camera. They looked familiar. The proportions were what did it. The palms were broad, thick through the center. The kind of hands that could wrap around a heavy crate or a length of pipe and not strain. The fingers were long but solid, knuckles slightly enlarged, the joints standing out prominently in the washed-out black and white. The skin tone didn't exist, just a range of grays, but the shape was undeniable. I swallowed, suddenly aware of how quiet the library was around me. The hum of the microfilm reader, the distant rustle of pages, the soft footsteps of someone moving through another aisle. I lifted my own hand unconsciously, holding it up in front of the screen. The size was different. I was a teenager. He was a grown man who'd spent years sessions lifting and carrying, his muscles thickened by repetition. My fingers were slimmer, my palm narrower. But the shape, the way his middle and ring fingers rested just a hair closer together than the others, the way his thumb sat a little lower, the angle of it making a subtle curve along the side of his palm, the overall silhouette, it looked like the handprint, the one on the bunker wall, the one halfway up the concrete, with its long fingers and broad palm. The one I'd nearly pressed my own hand into before the room tried to tear itself apart. Again. I remembered the way my fingers had hovered inches from that mark, the way his burned arms had superimposed themselves over mine. My heart thudded once, hard. It wasn't proof. You couldn't call it that. Grainy photo, vague shapes, a mind primed to connect dots where there might not be any. But as I stared, the idea burrowed in anyway. That could be him, the man whose hand had stamped itself into the wall in that room, the man whose last seconds I'd felt slice into my own nervous system. I imagined him that morning, maybe before the accident, maybe another day entirely standing in front of a different bunker, hands relaxed at his sides, looking into the camera with no idea what was coming. then cut to the handprint inside my bunker, pressed into concrete with enough force and heat to leave a lasting impression, then to the brownish stain on my hallway wall. Years later in Ohio, shaping itself into a hand that wasn't quite mine. The proportions lined up disturbingly well. Broad palm, long fingers, that particular spread between the index and middle. The curve of the thumb, a chill slid down my spine, utterly at odds with the stuffy warmth of the library. The microfilm reader whirred softly as the spool turned, a steady mechanical murmur. Underneath it, I heard it again. Tap. At first, I thought it was someone shelving books, a cart maybe, bumping against a metal shelf. But the sound was too distinct. Knuckles on metal. Once, twice, 3 times. Slow, measured. Tap, tap, tap. My eyes darted toward the source. The metal cabinets where the rolls of microfilm lived lined the back wall. Solid steel boxes with little handles. They sat quiet and unmoving in the half-light. The tapping seemed to be coming from inside one of them. It was soft enough that if you weren't already listening for that kind of thing, you could write it off as building noise. Pipes. The building settling. A branch brushing a window. My heart picked up speed anyway, the rhythm syncing up too neatly with the tap, tap, tap pattern. I swallowed and forced myself to look back at the screen, at the man with the familiar hands, at the frozen faces of the depot staff, lined up neatly in front of something that would one day try to erase them. I printed the photo. The reproduction quality was awful, faces turned into blotchy ovals, bodies into smudges, but I didn't care. I watched the printer spit the page out with the same weird dread and determination I'd felt taking the articles. Another fragment for the hidden stack. I shut down the microfilm reader and rewound the reel. Fingers clumsy on the knobs. The sound of the film whipping back through the machine set my teeth on edge. When I stepped away, the tapping stopped. "Find what you were looking for?" Marlene asked as I passed the front desk. Her eyes flicked to the pages peeking from my backpack pocket. I shoved them down without thinking. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded strange in my own ears. Yeah." She nodded slowly, like she knew more than she was saying. "History has a way of sticking around," she murmured, "even when people pretend it doesn't." Outside, the sun was low, painting long shadows from the cars in the parking lot. The air had that late afternoon chill to it, the kind that slipped under your shirt and settled between your shoulder blades. I was halfway to the bike rack when I nearly walked into him. He was standing just off the sidewalk, near the bushes that bordered the lot, a man in his 70s or 80s, leaning on a cane. He wore a faded baseball cap with some half-peeled logo on it, and a jacket that looked older than me. Deep lines creased his face, the kind you get from a combination of time, cigarettes, and not enough sleep. "Sorry," I said, stumbling back a step. He waved a hand, dismissing the apology. His eyes, still sharp under bushy gray brows, flicked over my backpack, my scraped hands, then drifted past me toward the street. "You from the high school?" he asked. "Yeah," I said slowly. He nodded like that confirmed something for him. "You kids still going out there?" he asked. My chest tightened. "Out where?" He gave me a look, half amused, half pitying. "The depot," he said. "Those old bunkers in the woods. Used to be. Every few years, some boys get it in their heads to sneak out there, play soldier, scare themselves." The back of my neck went cold. We... I started, then stopped. We went once, for a project. We're not going back. Good, he said. He looked down at his cane, then back up at me. For a second, his gaze was somewhere else deep in his own head, decades away. You shouldn't stay inside those rooms too long, he added. Almost offhand, like he was commenting on the weather. They say sometimes. He trailed off, lips pulling inward like he was reconsidering something. Then he finished, quietly. Sometimes the fire comes back on. The words slid into me like ice water. I stared at him. Sir, I asked, my voice coming out thinner than I meant. What did you... But he just shook his head, the moment already closing. Kids will be kids, he said. More loudly now. Just don't be stupid ones. He shifted his weight on the cane and started toward the library doors. His steps slow but steady. Wait, I said, taking a half step after him. Did you work out there at the depot? He glanced back over his shoulder. Everybody did, one way or another, he said. Back then. Then he went inside. The automatic doors whispered shut behind him, leaving me standing on the sidewalk, heart thudding, the breeze tugging at the edges of the hidden papers in my backpack. For a second, I wondered if I'd imagined it, if he'd really said the fire comes back on, or if my brain had taken whatever words he'd actually used and twisted them into something that fit too neatly with everything I'd been digging up. But as I unlocked my bike and swung a leg over, the tapping started up again, not out loud, not from any visible source, just in the hollow space behind my ribs. Tap, 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 keeping pace with my heartbeat all the way home. 6.1. Trying to live a normal life. I did what everybody tells you to do when something bad happens. I moved on. At least, that's what it looked like from the outside. I finished high school. I turned in a stripped-down version of the history project, no mention of bones or burning men. Just a tidy little write-up about production numbers and wartime industry. Mr. Carson gave me a B+. Solid work, he wrote in the margin. Interesting topic choice. I stopped going to the school counselor after a while. She signed off on my progress. Told my parents I seemed to be coping well. And the panic episode slowly slid into the pile of weird stuff that happened when I was a teenager. I graduated. I packed up my room. The stack of printed articles and the grainy photo of the men in front of the bunker went into a box with old notebooks and junk I told myself I'd sort later. I went to college 3 hours away, on paper. It wasn't a dramatic escape, just an in-state university with decent programs and a campus that looked good on brochures. But the distance between our small Pennsylvania town and that wider, busier place felt bigger than what the odometer covered. There was no depot nearby. No woods with rusted fences that everyone knew not to talk about. I didn't bring up the bunker when I met new people. Why would I hide? I'm the guy who may be burned alive in someone else's death scene isn't exactly a great icebreaker. When people told ghost stories in dorm rooms late at night, I kept my mouth shut. When a couple of friends went on a Halloween urban exploration trip to an abandoned factory, I begged off with some excuse about an exam. "Oh, come on," one of them said. "You don't believe in that stuff, do you?" "I just don't like getting tetanus," I said. Everyone laughed. It was easy. College gave me new things to worry about: grades, money, internships. It's hard to obsess over the dead when you're trying to figure out if your meal plan will last the semester. The bunker didn't vanish from my head. It just sank lower, like embers under ash. Still hot if you dug your hand in, but not visible from the surface. Most days, it was just a dull weight in the back of my mind. A thing that had happened. A story I didn't tell. Every so often, it flared. I had nightmares, on and off. They weren't always exact reruns. Sometimes I was back in the burn bunker. The smell so strong it woke me up before anything else happened. Sometimes I was in a hallway that never actually existed, narrow. Concrete walls on both sides. Exit sign glowing red at the far end. The heat would crank up slowly, like someone turning a dial. By the time I reached the door, my skin felt like it was peeling off. I'd wake up in my dorm room, sheets twisted, t-shirt plastered to my chest, heart pounding. My roommate would snore peacefully in the other bed. Blue light from his laptop screen breathing on the ceiling. The air would be cool, safe. I still slept with the window cracked, even in winter. Steam made me edgy. I avoided saunas, steam rooms, hot yoga, anything that involved willingly sitting in enclosed heat. It wasn't a conscious rule at first. I just never said yes when those things came up. Not my thing, I'd say, shrugging, as if I just preferred my pores clogged. Showers were complicated. I took them quick and cooler than most people seemed to. If the water started edging toward too hot, a little alarm went off inside me. The first time a dorm shower filled with steam, because everyone on the floor was running theirs at the same time. My chest tightened so fast I had to lean against the tile for a minute. Hand braced, eyes squeezed shut. It was stupid. I told myself it was just water, just heat. There was no concrete ceiling about to turn into a griddle above my head. Didn't matter. My body remembered anyway. Candles were another weird one. Girls in the dorms loved them. It's cozy, they'd say, lighting 3 or 4 scented pillars in a space barely bigger than a closet. The first time I walked into a room like that, a box of vanilla sugar perfume and open flame, I felt my throat close. "Hey, you okay?" someone asked. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Just not a fan of strong smells." That became the story I stuck to. Strong smells, claustrophobia, old anxiety stuff. That was safe to admit. People got that. I did normal things. I picked a major information systems because it seemed practical. I wrote code, helped other students fix their laptops, picked up side gigs at the campus help desk. I graduated, got entry-level work in IT and tech support. Life streamlined itself into a series of manageable loops. Wake up, commute, sit at a desk in a cubicle farm where every partition was the same muted gray, fix people's password problems, explain, for the 1000th time, that turning it off and on again actually does solve things sometimes. Go home, reheat leftovers, scroll aimlessly until I was tired enough to sleep. After college, I landed in Columbus, Ohio, because a mid-sized company there offered me a job, and the rent wasn't as insane as bigger cities. My apartment was on the second floor of a brick building with cracking stairwells and thin walls. The kind of place where you can smell your neighbors cooking and hear their arguments through the plaster. It was fine. I had a couch from IKEA that I assembled badly the first time and had to redo. I had a TV that was slightly too big for the room. Because that's what you do when you're 20-something and suddenly in charge of your own living room. I had a shelf full of mismatched mugs, a drawer full of cords I didn't need, and a closet with more hoodies than dress shirts. I dated. A little, There was Emma, who liked horror movies and spicy food and had a laugh that made other people in restaurants look over and smile. We were together for almost a year. I told her about the panic attack on maybe our third or fourth month, in the way you tell someone about the embarrassing medical stuff so they don't find out from someone else. Had this big meltdown in high school, I said, staring at the popcorn ceiling in her apartment while we lay on her couch, out in the woods. Thought I was going to die. Turned out it was just a panic attack. Just, she repeated, giving me a look. Those can feel real enough. Yeah. I twisted my fingers together. ER, monitors, all that. They told me it was stress. I was a weird kid. It tracks. I didn't mention the bones, or the fire, or the way I could still hear metal ticking in my skull some nights. It ever come back, she asked. Sometimes. I admitted, nightmares. Don't love small, hot spaces. She nodded like that made sense. We made a joke of it, no sauna dates, no candle-lit baths. If a restaurant brought a dish out with it still sizzling dramatically on a cast iron skillet, she'd trade plates with me before the smoke could reach my face. We might have lasted longer if it was only that. It wasn't. It was the way I sometimes jerked awake at 3 a.m. Heart racing, and couldn't explain why. The way I'd go quiet for whole evenings after some small, stupid trigger a popcorn kernel burned in the microwave. A whiff of plastic melted in a cheap space heater, and refused to talk about what was actually clawing at my head. She put up with it for a while, asked me to see someone. I told her I'd already done the therapy thing. It was fine. It wasn't fine. But saying so felt like admitting something bigger than I was ready for. We broke up in the standard modern way, a long, quiet slide into fewer texts. Shorter conversations, more, I'm just really tired tonight. No blow-up, no big fight, just distance. I hope you figure it out, she said, standing in my doorway with her coat on, her eyes soft and sad. Whatever it is that keeps you there. Yeah, I said. Me too. After she left. The apartment felt too big. I threw myself into work instead, 9 to 5 or more accurately. 9 to whenever the ticket queue stopped screaming. I was the guy you called when your VPN wouldn't connect or your Outlook decided it hated you. I sat under fluorescent lights that bleached the world into a constant, humming Overcast. The office smelled like coffee, printer toner, and the faint, always there breath of too many electronics. On especially stressful days, an outage, a server glitch, a bunch of higher-ups hovering behind my chair asking, "Is it fixed yet?" The smell changed. Just for a second. I'd be standing in the elevator, watching the floor numbers blink by, and the recycled air around me would twist. Coffee and carpet and cheap cologne would drop away, replaced by that chemical-burned scent, scorched plastic, hot metal, something sweet and rotten underneath. I'd blink. The panel lights would smear in my vision like they were melting. Then someone would get on at the next floor, holding a file folder or their lunch in a Tupperware, and the smell would snap back to normal. I'd stand very still, hands in my pockets so no one saw them shake. Sometimes, in the stairwell, I'd hear it. Work has that concrete stairwell aesthetic that's the same in every building: beige walls, metal railings, the echo of your own footsteps. I started taking the stairs more after Emma and I split, telling myself it was for exercise. On the emptier days, when everyone else took the elevator and my sneakers slapped alone on the steps, the building would sing its little structural noises, pipes ticking, vents humming, and sometimes, underneath that clang, a sharp, metallic strike from one floor below, or above, or nowhere you could pinpoint. Like someone had taken a wrench and dropped it onto a steel plate, somewhere deep in the bones of the building. I'd stop, hand on the rail, heartbeat caught in my throat. Just pipes. I'd mutter to myself, old building, expansion, contraction, physics. The word physics did a lot of heavy lifting for me in those moments. It didn't explain why. Every time. The sound slotted perfectly over an older memory, doors slamming in a bunker, metal beams shuddering overhead, something in the dark hitting something else and making the whole room jump. I didn't talk about it. It had been years. The official story was that what happened in that bunker was a teenage panic attack in a spooky place with bad air and worse lighting. I was an adult with a job and bills. I paid rent. I knew how to fill out W-2 forms. I bought my own groceries and occasionally remembered to wash the bathtub. I told myself I was fine. But on the nights when the office had been too loud, the elevator too close, the stairwell too echoing, I'd stand under the weak light of my bathroom and stare at the wall across from the mirror. My fingers would twitch, wanting to check, just to be sure. 6.2. The haunting intensifies. I already told you the short version of the shower thing. But what stuck with me most wasn't the visuals. It was the sound. That night had been like 100 others late home from work. Cheap dinner eaten over the sink, brain fried from staring at screens and listening to people complain about printers. I remember wanting one thing: to stand under hot water until the day rinsed off. The bathroom in my apartment is nothing special. Beige tile, cheap plastic tub surround, fan that rattles when you turn it on. The kind of space you stop really seeing after the first week. I turned the water on, let it run until steam fogged the mirror, then stepped in. The first few minutes were normal. The hiss of the shower filled the room, a constant white noise rush that drowned out everything else. My muscles unclenched one by one as the heat worked its way into my neck, my shoulders, my back. The fan hummed above, blades chopping the air in a steady, slightly off-kilter rhythm. It always sounded a bit like an old engine idling far away, muffled by distance and walls. I closed my eyes and let my forehead rest against the cool tile. Somewhere under all that, the building made its usual noises, pipes knocking faintly as someone on another floor flushed a toilet, a distant door closing, footsteps thumping overhead. Then the water changed. Not in temperature, not at first. The sound, the hiss thickened. The pitch dropped, deepened, went from a high, harmless spray to something heavier. It started to sound less like water and more like pressure, like a gas main about to blow. My ears filled with it. The fan above blurred, its little whir swallowed by the roar. I opened my eyes. Steam hung in the air, turning the small room into a blur of white. Droplets ran down the plastic shower curtain in thin lines, crisscrossing like veins. My skin felt prickly all over, the way it does when you step too close to a bonfire and the heat crawls along your arms. The pipes behind the wall knocked, once, loud enough that I jumped. A hollow, metallic thud, then another, then a smaller, quicker series of taps, as if something inside the wall had shifted and was trying to find a way through. "Old building," I muttered, but my voice sounded wrong, swallowed whole by the rush of water. Just pipes. The sound of the shower kept swelling, filling my head. It was as if the spray had moved inside my skull, rushing past my eardrums on its way somewhere else. The roar turned grainy, full of static, until it was only one step away from the sound of fire, of air being force-fed through a blaze. The smell came next. At first, it was soap and cheap shampoo. Then a faint plastic edge crept in, the kind you get from a hot hairdryer left too close to a cord. It sharpened, thinned, grew teeth. Underneath it, another note slid in something sour and heavy, like burned leftovers, and then, laced through those like a twisted thread, came the one that always undoes me: burning hair. My stomach flipped. The tile under my feet felt less solid, like it might dissolve if I put too much weight on it. The water that had felt so good moments before now seemed too hot, needling my skin. I reached for the cold tap, fingers fumbling on the metal. The knob squealed as I turned it. The pipes moaned, a long, low groan that sounded disturbingly like someone somewhere trying not to scream. The temperature dropped, but my body didn't believe it. For a split second, as I glanced down through the steam, I saw my forearm not as it was, but as it had been in the bunker, blackened, cracked, skin splitting in a map of red and brown. The illusion was so sharp my knees nearly went out. I blinked. My arm was normal, wet, pale, a couple of old scars, no burn. A sharp clang slammed through the pipes, a single, massive note, like a wrench thrown against metal from the inside. It vibrated up through the tiles into my bare feet. That was enough. I shut the water off. The roar cut out mid-syllable, leaving my ears ringing. The fan's dull grind rushed in to fill the vacuum. Suddenly too loud. Drips from the showerhead hit the tub in slow, hollow ticks. I stepped out, wrapped a towel around my waist with shaking hands, wiped a hole in the foggy mirror. My face looked like it always does after a scare, skin too pale, eyes too wide, hair plastered messily to my forehead. I opened the bathroom door. The apartment hallway was dim, the only light came from the living room. A rectangular spill of bluish TV glow. I took one step, then another. That's when I saw it. At chest height, on the wall across from the bathroom, a stain. At first I thought it was a shadow, some trick of the light. But when I moved, it didn't. A hand-shaped mark, brownish and irregular. Fingers splayed, not wet, not dripping, just there, sunk into the off-white paint like it had always been part of it. You already know that part. You know how I lifted my own hand, how it didn't fit, how the fingers on the stain were longer, the spread wrong, how I felt less fear than a weird, numbed-out recognition. What I didn't say yet is what happened next. I went for bleach. It was pure reflex. That's what you do with stains. You get rid of them. You erase. My brain grabbed onto that small, practical task like a lifeline. I dug under the kitchen sink, fingers closing on the cheap bottle of cleanser I'd bought when I moved in and barely used since. Poured too much on an old sponge. The chemical smell puffed up in my face, sharp, nose burning, familiar in its own way. I pressed the soaked sponge to the handprint and scrubbed. The bleach stung my fingers. I coughed as the fumes rose around my head, trying to overpower the other smell that threaded stubbornly through them, that melted plastic stink, that faint, sweet rot. I scrubbed harder. Grandma-level effort, elbow grease. My shoulder ached from the force. The paint squeaked under the sponge with each circular pass. The stain lightened, a little. It blurred at the edges, smudged into something less distinct. The palm faded faster than the fingers, but they never went completely. When I stepped back, breath burning in my chest. The wall looked like it had old smoke damage, like someone had tried to wash away soot and only mostly succeeded. In certain lights, it could pass for nothing. In others, it was all I could see. That's around when the nights got loud. It started as little things. A faint knock at some stupid hour, just as I was about to drift off. Not on the door on the wall. Always the same spot, near the head of my bed. Knock, knock, knock. Not frantic, not random, methodical. Like someone with all the time in the world was tapping knuckles against the drywall and listening for a hollow place. I told myself it was the radiator, the neighbor, the building shifting. We tell ourselves all kinds of things to get to sleep. Then came the booms, once every few nights, around 2 or 3 in the morning. A muffled thud would roll through the building, not enough to set off car alarms or wake the whole block, but enough to make the glass in my bedroom window hum, just slightly. The kind of vibration you'd expect if someone slammed a heavy metal door a couple floors below. Those were worse. On those nights, I woke up with my heart already hammering, halfway out of bed before I was even conscious. Sweat cold on my back, the air in the room feeling too thick. My sleep went to hell fast. I'd lie awake until my alarm, then drag myself through work in a fog. Coffee stopped helping. It just made my hands shake more. Ticket queues blurred together. I started snapping at users for dumb questions, then apologizing and feeling like an asshole. Eventually, I did what I was supposed to do. I found a therapist in town. Her office was on the 3rd floor of a brick building with big windows and potted plants arranged just so. She wore sweaters and sensible shoes and had a voice that made everything sound inherently manageable. I told her about the depot this time. Not all of it. Not the full sensory download. But more than I'd told anyone in years. The explosion. The burning. The way my body had reacted. The nightmares. I framed it as trauma. It wasn't hard. It fit. She nodded along. Asked the right questions. Did you ever feel in immediate danger of death? Yes. Do you avoid reminders of the event? Yes. Intrusive thoughts, flashbacks, yes, yes. She said PTSD gently, like it might spook me. It's more common than people think. She said, especially when something terrifying happens at a formative age and isn't processed fully. We can work on it. She prescribed techniques, grounding exercises, breathing, a small bottle of pills for when the anxiety got sharp enough to cut. I did not mention the handprint on my wall. I did not tell her about the night knocking, or the booms that made the window vibrate, or the bleach that had only blurred what I was trying to erase. I did not say. I think something came home with me, because I knew where that would go in her notes. Trauma was acceptable. Ghosts were not. One night, not long after she said the word PTSD out loud, I almost convinced myself we were making progress. I'd taken one of the pills. I'd done the breathing. The apartment was dark and quiet. My phone face down on the nightstand. The hall light off. I lay under the covers, watching the soft rectangle of city glow through the curtain, somewhere between awake and asleep. I smelled it. Not faint, not a hint. Full force. Burning hair. It hit me like a thrown object. Hard and sudden. My entire body flinched, every muscle going rigid. It was right there, at the foot of the bed, like someone had set a small fire on the floor. I sat up so fast, the room tilted. My throat closed around a cough that tore its way out anyway. My eyes watered. My heart tripped into a sprint. In the dim light leaking around the curtain, the bedroom was a landscape of shadows. The dresser, a black block. The chair in the corner, a hunched shape. The open doorway, a darker rectangle. At the end of the bed, something stood. A shadow darker than the rest. Wrong. In that way you just know without needing to quantify it. It was the height of a man, maybe a little taller, head slightly bowed, shoulders hunched forward, like it was carrying an invisible load on its back. It didn't move, didn't sway or breathe. It just existed there, a cutout in the already thin light. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. I couldn't make out a face, just the outline. The impression of arms hanging at its sides, hands maybe curled. The air around it shimmered faintly, like it was giving off a heat I couldn't quite see. I reached for the lamp with fingers that didn't want to work. They fumbled over the base once, twice, knocking into the alarm clock, sending it clattering. The scraping sound felt deafening in the quiet. When my thumb finally found the switch and flicked it, the room snapped into harsh yellow. The shadow was gone. Just the dresser. The chair with my hoodie tossed over the back. The open doorway leading to the dim hall. No figure. No man. But when I swung my legs over the edge and pressed my bare feet to the floorboards at the end of the bed, the wood there felt warm, not room temperature. Not its summer and the AC is weak warm. Like someone had been standing there for a long time, long enough to leave a bit of their heat behind. 6. 3. An outside witness. I didn't plan on inviting anyone over because of the weirdness. I told myself it was just time to be social, to prove I could still do that. But if I'm honest, there was another layer. I wanted another human body in the space. Someone breathing, talking, dropping crumbs on my rug. Something solid to pin the room in place. So I texted Jason. He works 3 cubes over from me in IT mid-30s, divorced, into football and first-person shooters. We're not best friends, but we're grab-a-beer-after-work friends. He's the kind of guy who can talk for 20 minutes straight about how the Browns are cursed and leave you feeling like you understand Ohio on a deeper level. You want to come by? Watch the game I wrote. I've got beer, and my TV's bigger than yours. Say less. He texted back. Be there at 8. When he knocked that night, I'd already done a little tidying. Empty pizza box gone. Sink mostly cleared. The only thing I couldn't straighten was the faint, smudged handprint on the hallway wall, under the yellow lamp. It looked like a patch of old water damage. If you didn't know what you were looking at, your eyes slid right over it. I hoped. Jason stepped in with a 6-pack hooked in his fingers, sneakers squeaking faintly on the wood. Damn, he said, glancing around. Place looks exactly like every other single dude's apartment I've ever seen. Consistency is important, I said. Want a beer, Always? We settled into our respective grooves, him on the far end of the couch, one ankle propped on his knee, me at the other end, remote in hand. The game flickered on the TV, commentators shouting, crowd noise filling the room. Bright green field washing over my beige walls. For a while, it felt almost normal. We talked about work, about the outage earlier that week, about how our boss liked to hover like a nervous ghost whenever a server hiccuped. Around the end of the first quarter, Jason sniffed the air. Hey, he said, nose wrinkling. You smell that? My stomach dropped. I tried to play dumb. What like? He sniffed again. exaggerated. The way people do when they're trying to identify a scent, like something burnt. Not like fire alarm burnt, just faint, like someone crisped the shit out of a grilled cheese. He laughed, but there was a little frown between his eyebrows. I forced my shoulders to stay relaxed. Probably the neighbors, I said. The couple downstairs basically live on frozen dinners. They burn stuff all the time. He nodded, apparently satisfied, and took another sip of his beer. The smell threaded through the room anyway. To him, it was probably just a vague hint. Background noise in the air. To me, it was a flare. That synthetic edge. That almost sweet, almost rotten undertone. My throat tightened on instinct. I focused on the TV, on the quarterback dropping back, on Jason yelling at a ref who couldn't hear him from 2 states away. Somewhere deep in the building, a dull clank echoed. It wasn't loud. It sounded like a heavy pipe settling, or a radiator being kicked. But the tone of its sharp metal on metal made my heart stutter. Jason's head tilted. "Old pipes," he said, shaking his head. "This place ever going to pass an inspection rents cheap." I said. My voice came out thinner than I wanted. "You get what you pay for." Another clank, slightly higher, echoing up through the floor. Then a third, even more distant, like a sound chasing its own tail through the ducts. Jason smirked. "Or it's ghosts," he said. "You know this building's probably sitting on some cursed Civil War burial ground, right? That's why the rent's low. This city loves a good haunting." He chuckled and took another drink. I made myself laugh. It sounded like a cough. "Yeah," I said. "Ghosts." "Sure." He didn't notice the way my fingers dug into my own knee. For the next hour, the building joined in the soundtrack of the game. Dull thuds every now and then, an occasional sharp ping that could have been anything, a neighbor dropping a pan, something in the boiler room shifting. Each one made my shoulders creep higher toward my ears, each time. I told myself not to be stupid. Jason didn't comment again on the smell. At some point it seemed to recede, or he stopped paying attention. To me, it never fully left. It just cycled stronger when the heat kicked on, weaker when the AC hummed. A tide. He left a little after 11, slapped me on the shoulder at the door. "Thanks for the beer." "Man," he said. "You ever want to come over and watch the game at a place that doesn't sound like it's haunted by dead pipes? You're welcome. I'll keep that in mind," I said. When I shut the door behind him, the apartment immediately felt bigger, emptier. The TV was off, the room quiet. The little noises that had been buried under the game's roaring crowd came back into focus, the fridge humming, the faint tick of cooling metal, the occasional car in the street below. I stood there for a second, hand still on the doorknob, listening. Nothing obvious, no knocking, no clanging, just the regular old building being itself. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and turned toward the hallway. That's when the fire alarm went off. A high-pitched shriek tore through the air, sudden and brutal. It bounced off the walls, multiplied by the narrow corridor. Strobing red light pulsed into the apartment from the hallway through the crack under my door. I flinched so hard my shoulder hit the wall. For a disorienting second, I was back in the bunker sirens that weren't there. Lights that didn't exist. My chest seized. Then the reality of the noise punched through. The building's old alarm system is one of those all-or-nothing things. No soothing chimes, just a shrill, relentless beep and a mechanical voice repeating. Fire emergency. Please evacuate. I grabbed my keys and stepped into the hall with the rest of the herd. Doors opened up and down the corridor. Bleary neighbors stuck their heads out, one guy in pajama pants and no shirt. An older woman in a robe. A couple with a baby already crying from the noise. Somebody swore. Somebody else grumbled about damn false alarms. Red lights strobed along the ceiling, turning everyone's faces into jerky snapshots, lit, shadowed, lit again. No smoke. No flicker of flame. No smell of a real fire, no wood. No paper. No cooking oil gone wrong. Just the stale, closed-up scent of a building that had seen too many winters. Over all of it, for me, rode that other smell. Thicker now. Like someone had cracked a door to the burn bunker and let the air leak out. Chemical ash, melted plastic, the memory of protein scorched beyond recognition. It hit the back of my throat like a physical object, made my eyes sting. I glanced up and down the hall. No one else wrinkled their nose. No one waved their hand in front of their face like they were trying to clear the air. They just looked tired and pissed off, flinching with each new beep. Fire emergency. Please evacuate. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat matching the pulse of the red light. I joined the slow shuffle toward the stairwell. The whole building moved at that half-annoyed, half-obedient pace people adopt when they're pretty sure it's a drill, but don't want to be the one person who stayed inside if it isn't. We spilled out into the parking lot. Cold night air slapped my face. People huddled in small clusters in t-shirts and coats thrown on over pajamas, stamping their feet, arms crossed. Someone smoked under a street lamp, the cherry of the cigarette flaring red in time with the last few beeps from inside. A fire truck pulled up, lights spinning lazily. No siren. The firefighters moved with the practiced calm of people who assume 9 out of 10 calls are nothing and save their panic for the 10th. For us, it was a false alarm. No smoke, no fire. Something tripped somewhere, a faulty sensor. Burnt toast. Who knows? After what felt like an hour, but was probably 15 minutes, someone from the fire department gave the all clear, and we drifted back inside. The chemical burn smell followed me down the hall like a shadow, stronger near my door. When I stepped back into my apartment, the quiet was like a physical thing. No game, no chatter, just the ticking of my wall clock and the faint whine of the fridge compressor starting up. I closed the door and turned, already looking toward the hallway wall. The stain was darker. I hadn't turned that hall light on since Jason left. Under the ceiling fixture's weak yellow, the smudge near the bathroom looked less like faded smoke and more like something recent. The edges of the hand shape were sharper, the palm more defined. My mouth went dry. I reached out with the back of my fingers, like maybe that would make a difference. Touched the center of the mark. The drywall was warm, not lukewarm, warm like skin, like someone had pressed their hand on the other side of the wall and held it there until the heat soaked through. A little shock went through my fingers. Not painful, just wrong. The hairs on my arm lifted. I snatched my hand back without meaning to. My heart hammered so hard it made my vision blur at the edges. I went to bed that night with the hallway light on and the door slightly open so I could see that patch of wall from my pillow, as if keeping it in sight would change anything. I slept badly, drifted, startled awake, drifted again. When my alarm finally went off, a pathetic little chime compared to the fire alarm's shriek, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. Sunlight nudged its way around the edges of the blinds, weak and gray. I got up, every muscle protesting, and shuffled toward the bathroom. That's when I saw the second stain, lower on the wall, a foot or so below the first, not a full handprint, more like a dragged mark, fingers, or the impression of them, smeared downward, leaving a faint, streaking trail, like someone had failed to catch themselves and slid, their hand trailing along the surface as they went down. It lined up almost exactly where a second hand would be if someone had reached out with both, one higher, one lower. Or if they'd pressed one to the wall and then collapsed, fingers sliding as they sank. The two marks together made a shape my brain recognized instantly, not just a touch, but a fall. I stood there in the early morning quiet, toothbrush limp in my hand, staring at the twin stains, somewhere behind my ribs. The old room woke up again, the concrete wall, the burned-in hand, the memory of someone trying to stay upright while the world turned to fire around them. Now their reach had extended down my hallway. The bunker had always been back there, waiting. Now it knew my address. 7.1. Return or attempted closure. There's a point where your life stops being about living and starts being about enduring. I didn't notice the exact moment it flipped. It wasn't one bad night or one extra knock on the wall. It was a slow accumulation, the shower that turned into a memory, the handprint that wouldn't bleach out, the shadow at the foot of the bed, the second smeared stain sliding down my hallway like someone losing their balance. After that second mark appeared, sleep became something that happened to other people. I got by on 3, maybe 4 fragmented hours a night. My days were a jittery blur. I drank too much coffee, then switched to energy drinks when coffee started tasting like burned plastic. My hands shook constantly. I started losing my words in meetings, staring at a screen and forgetting what I'd been about to type. The sensations never really left. A low, constant hum of heat under my skin. Not enough to make me sweat. Just enough to make me feel like I was standing too close to a space heater I couldn't step away from. Every room I walked into felt slightly too warm, slightly underventilated, no matter what the thermostat said. The smell of burning came and went on its own schedule. In the elevator, in my car at a red light, in the grocery store, standing in front of the freezers with the doors sweating cold, surrounded by people who didn't flinch or lift their heads to sniff the air. I'd feel the first hint of it melting plastic, scorched fat, and my whole nervous system would light up. My brain would whisper, "It's not real. It's not here." And my body would answer, "Tell that to the part of you that remembers blistering." The knocks on the wall had settled into a pattern. They came most nights now, slow and steady, always from the same spot, right between the two stains. Sometimes they woke me. Sometimes they started while I was already awake, staring into the dark, waiting for something to happen. The booms, those distant, structure-deep thuds came less often, but when they did, the whole building seemed to brace. The apartment stopped feeling like a place I lived and started feeling like a place I shared with something else. The therapist tweaked my meds, suggested a trauma group, floated the idea of inpatient treatment once, gently, like tossing a rope. I nodded in all the right places. I did my breathing exercises, I walked laps around the block at 3 in the morning when I couldn't stand to be inside another second. Nothing touched the core of it. One night, after a particularly bad stretch, 3 days with maybe 5 total hours of sleep, one full-blown flashback in the office stairwell that left me sitting on the landing with my head between my knees until my legs stopped shaking. I sat on my couch in the blue light of the TV and realized something simple and ugly. If I kept going like this, I was going to break. Not in the movie way, not a dramatic snap, just a slow shattering. A car accident because I nodded off at a light. A lost job because my brain was too full of fire to remember passwords. A slow slide into the kind of background existence that ends with people saying, "Oh, him, I think he moved away," when you just stopped showing up. The thought landed harder than any of the knocks on the wall. For days afterward, one idea kept circling. Unwelcome and inevitable go back. It was everything every therapist would tell you not to do. Expose yourself to the source of your trauma. Sure, but not literally. Not alone. Not in the middle of nowhere with no cell reception and a mouthful of old ghosts. But the logic was seductive in a way. If this thing started there, if it woke up there, maybe it could be returned, or at least understood. I fought the idea, ignored it, told myself it was just my brain's way of trying to put a neat narrative arc on something that didn't have one. Trauma doesn't need closure. Therapists like to say, it needs integration. But when you've got handprints appearing on your wall, integration starts to feel like a polite word for learn to live with the haunting. One insomnia-ravaged Saturday afternoon, I dug out an old box from the back of my closet. Beneath old shirts and college crap I never threw away, there they were, the printed articles from the microfilm, the blurry photo of the men standing in front of the bunker. Faces ghosted by time. The man with the hands that looked like the handprint. Like the stain in my hallway. I spread them on the coffee table. The newsprint yellowed at the edges now. 8 workers lost. Burns, intermingled with materials. Identification difficult. I stared at the photo until my eyes ached. Until the grain resolved into nothing but dots. When I closed them, I saw his hands. When I opened them, my phone was in my hand. I didn't remember picking it up. My fingers moved on their own, pulling up an old contact I'd scrolled past 100 times without touching. Mike Walker. We hadn't talked in years. A few half-hearted likes on social media. A happy birthday. Man once every couple of years when the site reminded us. We'd drifted the way people do when their shared history is mostly something neither one wants to examine too closely. I stared at his name until the screen went dark, tapped it, lit it up again. My thumb hovered over the call button for a full minute before I finally pressed it. The ringtone felt louder than it should have, echoing in my small living room. Each buzz lined up too neatly with the throbbing in my temples. He picked up on the third one. Hello. His voice hadn't changed much. A little deeper, maybe. A little more tired. But it was still him. Hey, I said. My throat felt dry. It's me. Yeah. He said quickly. Yeah. I know. Caller ID. Man. Hey. Wow. Been a minute. Awkward didn't begin to cover it. There was a long pause where both of us seemed to be waiting for the other one to announce some normal reason for calling. Fantasy football. A wedding invitation. A class reunion. So, he said finally, "How's Ohio flat?" I said, "Gray. Full of people who care way too much about college football." He laughed, a short, surprised bark. "So basically Pennsylvania with slightly different logos." We danced around it for a while. Work, weather, the generic beats of adult life. He was still back near our hometown, doing something with HV. AC now. Married once. Divorced once. No kids. He made a joke about being allergic to long-term leases and long-term relationships. I told him about IT, about Columbus, about Emma in the vaguest terms. The whole time. There was a third participant in the conversation, pacing just out of sight that day. Finally. Because the silence between sentences was starting to stretch too long, I said, "Do you ever think about the depot on his end?" The background noise, TV, radio clicked off. He didn't answer immediately. "Yeah," he said at last, voice lower. "Sometimes." How often is sometimes a breath? Shaky enough that I heard it through the line. More than I act like it is. He said. Something eased in my chest and twisted at the same time. I keep having stuff happen, I said. Smells, sounds, like that day is leaking through or something. I thought burning. He cut in. You smell burning. The word hung there. Shared. Yeah, I said quietly. You, too. A beat, once in a while, he admitted. Wake up in the middle of the night and it's like somebody lit a grill in my bedroom. I get up, walk the whole house, check the stove, the outlets, nothing. Wife used to think it was cute. Fireman Mike on patrol. He paused. She stopped thinking it was cute after a while. You never told anyone what you saw. I said, not really. I told everyone you had a panic attack. He said, because that's what they wanted to hear. And because if I said the other parts out loud, I knew they'd start thinking about hospital stays and evaluations. And I already had enough going on without that. The other parts. I repeated. He exhaled. I didn't see you literally on fire, he said. Slow. Like he was hunting for his own memories in real time. There weren't flames, not like in a movie. But when you came up those stairs, I waited. It was like the air around you was wrong, he said finally. Like, you know the way heat looks over asphalt in the summer? That shimmer, it was like that. Around your whole body. The air around you was bent, and it felt hot, standing next to you. It felt like standing next to an open oven. I remembered his hand grabbing mine on the stairs. That shock of cold through the heat. It's never really left me alone, he said. Not totally. I see that sometimes when I close my eyes. You coming up those steps. That thing in the air around you. I tell myself it was adrenaline, bad light, hot day, all that. It helps. Mostly. I echoed. We let that sit for a minute. I hesitated. I've got stuff happening now. In my apartment. Handprints. Smells. Knocks. It's getting worse. I keep thinking maybe. I trailed off, embarrassed by how it sounded out loud. Maybe if I went back to the bunker, maybe it would stop. Or at least I'd know if it was really them. Or just me losing it. Jesus, he muttered. You're thinking about going back out there, yeah? Yeah. He didn't say anything. I'm not asking you to come, I added quickly, though that was exactly what I was doing. You're the only person who was there, who gets any of it. I wanted to know if... I laughed, short and humorless. If you think that's the dumbest idea you've ever heard. He sighed. Long and rough. On a scale of 1 to camping in a nuclear waste dump, he said. I'd put it somewhere around licking a live outlet. So that's a yes. That's a some things are buried for a reason, he said. That place was bad before we ever set foot in it. You know that. People died there ugly. The army did whatever they do when that happens, and then locked the door and pretended it never did. You walk back in now, after whatever happened to you. You think it's going to say, "Oh, sorry, our bad," and let you go. I don't know what I think. I said, louder than I meant. I just know I can't keep doing this. It's in my walls now. Man, in my fucking walls. The room felt smaller suddenly. The stains in the hallway seemed to pull at my attention, even through the phone. On the other end, I heard him shift, like he'd gotten up, maybe walked to a window. If you go, he said quietly, and something happens. Who's going to know? You get in trouble out there. Your phone dies. You pass out. You're just another missing person who went someplace nobody was supposed to be. So come with me, I said, before I could stop myself. Silence. No, he said at last. The word hurt more than I expected. I can't. I'm not trying to drag you back into it, I said. But we both knew I was. You already did, he said, not unkindly. The second you called, I swallowed. We could at least drive out near the old fence. I pushed. Stay on the outside. Look at it. Talk. I don't know. He let out a humorless laugh. Listen to yourself. Man. We sound like addicts talking about visiting the bar just to see it. He wasn't wrong. We both fell quiet again. I think about it. He admitted finally. Going back. Standing there. Asking. Whatever the hell that was. What it wants. I think about it more than I'm comfortable telling you. Or anyone. That doesn't sound like a no. I said. It's not a yes either. He said. It's a I know myself well enough to be scared of what I'd do if I got that close. Outside my window, a car went by with its bass turned up. The sound muffled into a distant thump. Somewhere in the building, a pipe knocked, soft and hollow. I'm sorry, man, he said. I am. I believe you more than I let on back then. I believe you now. But I've spent years building a life where that day is just this fucked up story I don't tell. If I drive out there and feel even 1 second of what we felt, I don't know how to come back and pretend everything's fine. I stared at the photo on the coffee table, at the man with the familiar hands. Yeah, I said, voice low. I get it. I don't think you should go, he added. Not alone. Not at all. Some things, they don't want closure. They want company. The words sat between us like a third person. We wrapped the call eventually. Said the usual things: good to hear your voice. We should catch up properly sometime. Lies we both wanted to mean. When I hung up, my apartment felt impossibly quiet. The stains in the hallway waited, patient and dark. I sat there in the half-light, phone still warm in my hand, and realized something else. I could listen to the people telling me not to go, or I could keep letting the knocking answer for me. 7.2. Confrontation with the past in the end. I didn't tell anyone I was going. I put in for a couple days off, mumbled something about family stuff when my manager asked, tossed a duffel bag in the back seat of my car, and pointed it east. The drive from Columbus to my hometown is a long, gray shrug of highway. I've done it enough times to know every billboard, the same stretches of farmland, the same truck stops, the same ugly concrete overpasses. It all blurs if you let it. This time, it didn't. Every mile felt like a decision I could still undo. Every exit I passed was another chance to turn around, to go back to my apartment and my stains and my therapist and pretend I hadn't seriously considered doing the one thing everyone, including the saner part of my own brain, thought I shouldn't do. I kept going anyway. When the first familiar gas station came into view, the one off the exit you take for town, faded sign, 3 pumps, busted ice freezer out front, I felt something in my chest seize up. It looked exactly the same. Same cracked asphalt, same warped plastic coffee 99-cent sign in the window. For a second, I was 17 again, standing there with Mike, buying Mountain Dew and jerky before riding our bikes out toward the tree line like we were invincible. I pulled off. The inside smelled like it always did: burned coffee, fryer grease, cleaning supplies. The guy behind the counter was different, younger, but the bored expression was identical. I bought a bottle of water I didn't want, just to have an excuse to stand there for 30 seconds and breathe. On the way out, I caught my reflection in the glass door, a tired 30-something with shadows under his eyes, jaw tighter than it needed to be. The town itself felt like a cheap set that hadn't been struck. Same Dairy Queen, same Walmart, same brick high school trying to pretend it wasn't aging badly. The football field looked smaller than I remembered, its bleachers stubbier, like someone had put it through a hot wash. Everything had shrunk except the thing I was here for. I didn't drive past my parents' place. I told myself it was because I didn't want to worry them. The truth was, I didn't know how to walk into that kitchen, make small talk about my job, and then say, "By the way, I'm going back to the explosion room that rewired my nervous system. Be back soon." Instead, I kept going, past the last subdivision, past the last cul-de-sac with kids' bikes in the yards, out where the road narrowed and the trees started leaning closer. The state forest didn't have a formal "welcome back to your trauma" sign, just the same battered marker it's always had, half hidden behind branches, pointing toward hiking trails and picnic areas. I turned off onto the smaller road that runs parallel to the old depot land. The asphalt gave way to patches of gravel. My tires crunched. Dust rose behind me in the rearview mirror like smoke. I pulled over at the same wide shoulder where Mike and I had stashed our bikes all those years ago. Killed the engine. Sat there for a minute with my hands still on the wheel, listening to the tick, tick, tick of the cooling engine. Underneath that, the forest, wind and leaves, a crow calling somewhere distant, the faint hiss of a truck on the main road, already fading. My heart was beating too fast. I got out of the car, locked it, slung my backpack over one shoulder. I'd packed like a responsible adult this time: first aid kit, extra flashlight, fully charged phone, portable charger, water, snacks, as if Band-Aids and protein bars could do anything for what I'd come to see. The path into the trees was more overgrown than I remembered. Back then, we'd pushed our bikes through, laughing too loud, snapping branches, full of teenage bravado. No bikes this time, no mic, just me and the sound of my own footsteps in the leaf litter. The forest sounded different now, or maybe I was just listening harder. Every crunch of leaves under my boots sounded too loud. Twigs snapped, advertising my presence to anything that might care. Bird calls came in bursts, then died away suddenly, leaving stretches of quiet that didn't feel peaceful at all. They felt expectant. The deeper I went, the less the road sounded like anything but a memory. The hum of traffic shrank to a low, meaningless murmur. The trees' closed in, trunks tall and straight, branches high overhead weaving together into a canopy that filtered the light down to a muted green-gray. I recognized things my body remembered before my brain did. A fallen log we'd stepped over, a particular curve in the path where the ground dipped and the leaves held damp longer. The faint depression of the old service road under the new growth. Gravel buried under dirt, but still there if you looked close enough. The fence appeared out of the trees like a ghost. Chain link, rusted and sagging, its bottom half swallowed by weeds. The old yellow U.S. Army, property. No trespassing sign was still there, though most of the letters had flaked off. Just enough remained to get the point across. The gap we'd found as teenagers was wider now. Time had done what bolt cutters started. The links were bent back, edges orange with rust. A ragged wound in the boundary line. Someone had been through here more recently than we had faint signs of foot traffic. A beer can half buried near the opening. I stood there for a moment, fingers hooked lightly in the cold metal, listening. The forest on this side of the fence and the other sounded the same. But it didn't feel the same. I stepped through. The air didn't change in any measurable way. Same temperature, same humidity. But my ears popped. A soft, unpleasant pressure releasing, like when a plane descends a little too fast. I exhaled slowly. "Okay," I said, out loud, to no one. "Okay. Okay." The old service road was more of a suggestion now, a faint line of less resistant ground threading between trees that had grown up in the years since. I followed it deeper in. Bunker number 1 appeared first, a familiar hump under a blanket of moss and earth. The concrete lip of the entrance jutted out like a jaw. The rusty door we'd found cracked open back then had fallen completely away, lying half-buried at an angle nearby. Graffiti covered the exposed wall names, crude drawings, more recent tags layered over older ones. Class of '89 had faded. Fuck the police looked comparatively fresh. I didn't go in. I slowed, glanced once at the dark interior, felt the cool breath of the bunker's stale air on my cheeks, and kept walking. Whatever memories it held, they didn't belong to me in the same way. Bunker number 2 came a little further on, slumped into the earth like something exhausted. Its doorway was half choked with debris, fallen branches, old leaves, a plastic crate someone had left or lost. The smoke stain on its ceiling had spread, moisture and time turning it into a spider web of black veins. A rusted cartridge case glinted faintly near the entrance, half embedded in the dirt. I stepped past it. Each bunker hummed with its own silence. Bunker number 1's felt empty, like a house long since cleaned out. Bunker number 2's had a residual anxiety, like a room where someone used to argue and hadn't in a while. Bunker number 3's silence hit me before I saw it. It was thicker. The ambient noise of the forest bird calls, insect buzz, leaf rustle seemed to thin out as I approached, as if the sound were being pulled sideways, diverted around some invisible barrier. The hairs on my arms lifted. The tracks that once led directly to it were almost gone. Just 2 faint parallel lines of slightly different growth under the trees. I followed them anyway. My boots felt heavier. Every step landed with a little echo of something else, like the ground was remembering a different set of footsteps layered over mine. When the bunker finally came into view, my chest tightened so fast I had to stop walking for a second. It looked smaller, not physically, if anything. The way the earth had built up around it made it seem more massive, more buried. But my memory had turned it into a monstrous thing, a nightmare mouth in the hill. Now, it was a concrete rectangle half swallowed by roots and dirt, a set of steps leading down into darkness. That was all. That was enough. The edges of the entrance were scorched darker than the other bunkers still, black radiating up and out from the doorway like old soot stains. Moss grew in patches along the walls, softening the hard lines. The door was long gone. Only the hinges remained. Rusted stumps on either side of the frame. I stood at the top of the steps for a long moment, looking down. The stairs descended in a short flight, maybe 7 steps, concrete worn in the middle where boots had once passed day after day. The darkness at the bottom wasn't absolute. I could see the suggestion of the bunker floor, a lighter gray rectangle, but beyond that, the room lay in shadow. I pulled my flashlight from my backpack. The click of it switching on sounded louder than it should have. A tiny gunshot in the quiet. The beam cut down into the space, slicing through floating dust motes. They moved lazily in the column of light, rising and falling like ash in water. The smell came up to meet me, fainter than the first time. Not the full-on assault that had slammed into me when I was 17, but recognizable. A stale, flattened version of it. Old smoke, moldering concrete. Underneath that, if I leaned forward and breathed shallowly, the ghost of something sharper burned fabric, a hint of chemical tang that had no business still being there after all these years. My stomach clenched. The bunker swallowed the sound of my own breath, turned it into an echo that slid back up the stairwell a half-second too late. The way it did that the fraction of a second lag made my skin crawl. It was like hearing yourself from another room, somewhere inside. A faint ticking continued, soft, irregular, like cooling metal that had never fully cooled, trapped forever in that stage between hot and warm. A tiny expansion here, a contraction there. The sound carried just enough to make itself known without offering a source. Tick, tick, tick. I stood there, 1 foot on the first step, flashlight beam steady, and felt a low vibration in my chest. Not my heartbeat. That was pounding high and fast. In my throat. My ears, this was lower. A bass note resonating in my ribs, as if the concrete under my boots were humming at a frequency only my bones could hear. The air at the mouth of the bunker was a degree or two warmer than the air behind me, Not enough for a thermometer, enough for my skin. It felt like standing at the threshold of a room where someone had just turned the oven off. The heat lingering, seeping out, reluctant to leave. I swallowed. Throat dry. "Hi," I said, feeling stupid immediately. My voice went down the stairs, hit the walls, and came back up slightly changed. "It's me." The bunker didn't answer. The ticking went on. The smell lifted, just a little, like something inside had taken a slow, deep breath. 7.3. Something walked out with me. In the end, I went down the steps, not in a heroic way, not like some movie where the music swells and the protagonist squares their shoulders and charges into the dark. I went down because standing there, at the top, breathing that thin, warm air and listening to that endless, irregular ticking, I realized there was no world where I could turn around and walk away and not think about this place every day for the rest of my life. So I lifted my foot, put it on the second step, and then the third. Every step sounded too loud. The concrete under my boots gave off a flat, hollow thud, the kind you hear in parking garages and stairwells. But in that tight little stairwell, the echoes overlapped and blurred, turning into something almost like voices. Each footfall went down, hit the floor, and came back up a split second late, changed just enough that it sounded like someone else was right behind me, walking in sync. The air thickened around my head as I descended. Not a dramatic temperature shift, just a subtle density, like the oxygen count was lower down here and I had to work harder for each breath. The smell sharpened with each step, too, layering on itself cold concrete, mold, old smoke, a chemical edge that lived in my nightmares. By the time I stepped off the last stair, my heart was going fast enough that I could feel it in my throat. The flashlight beam cut a narrow tunnel through the dim. The bunker was smaller than my memory made it. A long concrete box with a low ceiling. The far wall closer than I'd convinced myself it would be. My footsteps crunched on grit as I moved forward. Pebbles, flakes of paint, tiny fragments of something that had once been wood, or cloth, or something else entirely. The corner where the bone pile had been loomed out of the shadows. I swung the light over it, and my breath stalled. The pile was gone. Not completely. Not like someone had come in and lovingly removed each piece, cataloged them, given them a proper burial. But the heap of charred and melted shapes I remembered was no longer there. In its place was a low, scattered dusting of pale flecks, small, irregular chips, a curve that might have once been part of a jaw, or might have been a chunk of concrete. Ash ground so fine it blended with the general grime on the floor. The dark stain beneath where the pile had sat was still there, but lighter, as if someone had taken a scrub brush and a hose to it at some point. The circle of discoloration had faded at the edges, but the center was still a deeper gray, like a bruise that never healed. I crouched down, knees popping loudly in the quiet, and let the beam skim over the debris. My brain offered names for shapes I didn't want to name. I didn't touch anything. Standing again, I traced the beam up the wall. The handprint was still there. If I hadn't known exactly where to look, I might have missed it. Time had worked on it the way it worked on everything. What had been a dark, almost wet-looking palm shape when I was 17 had thinned out. Its pigment leached into the concrete. Now, it was a ghost of itself. Fingers splayed, but faint, just a shade darker than the surrounding wall. In some angles, it vanished completely. If I shifted the flashlight just right low and to the side, so the light grazed the surface, that's when it popped. The ridges of the print. The streaks where something had run down before drying. All rose out of the wall in subtle relief. I felt my own hand lift before I told it to. I held my palm up, the way I had before, spreading my fingers, matching the angle. I didn't press it to the wall. I couldn't. There was something about actually making contact that felt like crossing a line I couldn't uncross. So I hovered it there, a couple inches away, close enough to feel the subtle temperature difference. My skin tingled. The patch of air between my palm and the print was warmer than the rest of the room. Just that little window, like a pocket of trapped heat that had been sitting there for decades, waiting. It radiated a slow, steady warmth that soaked into the thin skin of my wrist and the muscles of my hand. My mouth went dry, and for a moment, I had the dizzy sense that if I pressed forward, if I let my hand slide those last inches and seat itself into that print, something would close. Like a circuit. I pulled back. My arm trembled as I lowered it. I forced myself to take a breath. The air tasted like old smoke and concrete dust. The flashlight beam shook slightly as I turned away from the wall, sweeping the rest of the room. No bones, no crates, just empty space and stains. I stood there in the middle of the floor, listening to my own breathing turn into that warped echo, and realized there was nothing left to see that I hadn't already seen. Whatever had made this place what it wasn't in the objects. It was in the imprint. In the moment when everything had gone wrong and then kept going, over and over. In whoever's head it got stuck in, behind me, from somewhere that no longer had a door, came a knock. Slow, deliberate. Knock, knock, knock. The sound didn't have a clear source. It didn't come from the entrance, or the far wall, or the ceiling. It came from the room, from the space itself, as if the bunker were a drum and something had just tapped it from the outside. My skin tightened all over. The hair on my arms lifted. The heat in the air ticked up 1/2 degree. I didn't turn at first. I just stood there, heart hammering. Flashlight beam pointed at the floor and said, "I'm sorry." My voice cracked on the last word. It went out, hit the walls, and came back a beat later, slightly warped, like someone else repeating it right behind me. Sorry. My throat burned. I'm sorry. I said again, louder. I'm sorry I came here when I was a kid. I'm sorry I treated it like an adventure. I'm sorry for what happened to you. I'm sorry they wrote about you like you were material. The ticking in the walls went on. I didn't know. I said, I didn't understand. I still don't. But I shouldn't have come here, and I shouldn't have walked out like it didn't matter. Silence pressed in. The kind you get in big, empty churches, or hospital hallways at 3 a.m. The knocking stopped. For a few long seconds, the only sound was my breath and the faint, insect buzz whine in my own ears. Even the ticking seemed to pause, like the bunker itself had leaned in to listen. Nothing answered. No sudden blasts, no visions, no voice from the concrete saying, "We forgive you," or "We don't." Just nothing, which somehow felt worse. "Okay," I whispered. I turned toward the doorway. the flashlight beam leading the way. The rectangle of the entrance glowed faintly with reflected daylight, a promise of cooler air and birds and traffic and all the stupid, normal things you don't realize belong to you until they don't. I took a step. My boot caught on something, an uneven patch in the floor, a chunk of concrete that had bulged up over the years. I stumbled, threw my hand out to catch myself. My palm hit the wall, exactly where the handprint was. It was like slamming my hand down on a hot stove. Not warm, not a little too hot. A sharp, concentrated burst of heat that bit straight into my skin, right through flesh to bone. It lasted maybe half a second, no more. Enough for my whole body to jolt. I yanked my hand back with a shout. Flashlight skittering across the floor, beam jerking wildly. I stared at my palm, heart crammed into my throat. No burn, no redness, no blister, no mark at all except for a faint gray dusting from the concrete. The lingering sensation, though, pulsed in my nerves. My palm throbbed with phantom heat, the way your skin does after you pull it away from a burner that only just touched you. I laughed then, a short, broken sound that tasted like fear. "Okay," I said again, to the empty bunker. "Okay." Message received. I retrieved the flashlight, fingers clumsy, and climbed the stairs up into the cooler, kinder air of the forest. The trees outside looked exactly the same as they had when I'd gone down trunks, branches, light filtering through, but there was a subtle difference in me, in the way my lungs worked, in the way my heart beat against my ribs like it wanted out. Something inside that room had recognized me. That's the only way I know how to put it. Something had touched me back. I won't pretend I had some epiphany out there. It didn't all click into place. I didn't stand under the trees, breathing deeply, and feel the weight lift. There was no cinematic moment where I looked back at the bunker, said a few profound words, and walked away cured. I drove back to Ohio the next day in a fog, the highway a blur of taillights and billboards. The town receded in the rearview mirror. The gas station, the Walmart, the high school, they all slid away behind me, went back to being someone else's problem. The depot didn't. Here's the part I wish I could tell you differently. Coming back didn't fix anything. The knocking in my wall didn't stop. If anything, it got more confident. The booms in the middle of the night came a little more often. The handprints in my hallway never faded, no matter how many layers of paint I rolled over them. Sometimes I swear there's a third mark starting, just at the edge of where I can see. The smell, that's the easiest part now. It takes almost nothing to trigger it. A neighbor lighting a cigarette in the stairwell. The first click of my stove burner when I turn it on to boil water. The dusty exhale from an old electrical outlet when I plug something in. It blooms behind my eyes, on my tongue, in my chest. Burned fabric, melted plastic, meat that will never be anything again. I went back to therapy. I tweaked the meds. We talked more about trauma, about exposure, about how sometimes revisiting a site can stir things up before it helps them settle. I didn't tell her about the bunker answering, or what happens in the bathroom now. It doesn't happen every time. That would almost be simpler, in its own awful way. It happens just often enough that I can't write it off as a one-time glitch. I'll be in the shower, doing normal shower things. Water at a tolerable warmth, mind drifting. Steam will start to fog the mirror. The fan will grind away overhead, trying and failing to keep up. out of habit. I'll wipe a strip of glass clear with the side of my hand, and sometimes, just for a second, at the edge of the cleared strip, I'll see someone behind me, not in focus, not a sharp image I could describe to a sketch artist, just a shape. Shoulders hunched, head bowed. The suggestion of skin that isn't quite the right color, darker in patches, mottled like something badly healed or never healed at all. A heat blooms at my back when that happens, separate from the shower, a presence leaning in close enough that the fine hairs on my neck lift. I turn. There's never anyone there. The bathroom is empty, just tile and curtain and my own startled face in the mirror. The towel on the rack, the toothbrush in its cup. But if I stay very still, I can feel the temperature. The air behind me is a few degrees hotter than the rest of the room, like someone just stepped out. I'm telling you all this from that same apartment, from the couch where I've fallen asleep more times than I can count. TV flickering, knocks on the wall tapping out their patient rhythm. If you're hearing this as a recording through earbuds, or your car speakers, or your TV, there's something I need you to understand. For a long time, the way I kept myself from completely losing it was by telling myself the horror was contained, that whatever happened out there in that bunker, whatever those men went through when the crates went up, when the room turned into an oven, when their hands hit the wall and was stuck with it, bound to that hillside, trapped in 1943, a horrible final moment, replaying for anyone unlucky enough to stumble into the right coordinates of space and time. I held on to that like a talisman. It's there, I'd think. When the smell crept in or the pipes knocked wrong, it's there, not here. Then the handprint appeared on my wall in Ohio. Before I went back. Before I dug out the old articles again. Before I drove through the night with my heart in my throat. Before I did anything to stir it up. So let me ask you something. Since you've listened this far, if it's only there, if it's just a room, just an accident, just a trauma my brain can't file away correctly, explain this for me. Why did that handprint show up on my hallway wall before I ever went back? If you listen closely now, wherever you are, in your kitchen, in your car, in your bed with the lights off, there's probably some ambient noise around you. Traffic, a fridge, a fan, your own breathing. Underneath that, every now and then, you might hear something else. A faint tap, tap, tap you can't quite place. The distant, muffled thud of something heavy falling. Somewhere you can't get to. Maybe it's nothing. Old pipes, settling foundation. Your neighbor dropping something upstairs. Or maybe it's just that for the last hour. I've made you picture a staircase going down into the earth. And a concrete room that once got so hot, it left human hands stamped into its walls. Maybe that's all it takes. Attention is a kind of door, after all. I stepped through mine in the woods when I was 17. You just took a few steps down with me,